Told you to get Welcome to the third episode of VCT Pacific Breakdown, and today I'm gonna be presenting to you DRX versus Gen G. And as you guys know, I'm part of DRX, as this jersey states, my name here. I might be biased a little bit, but the reason why I am a content creator for DRX in the first place is because I love the playstyle of DRX, and I'm gonna break down for you a immaculate retake that they did against Gen G last week. Now, we're gonna talk a little bit about this retake before we're gonna break it down, because there's a lot of stuff happening, of course. But for the viewers, what was the most impactful was this. The Jett double kill here was not only super flashy, but also pretty impactful. But that's what the viewers will focus on, because it's very flashy, right? The reality is, though, that's not the reason why this retake was so insane. And we're gonna explain it right now, why this retake was insane. Now, when we watch the professional games, we need to realize something. The in-game leader of the team needs to recognize the win conditions and lose conditions for specific rounds. That's insane responsibility. Now, for this specific round, that one win condition and one lose condition. The win condition is the lockdown being placed on the short to make sure that you can get all the space on the A side. Lose condition is, well, this opponent Sova has the ultimate and will destroy your win condition. So now you have to find a solution to this problem, because you know what is your win condition and you know how can you lose this round because it's gonna get counted. And DRX found that solution, and it's actually unreal how effective this is. So by using the lockdown, you trigger the opponent Sova to use his ultimate to destroy the lockdown. So essentially what DRX does is they use the lockdown as a temporary frag on the opponent Sova, because he's gonna be busy destroying the lockdown with his ultimate when this is being placed. So there's a massive change of pace that is gonna happen for DRX. So what I mean by that pace change is that DRX recognize that they need to start the retake while the lockdown is being placed. They cannot wait for the lockdown to activate because it's gonna get destroyed. So they use it for their own advantage. The fact that Sova will be ulting the lockdown is like essentially killing him for the duration of his ult, which allows you to attack on site, and there's gonna be one less attacker on the side, which makes this retake a 5v4 instead of a 5v5, which is crucial. And as you can see, the lockdown was put down and the team is already exploding from heaven. There's the stun happening on site, which will stun the player underneath, and then an aftershock will follow while the Jett will dash onto default after that stun. Very important to note is something else: the micro positioning of DRX on heaven. By saying micro positioning, I mean those two players standing in this small corner here. This is something that I've seen DRX use some time ago, like 2 years ago, and then was copied by other teams. Those two players are not affected by the breach stun, which allows them to initiate the retake. So the player under hell is getting stunned. Player potentially standing on default getting stunned. The player that is countering lockdown position is also getting stunned. But the two players that are next to window are not stunned because of this small piece of floor that they can stand on, and they can instantly jump out, which essentially saves them time because they don't have to stand in this position next to the breach, so they avoid the stun in that position. So this is very efficient way of using space, and also saves the crucial 1 second that you would have to otherwise to run up and the stun would fade. And this is what's happening in the round, because when you pay attention to how it goes, you will literally see how Foxy enables himself to be faster on side with this. Before we play the round again, to showcase that Foxy very efficient movement based on those positions, pay attention to also something that is happening on the other side, the CT. Mako over here is gonna not only support the players by using a smoke on short, which essentially isolates the angles on side, but also the paranoia that goes through this angle affects graffiti and affects default, which means that with the combination of stun and the paranoia at the same time allows Foxy to have full confidence to go onto site, because he knows that all of those angles here are gonna be either stunned all blinded, so there's no good place to stand against his potential dash onto site, while the player under hell is gonna get affected by Aftershock. And fortunate for DRX, the Omen TS had only 3 HP, so one Aftershock explosion kills him, and when you're stunned you will get tagged once typically, so essentially he's dead. But let's play this round again and pay attention to what is happening with Foxy and how he gets those kills, because you're gonna realize that they're both affected by the paranoia from Omen. They're both blinded and easy kills for Foxy. Now, also worth mentioning is this smoke on the left side of Long, because this smoke was being placed there before Foxy dashed on site. The reason for that smoke is because Omen had to be busy with using the paranoia on site, so the Jet had to supplement the smoke on Long for those 4 seconds, crucial ones, but that's long enough for them to actually do the execute. And now that allows them also to use the second Omen smoke that Mako still has for a very important position. And you would think, well, they should probably just smoke the same position as the Jet smoked. And that is wrong. DRX uses the smoke on this spike. And look how important that is, because what happens here is when this smoke is being used on the spike, it allows the other players to fight the players on Long, and that's something you will probably never see in ranked, and you will not even see a lot of times in professional play. When you have an advantage in a post-plant position, you want to smoke off the spike, because that enables the other players in your team to take the gunfights to the players that are busy spraying the smoke that is hiding the spike while it's being diffused. DRX got 3 kills and started defusing the spike within the first 7 seconds since the start of the retake. This inspiring utility usage is just the way that I imagine Valorant should be played at the highest level, and it's so awesome to see it in the actual game, where coordination and just pristine teamwork shines through. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown, and we're gonna see each other next time with the VCT Pacific Breakdown.
Jeremy to deliver for Team Secret. You absolute machine, Jeremy. You absolute monster. Can Jeremy keep up with your shot? Jeremy picks up and takes it out.
Hi Secret Fam, this is Secret Jeremy, and this is my story.
So congratulations two of you on taking Team Liquid down.
And what kind of statement do you think this win sends out to the world?
Di ko alam ang sabihin eh.
Ikaw muna.
Oo nga.
Pag Tagalog ko,
Oo nga.
Tagalog ka mo.
Kahit anong sabihin ko,
Okay.
tatranslate mo na kahit ano.
Oh, sige.
Sabihin mo na ano, tulongin sila.
Ah.
Nakita sa tito sa Steam na may bagong dula na tawag CSGO. Doon, gilibrahan ko niyag dula ato. Tapos nag-YouTube ko sa mga tips and tricks din. Doon, nakita na si Shroud na pro player siya sa ato na dula. And doon, ginakopyan ako yung mga settings. Giyon sa niya pagdula, improve. Gapamina ko sa mga tips and tricks. And doon, na gusto na mag-pro player. Fun facts about me is that mahilig ako sa camera tunod kay akong kuya kay video editor o hilig siya sa mga camera. And fun fact sad na regional athlete ko sa table tennis sa Mindanao. First na dula sa Valorant is tong beta test part of US server, so 200 ping. Ang ginadula ato kay ang ginagamit kay Spectre lang, so nalingaw ko kay simple aking recoil di same sa CS. And dun sa Valorant murag nalingaw ko and pwede ko ma-professional player sa Valorant. Kadula ko sa mga uban dulas like Rust, PUBG, mga Battle Royale. And ang difference na nasa ako is like di kayo competitive. Ang difference sa Valorant kay strategy game, so lingaw siya like mag-compete ka sa lain team, ma-prove nimo if mas may pa ka sa ila. So if ma-prove nimo wala happy ka, mas may pa ka sa ila. So mo na ganagi ko sa Valorant. First experience na sa esport industry is nag-join ko sa team na tawag Ashira, and kauban ako si Secret Envy ato na time, and Well, to first VCT tournament sa PH, tawag first strike. Naka-appeal miya to tapos. And then doon nag-disband kami, and then naghiwalay kami ni Jigs. Pero yung captain namin, kasama ko si Rabbit, paglipat namin ng team. Then doon nag-improve mi sa DR. Dito na saan mi nagdula, compete sa mga local, tapos pildi tanan. Tapos among coach, ngalan Retract, close sa Team Secret, mga players. Doon ginatudloan ko niya sa mga basic stuff and unsa magpa-professional player. Nihawa ko sa DR Esports kay feel na ko wala ko future sa esport industry. Doon sinuggest ako ni Retract sa Team Secret, then kinuha ako ni Dubstep, JV. Doon nana ko diri karon sa Team Secret.
Nag-recommend sa kanya isa sa mga best friend ko, si Carter. May tiwala din ako sa kanya kung ano yung mga nakikita niya sa player. Nung sinabi niya sa akin na kunin mo tong batang to kasi wala siyang yabang sa balat, wala siyang angas sa balat. Kumbaga, wala siyang ego. Lahat ng tuturo mo sa kanya, sa puso niya, papakinggan niya. Kumbaga, esports ready si Jeremy.
Si Jeremy kasi tahimik na tao. And bihira lang din siya magsalita. Pero once na maging komportable na siya sa inyo, lalo na sa team, yun, makulit na rin. And may side comment na rin na sinasabi. Yun yung na-feel ko sa kanya nung naging close yung team eh.
Si Jeremy kasi yung first time na pumunta siya Manila, nagstay siya sa bahay namin for a month. Sa POV ko, para sabi ko, okay naman siya, medyo antukin lang talaga, medyo mahilig kasi siya matulog. Ang maganda kasi dun yung marunong siya mag-adapt and mag-change for the better. Kasi yun niya, sabi ko nga medyo tamad siya, pero nagtatanong siya lagi ng advice, tapos lagi niya naman ina-apply sa sarili niya yun. Ngayon, grabe siya mag-grind, grabe na siya mag-try ng mga bagong bagay.
Nagustuhan ako sa esport industry is, well, gakalingaw ko, trabaho na sad siya, ginasweldohan ko. So, mo man ata nang gusto sa mga lalaki, magdula lang. Tapos, sweldohan pa, nag-chill lang, kaon, tulog, tapos dula, otro. So, pag-develop na ako sa akong skill and mindset sa dula is, sige ako grind sa rank and mag-YouTube ko. Akong ginatanaw permi sa una kay Shroud. Pabalik-balik ka akong ginatanahan to, nagdako na lang ko. Learn sa mistakes, nakoy kakatunan sa mga karank na ko, mga maayo na pro player.
Approaching the end! Can Jeremy keep them in contention? Yes, he can! What? He's crazy!
Tung gadula ko sa una, ang mga kuya, ate, di ka suporta sa ko ato na time and ginaignan ko kuan, tigbaki grad ako sa kinan pagdako if mura na akong ginadula permi, di ko ga eskwela, si Rog absent, tapos mura ginabuhat daw, tigbaking gid ako. And doon, wala Japon, dula ra Japon ko. Pag abot na og Team Secret, tas nakita nila na taas na kayong gikukuan na-achieve, taas na ako na-achieve sa esports. Doon, nag-support na sila sa ako. And karon, wala. Worth it ang gibuhat. In terms of balance, okay raman. Gina-update raman ako sila sa Messenger. Ang family if ami mo compete sa mga lain na lugar, sa mga lain country. Sag ko'y familia diri sa so, ang nabuhat, grind lang. Tong pinakauna successful na ako sa esport industry is tong napili na mo brand which is sila Jesse Bash and Dubstep and Borcom ato na time. Doon, nana ko diri sa Team Secret karon na pinakasikat na team diri sa Philippines. Tapos di po ko bulong Tagalog. Tapos nadya po diri, balag di ko bulong Tagalog. Yung gabisay ko karon and yun, which is successful sa ako. Yun sa na pag-handle sa pressure na ako is wala ko'y pressure. Gimimik na ako si Shroud na sobra na ako ka-addict na idol na ako siya, gi-out na ako siya tanan unsay yung personality na yun sa niya magdula, gina-out na ako hilumon. Kita ninyo sa mga clips na wala ra ko kay dula ra man siya, so wala para sa ako lang sa mindset. As for now, wala akong social life except sa mga kauban ako, sila Jesse Bash, mga teammates sa mga pag-practice. Moro na mga kastorya per me, tapos yun, practice rami, gagarain Japon karon and focus raw sa Team Secret karon. Short-term goal nako is that maka-qualify me sa playoffs sa VCT and maka-qualify sad mi sa VCT Masters and I hope na mga champion may karon this year. And for my long-term goals is that mas stable yung team namin ngayon and kaka-improve me until magdugay mi sa Team Secret kay sila akong pinaka-best teammate karon diri sa Pilipinas. Naglo-look up ako kay JC Bash kay siya ang pinaka-bright sa among team. Tapos ginatuluan ko niya sa akong mga mali o ginatagaan ko niya mga ideas. Pag join ako sa Team Secret, man kay ko'y feeling na excite, pero pag qualify na mo sa VCT APAC, doon na-excite kog dula sa mga Asia Pacific League, and first time na ako nakadulag VCT APAC, so doon na-excite ko. Doon nakauna ko na i-try pa na mo among best sunod.
Joss is in the top spot right now, and that is Dispenser revealing the locations of Red Esports. Jerry being aggressive going over that nice, ladies and gentlemen, and yes!
Challenge na ako karon is mubalik kog top 1 sa leaderboard. So na nag top 1 ko, tapos ako nagdula, tapos ninaog ko, tapos pag end of rank murag 30 man ata ako kay wala ako nagdulaay. So ang challenge karon is mubalik ko sa leaderboard top 1. Accomplishment na ako tung gipildi na mo brand tung hashirap ako, tapos sa Team Secret tinalo namin Team Heretic. Noon 1 week pa kami noon, Team Secret NV bagong roster. Naka-qualify mi sa VCT APAC and naka-add mi sa mga lahi na country like Korea, India, tapos Brazil.
Jer, masaya ako naging teammate kita. Sana magtagal pa to. Natuwa ako na naging teammate kita kasi tama si Canter. Tama yung mga sinabi niya sa akin na solid teammate. And I hope na for ups and downs natin sa team, hopefully matibay yung loob natin.
Ayun, thank you Jeremy kasi naging teammate ka namin. Ayun, parang less emotion, more on professionalism yung pinahiral mo. So, yun. Hopefully na hanggang sa mag-champion tayo, mag-lift tayo ng trophy, tayo pa rin yung magkakasama. And yun, tuloy lang sa goals.
Jeremy, sana mag-continue lang yung progress mo. Pero masaya rin ako na naging magkampi tayo, teammates tayo, even na yung gap ng age natin is sobrang tayo. And sana hindi ka magbago. And busy ka na.
Ako mahatag na advice sa inyo sa mga kaedad na ko o gusto may mag-professional player same sa ako, grind lang tapos mag-compete sa mga local tournaments and makatuon mo sa inyong mga mistakes, same sa ako, from bottom to here na ako karon. So yun, marunong gibuhat, grind lang tas.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome to the second day of Super Week at Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. And on the desk with me today, we've got Tasteless and Quack. I'm Victoria. Welcome, guys. I'm so energized. I slept so much after yesterday.
I went right to bed after yesterday. We had a long delay. We got through the games. The games were awesome. We're back. We're ready for day 2. We've got some exciting matches coming up here, and the day before was actually it's a pretty interesting back and forth, especially with Zeta and T1.
Yeah, that just, I mean, we're going to break that down a little bit more in a second, but yeah, there was a lot of back and forth there. They had a lot of similar stats, and true enough, the games displayed exactly that. How are you doing, Quack?
I had fun.
At home.
Watching.
Spamming
I was
chat.
talking in Twitch chat, talking about your nails, talking about
Oh, thank you.
PCT KR Extra 002.
KR Extra 002.
He is such a great sub. I love that.
There is a special joy that comes with watching a tech delay on a show you work on when you're not there. I have experienced that. Like, well, this is hilarious. I'm so glad I'm not working that day. But so you got to watch all the games.
It's called Schadenfreude. Yeah.
Schadenfreude. Thank you. Yes.
Schadenfreude.
Yes, I was watching them and I had fun.
Well, I'm glad I was stuck on the desk with you yesterday for that. Honestly, it was kind of funny. It was.
Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun with it for sure.
All right, let's talk about standings because I know this is what everyone's curious about. Again, this is day 2 of Super Week, the very last 5 days, stretch before playoffs. So as of yesterday, 3 of the teams have secured their spots in playoffs.
Yeah, this is not too shocking here with DRX, obviously undefeated so far. T1 with some brilliant play yesterday. They proved that they do deserve to be in the upper echelon of the great teams that we've got here in Asia Pacific. And of course, Paper Rex, we were a little worried about these guys as they came in. We were thinking this is probably a top 2 team, but they didn't play so well. But as weeks passed, they really cemented that lead. I think they started to lean into their form. They look great. They look like they could even be a threat here to DRX down the road as we're going to get closer to the bracketed format of the tournament.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for. I mean, they have something up their sleeves. They have new players coming in and out, but also
they have KR Extra up their sleeves. They have so many things up their sleeves.
I think what's interesting is also how T1 is starting to show up. I mean, first team to pick Bind, first team to actually make use of Gecko in such a an effective state, and it's like really interesting to watch how they do it. And I love that Will and Clinton break it down a lot, but still, I mean, other teams get to study this now, and it's not over yet. This is still Super Week. We still have more games to go.
Yeah, that's right. All of these top 3 teams have just been getting stronger and stronger every single week. Actually, DRX, other teams have been poking holes a bit on that. But let's recap a bit more on Paper Rex and Gen G's game. They have just been getting progressively better. They're already a pretty strong team, but like you said, they started off a little shaky in the beginning, and then they just, after Paper Rex, they find their footing and then they charge forward.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gen G, this was a team that I was a little bit, nothing against Gen G, but I was a little bit worried this was going to be kind of a boring format where it's like, oh, well, the top 2 best teams are Korean, and there's no question about that. But as time has passed here, Paper Rex, they seem to have not only gotten very good at doing what they already do, which is W gaming, aggro plays, always winning dry peaks. They seem to have also downloaded Gen G's play style. They seem to have studied them very well, and they're able to punch those holes in there. And Victoria, you were mentioning earlier, before we started talking about this, a little bit about DRX also starting to lose some rounds here. It does seem like all the teams in the region are beginning to equalize a little bit. Korea might have had a stronger footing and a stronger showing at the start here, but with more and more games played against each other here in this arena, the more everybody's improving and starting to figure each other out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, calling them shaky at the start. PRX betrayer Victoria Cheng.
You don't get to do that, Quack. I always believe.
It was one time. I will say, I mean, yesterday, we had a lot of crazy performers. Something, Forsaken, Jing, of course, as well. I think the MVP was also the shorty. You know?
Oh my gosh!
Watching how something plays with that, diving in so many times, or just updrafting out of nowhere. And it's in a lot of these rounds that we see that first kill to round win conversion for PaperX. 95.5%. Let that sink in for a second.
That's crazy.
It is so cool.
That's almost maybe the most insane statistic that we have here for this tournament. I mean, 95%. So like a little bit under 1 out of 20 games, if they don't get the first kill, they're not able to close it out. I mean, that's phenomenal. And, you know, we've seen this many times before here with PaperX. If they just get that first kill or wipe out, you know, an agent or two, the rest of the round kind of sorts itself out. Because I think as good as PaperX is about, you know, getting these kills and being aggressive, they're also good at then closing in after that. Once they get that kill, they've already surrounded the remaining 2 or 3 agents, and they're able to clean house.
Yeah. They're collectively like Reyna. They get Bloodlust, they get the first kill, and then they're just going crazy, and they collect all the rest of the kills and clutch the round.
If they could the team could all merge together into like a Power Ranger, it would be a Reyna Power Ranger, is one way to think about it.
Just takes everyone's souls.
Yes.
Like, look, with a 95% plus, you know.
Forsaken's the head, you know. Something's the arm that fires the gun. Yeah. You guys following me here?
Yeah. You got
I
a
like
divide.
this.
Like, I see where you're going with this.
Yes. Oh my God.
It's like the beast of PaperX. That's actually what PaperX is. It's like a Reyna Rex.
That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, the shorty plays are inspirational, honestly speaking. I think we all love them.
So much so that we're seeing tweets now of people like, maybe we should nerf the short. Maybe we should increase its price.
Yeah.
I'm like,
it's all thanks to something.
I'm not sure.
Well, it's funny. I mean, when Valorant first came out, everybody knew about the shorty, and it was a pretty obvious design, right? You're like, well, yeah, I mean, you're going to hide around a corner and get, but we're really starting to see, especially here at Pacific, like some crazy shorty plays. I mean, I always think about when something dashed in on Haven on the site through the, I think it was an Astra smoke. I can't remember. It just immediately got the kill. I mean, again, Valorant's still a pretty young game, so to see plays like that, that's really exciting. That shows how much potential there is. And I don't know, maybe they do make the shorty cost more. Who knows?
That's true. But you're right, though. A lot of awesome shorty plays from Monyet, who's playing later today with Global Esports. Of course, from Mako, who's playing today with DRX. I mean, hey, shorty power. All right, let's talk about let's talk recap of the second game. Which was Zeta and T1. And originally the stat line was very similar here. There were a lot of back and forth through the first 2 games. We thought we'd go into overtime for both of them.
The Oracle called it.
Yes, the Oracle Tasteless.
I don't know if I'm going to have my third eye today, but yesterday I was mostly predicting the future. Look, this was a cool match. I think we were all dead on about these two teams being like a really good pair to have against each other to really evaluate where everybody's at. In the first couple, well, I guess the first map especially, there was not as much of the slow play, which, you know, I was mentioning. I was a little bit worried that Zeta is going to kind of fall into the trappings of being too much of a cautious Japanese team that is too willing to basically let the clock run and not overextend. But when we got into Game 2 and especially Game 3, they did fall back into that, where I think the T1 is overall just kind of leveled up, looks a little bit stronger. And that's why they came out on top, 2-1.
Yeah, that's right. They finished really strong on map 3. And you can see here, it's the Gecko plays. This is where it really, the Gecko Harbor combo was just, it was tough. It was really tough for Zeta to come up against, but they pulled through. Surprisingly.
Paperthin was talking about it, the way to use Wingman along with Harbor's walls and smokes and just finding ways to sneak in, making use of that utility. And I think T1 is definitely one of the, basically the only team in Pacific to really show us how it's done. I mean, a couple of teams, PaperX and Talon has tried before, but not to this level, not yet. And
Talon didn't really do that very well. I'm sorry, Talon.
There was one little bit with the Killjoy lockdown plus the mosh pit thing, but that was, you know, weeks ago. I think these numbers, if anything, just show us that both these teams are still big contenders, and I don't know about you guys, but I hope to see them in playoffs because, again, Zeta has that like protagonist energy sometimes. Like they might not be doing so well in map 1, map 2. Suddenly something clicks and you start seeing these hero performances from Laz, who's starting to get a lot of clutches now. Depth maybe getting a little bit more aggressive. Sugar Zero becoming the Sugar Hero again. And they need more of these performances. You need more of that in order to find those secure wins. It's a little bit inconsistent, and that's the thing. So T1, a lot more consistent throughout the board. I think SiaPlayer is definitely one of the best offers that we have in Pacific.
Yeah, we saw that crazy one revolution of the door on Lotus, and he just knocked out 3 with his op before the door closed.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Quack. I mean, it's like they have really, really improved here. Zeta, I am still holding out. I like that you kind of point out they're like they're almost like the anime protagonist.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Literally,
like,
that's what it is.
I am hoping that we're going to see Zeta continue to improve. I really want to see them make it to Tokyo if they can. We don't know if they are going to. It's definitely a very 50-50 situation.
Oh, man.
I do think they're still looking good. I don't feel like they're improving as much as the other teams, and I think they were a strong team coming into this already, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. You know where they end up. Time will tell very soon, actually.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Laz, like you said, was doing great yesterday, actually. Lots of multi 4Ks, not just like double kills or anything. It was like full on 4Ks, like many times. But, you know, technically they'll be in Japan even if they don't make like
oh, come on! Whoa!
But I'm just saying, you can still be like, what's up, Zeta? Anyway, all right. I have an announcement for you guys. There's something cool happening. If you're here in Korea or planning to come to Korea, VCT Pacific has something special for you at Lotte World. I have yet to go here myself. It's like a crazy big amusement park.
Jet's looking at the castle.
Yeah, and you could be Jet and go to Lotte World. So there's really cool VCT merch that we just got a hold of yesterday too. There's a player zone. I think you guys get to go to the range and do some challenges with some prizes. There's a photo zone where you can take some pictures with the VCT Pacific logo on it. Yeah, have you been to Lotte World before? A tasteless?
Well, one of our studios at Africa TV is by. Wait, is this the Lotte World, the actual amusement park? Yes, I have actually been there. What am I saying? I have been there a couple of years ago. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's where it's going to be.
It's fun. It's going to be there, and you can become a pro on stage.
Oh my God!
To the graphic. Go check it out. Valorant is really blowing up here in Korea, all over Asia, all over the world. Check it out.
It's called Weenie Beanie Park. I didn't make that up. That's the name of
Beanie
it.
Park. Look at
That's
that.
a really fun sounding park.
Weenie Beanie Park!
It's on floor 1 of the clock tower.
Yeah.
Weenie Beanie Park.
It's only until May 25th, so that's actually before our grand finals here in Pacific. So if you're coming to see, you know, the finals, go to Lotte World. In the airport too, there's also a Riot Games zone where you can win more challenges. Yeah.
I really, really want to do that.
You just go to like the range, and I think you have to kill like 28 bots on medium. It's like, you guys got it. You got a passport holder. It's pretty cool. Anyway, Lotte World's happening. All right, we got our games. Guys, it's game time.
Oh, game time.
Hey, we're gamers. It's happening.
We're ready to game.
It's Casting Taboo today, right?
It is Casting Taboo. So we're going to do a little bit differently today. Casting Taboo, for those of you home who don't know what it is, our casters, we're going to switch to caster mode, and we're going to cast over some highlights that had happened you know, over the previous weeks. But we want to explain in layman terms, okay? So no Valorant terms is the rule.
Cool.
There's also a second round where you guys can only do it with sound effects. So no casting, it's like sound effect casting. I don't know how to explain it. Got it?
Yep.
You look so ready, so maybe you should go
I'm ready.
first.
Let me get my little caster cap on. Boop. I'm ready to go.
Good. I'm here to be your color caster for today. I'm just going to pop in when needed, but I'm going to let you fly.
I can't use any Valorant terms, right?
No.
Okay.
That's the, yeah.
All right.
Casting Taboo, no Valorant terms.
All right.
Explain it to a non...
League of Legends terms.
Sure. You just can't say Valorant terms. That's the only rule.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Tasteless is going to go first.
I'm going first. All right.
T1 versus Zeta round.
Oh, this is yesterday.
This is yesterday.
All right, they're running. It's bright.
In the meantime,
oh. I don't know. Oh, no, wait, I have to talk there.
Yeah,
so
this
not
is the
sound
talking
effects.
one.
All right, sorry. All right.
No way.
The fire puddle's out.
They're running with a knife out. If they fall, they're going to hurt themselves.
So that's a sticky bomb. It comes out, kind of looks like it comes from our orbitals.
Oh, they're all getting shot. And the ion cannon blew up. Oh, man, that was really bad. I would have been better off just doing sign language in the bottom of the screen. This is horrible.
Well, production gave you a grade, and it is...
It's a D.
No.
That's
you
rough,
did not
man.
pass.
He got an A last time.
Yeah, he got an A last time, but
I'm
today...
falling off quick. I'm going to lose my scholarship at this rate.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
All right, Quack, let's see if you are going to pass or fail.
Let's see if I can pull up the average.
All right.
I'm going to try. Mine with
We got RRQ
Gen Z
versus
turds.
GE. This happened last week.
All right. Okay, I'm
What's he
just going to
doing?
hold my hand out and wave to people on the other side. There's a little green screen and a little buddy coming out, but I'm just going to yeet myself over, give it all the bombastic side eye, but it's not going to do anything until, I slam onto the floor and then confetti comes out and 3 people just go to sleep. And then also I pull out my gun and, yeah, let's go. Sheesh. Lord EJ.
It's a party.
It was
EJ
much
brought
better.
out
Much better than mine.
the show-stopping
C+.
party.
C+ given there.
You guys are... I'm
We're
going to
not
do this
great.
next time. You guys are pretty mid. Like, I don't know. This is why they're on the desk today and not casting.
That's right.
All right, we got one
We're
more.
on probation.
We got the sound effects one. Again, I'll be here as your support, as like backup noise. Yeah, so you want to go first again this time?
Yeah, why not?
All
Let's get
right.
this over with.
Sound effects, you can use
And-
Asian voice lines.
Action. I can't use any songs or anything like that.
You can. I don't know. Sure.
Who let the dogs out?
Roof,
roof, roof. Spike planted. Hawk out. My hawk's out. Mate. It's showtime. And this guy goes, oh, not yet, not yet. And shoot your face. Round win. Round win.
To laugh.
I get an A+.
Oh!
Nice job.
I have to
All
top
right.
that.
You gotta
He
top.
looks surprised.
A++. Can we get into rhythm game rankings? Can I get an S? How far can we go? S, I'm getting an S.
Triple S.
Okay.
Triple S.
He went like, wait, not yet. Oh, what? Is it, I have to follow that. Oh, God.
All right.
Oh,
You got
jeez.
backup.
I don't
Let's
know
go.
if I could do this.
You can. It's just noises from your mouth.
Oh.
All right,
Oh,
T1
boy.
versus Zeta again.
Hawk out. Blinding. Whoosh. Reloading. Reload. Bang. Here comes the party. Where's the party? It's a little bit late. Oh, poof. Grenade out. Okay, wait.
Oh, Sarlacc pit!
Sarlacc pit!
All right. Do I get a grade? I feel like I get a grade for support.
You should get a grade.
Quack gets an S for beatboxing,
Beatbox?
apparently.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We did all right. We came out a lot better than I thought we were both going to come out. Air 5 there.
Good job. Good job, guys. All right, we're going to go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to go on the very first matchup for today, Team Secret versus DRX. So see you guys in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, you're watching VC2 Pacific. Welcome back. I'm Victoria, and today we've got Quack and Tasteless here at the desk. We are on day 2 of Super Week, and we're going to get into match 1 of today. We've got Team Secret and DRX. Some people could say this is sort of a matchup of David and Goliath, or maybe it's going to be more of a case of tortoise and the hare. I don't know. But Team Secret, they've been kind of inconsistent.
Yeah, Team Secret, look, they had this blowout performance here that kind of stole the show away from all the other teams that we had as they managed to beat PRX like right out of the gate. And it really shook the foundation of what we had all thought of and kind of predicted as the general way this whole event was going to go. And we thought, okay, well, maybe is Team Secret actually just maybe one of the best teams that we have here? Or, do we overestimate PRX? A lot of those questions were arising. But as time has passed, it seems like Team Secret, look, I'm not going to take their win away from them, but the losses did start to stack up. Reality did start to kick in. And while Team Secret is certainly not a bad team, this definitely should be one I think DRX can take.
I'm not going to lie. Tasteless, I am very, very nervous about this match because it is against DRX, and DRX are still undefeated. And Team Secret, like you mentioned, although they did beat PRX, I mean, something about it, ever since then, after they played against, like, RRQ, it's been tough. They haven't really recovered other than the win against DFM. So, it's a really, really tough matchup today. And not just that. I mean, once we go into a look at the standings, you know where Team Secret are at now, right? They're at 7th place.
Yeah.
That's trouble.
Again, only 6 teams can make it to playoffs, and playoffs is next week. So they're going to have to do something about it today. Let's talk about DRX's roster. Something interesting is happening here. We're seeing the reappearance of Zest. All right, for those of you, everyone knows DRX, but in case you're not familiar, who is Zest?
I mean, well, Zest is a player that we're bringing basically back into the team here in this fold. Normally, we'd be seeing Foxy9 here. I guess we can't really talk about Zest without talking about Foxy9, who was the player that they were basically grooming to be their top tier jet, their top tier operator player. And I think it's great to see Zest back in here. I want to point out that like DRX is in a very unique position in that they're rank 1. This should be more than doable for them to take this team on. So occasionally when you see top teams like this, they want to take these moments and create opportunities to continue to grow, to continue to get ahead. So I think they're bringing Zest back in here. They're going to test out and kind of in real time lab out this team comp against a team that is strong. Team Secret's good, right? They're going to have to try. They can't rest on their laurels here. But at the same time, this is just another way to kind of level up the team as a whole. And at least as far as I understand, that's why I'm seeing the lineup that we've got here now.
That's right. I mean, there are only 2 weeks left, right? So it is sort of a safe time to bring Zest back in. And, he's part of the old gang. It's not like it's a new player completely.
Not at all. I mean, before this year, I think they didn't really have Foxy9 yet. Maybe they were still grooming him, but now, we've seen how strong Foxy9 can be, but before Foxy9 even came in, Zest was the definitive monster initiator for DRX. He was always on Sova. I think a lot of statistics that you can find on VLR, him on Sova, I think he's tried Fade a little bit as well, but he's always so consistent in getting information for his team. But at the same time, as we just saw, yep, that's the standings. That's the score. 3 wins, 4 losses for Team Secret. And then DRX are still just like ridiculously strong in basically every field, everything that they played. Maybe except for rounds played because they don't even need that many rounds.
Yeah, that's true. In a weird way, we almost have less data on them because we see less rounds of them because they close it out so quickly. But look, it's no lie. I mean, this is a very one-sided, at least on paper, looking match here. 2 players that you were mentioning earlier, Quack, that you wanted to look at was Jeremy and Dubstep and how exactly they're going to be performing here going forward.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about this, the reason why I selected these guys is because I think there's a theme of consistency that I want to talk about. Dubstep and Jeremy, they play that Sentinel, they play that Duelist. Sometimes they swap around based on the map, and oftentimes we know how strong Dubstep can be on his jet. But that said, apart from their win against Paper Rex, when they had 10 first kills and 17 first kills respectively, Dubstep even getting like plus 23, net positive kill deaths in that match against Paper Rex. In the recent weeks, hasn't been so great, Tasteless.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, I think they're both good, but at the same time, consistency is sort of the issue overall here with Team Secret. I am, kind of crossing my fingers they're going to be able to perform. I do want to mention again, the fact that they did beat PRX, this team in general, we should not take that win away from them. This is a mistake that sometimes as analysts we can make because we tend to focus so much on the present and in the most recent history of the matches. But the fact they could beat a team like that once more, there may be something about Team Secret here where they're just able to perform better against the very best opponents. So that's something to watch for as well.
Who's this guy?
I think, we all know who this guy is.
This is the last thing I saw it in before I was killed in my last Valorant round here. This is him dry peeking us right now.
With his invisible gun. That's right. That's Mako, in case you had no idea.
Can't see it.
Sometimes that's what you need, so you can see the screen in all its wholesomeness. But yeah, Mako, I mean, in contrast to Dubstep and Jeremy, who have a lot of potential, we're not dissing them. Mako has potential and the consistent performance. Every game that he's played, every match, every round, it's almost always a net positive kill-death ratio. And he's always getting those 1v1s, maybe sometimes a little rocky performance on a map here or there, but then he always makes up for it. I mean, he's single-handedly the highest-rated player that we have in all of Pacific, and also just, the most consistent guy ever.
When Mako's the last man standing in a match, you should be worried. Let's talk about predictions. This is going to be a little weird, I know. 2 of us put Team Secret. There's so much hopium here. And based on stats, I assume.
And Tasteless, the voice of reason here,
the Oracle.
has chosen DRX. Look, my pick is a very basic one. It's a very safe, conservative bet. I would love to be proven wrong here, but man, in the Super Week, this looks like it's going to be one of the toughest ones to call for DRX not taking it.
Let's go to the stage. This is VCT Pacific. We're kicking off the second day of Super Week with another incredible matchup for today. We have the Philippines Team Secret and the thus far unstoppable DRX.
DRX, I mean, they're looking so scary right now. This might just be another day at the office for them. Fingers crossed here for Team Secret that they can bring that same magic they did versus PaperX earlier. Otherwise, this might just be a washout.
I hope it isn't, but that is, you know, hopium. But that said, Team Secret, I wouldn't count them out completely. I feel like they can still just perform, but it is very, very conditional. I think they need Mako to kind of drop, and then also for Jeremy and Dubstep to step up, and that's why we're talking about those players from earlier. Another thing, though, just to point out real quick, right? If Zest is coming in, who's going to play that duelist?
Yeah, that's a good point. We may have a very different team comp here. We could end up as well, I want to point out before we actually to the agent selection, some experimental comps here from DRX. I don't think they're necessarily just going to be labbing out like, you know, an unusual or at least a not modern lineup as far as the players in the team. I think we could see some ideas tinkered with here in an actual tournament setting, which would be really exciting to see.
Well, if anyone has been paying attention to social media, Team Secret, they did receive a little buff yesterday. I think Yam Yam tweeted out. They received like a really cool looking, I don't know, like a Pelican case, and it's like 5 Team Secret branded mice inside. That's so cool.
That's I hope they tested out those mice before using, like, they're not going to use them today, are you? Please don't. Like, today's not the day.
And then they malfunction. Tech pause, please.
No,
oh,
no.
Oh.
No, my tech pause PTSD is back.
All right, look, I want to know, okay, DRX, though, the last couple of matchups, other teams have been, you know, chipping away at the armor, and they lost maps to Gen G and RRQ. Do you think Team Secret, I mean, we predicted Team Secret, do you think they can do a bit more than that?
I think they could. I really think they could, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, because one of those maps, one of those games that they played, especially against RRQ, I think, is where you can see some weaknesses being exploited in DRX. Something that Coach Ewok figured out. Maybe other teams will learn from this because, you know, they are going to figure out ways to beat DRX together, possibly, since they are so undefeated right now. And that map was Haven. I will be very happy to see that being picked today.
So we have Pearl and Lotus banned right away. Haven. Are we going to get lucky with a possible bind pick here? And one of these? Yes! There it is. You got your Haven pick, Quack.
Yeah, what happened was with the rotations, and I think if Team Secret actually do an effective look, they might be able to take DRX out. But of course, Ascent now being picked for DRX, very stable, very confident. Yeah, where's the
common map for them? They really like to play these games out on Ascent. Split's gone. Oh, no!
Come on.
All right, so that means we're going to be getting Fracture for our third map, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Fracture. This is toss-up.
I know DRX.
They are strong.
They got outwitted thanks to Coach Ewok with RRQ and Haven, but I'm pretty sure they were like, that's not happening again.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
I mean, I kind of, this is the Hopium talking right now.
Yeah.
If they actually do fix that, that'll be incredible because that just means it's a whole new level to DRX. But if Team Secret can actually still exploit that and find new ways to create weaknesses in DRX, that would be huge. But if they don't win Haven, I'm going to be honest, I just don't see this happening for Team Secret. They have to win this match.
Is going to be another mirror? No. Hold on.
Not quite.
No Jet
we
on
got a double
Team
duelist.
Secret. Yeah.
Zest on that Sova, as we know him for.
Classic. And Buzz will be that duelist instead of Foxy 9.
A little bit of a DRX throwback over here. I guess, and also fairly traditional team that we've seen on this map many times before. So no agent pick surprises, no unusual compositions really. This is going to be your classic textbook Valorant match here on Haven to start this off. The question is, does Team Secret have that secret sauce? Can they bring that magic back that they did against PRX, or is DRX going to close us out easy peasy lemon squeezy?
I mean, it's that Raze versus the Jet. I think it's going to be a showdown of Jeremy versus Buzz, so keep your eyes on those players.
My eyes are on them, Quack. Thank you, Tasteless. We're going to go over to the casters now. We've got Paper Thin, who's back from Malaysia, and Valdez.
Thank you, Desk, as always, for that wonderful breakdown. We got a couple of Team Secret believers over there with Tasteless, the ever logical one. And we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here, Paper Thin, because obviously we do have a big favorite up against Team Secret who are desperately trying to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, certainly. There's a ton to play for Team Secret in particular. DRX securing their spot. Everything's good to go for them going into the playoffs. You are seeing a bit of a roster kind of switch up, maybe trying some things out. Not exactly sure. I wasn't able to really talk to them beforehand to figure out, why Foxy 9 isn't playing. I saw him in the back room. He's here today, but I think they want to just, try Zest out again, see how this is going to go, and see how they can fare against Team Secret. But yeah, desperation here on Team Secret for them to come through and find a win. I mean, it's been such a good start to this year, Valdez. And as the season has rolled on, it's just been a downward slide, like through the whole way. And now even like Jesse Vash, who looked so good at Lockett, is now one of our worst fragging players in the league right now.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slide down for Team Secret, hoping they can turn it around today as Zest is back for the first time in 50 days. He did play in the first week of games up against Zeta Division, where DRX did take the 2-0. He played Sova and Fade. He's playing Sova again. That is very much on brand for this player. And we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in this map. I feel like Team Secret pretty brave to pick this up against DRX, but as the desk noted, DRX was challenged by RRQ on this one. So let's see how it's going to go as RB is going to get it started here, but does lose in the spray up against Borkum. And Jeremy is not in a great spot here. He's just going to get flashed, and there's an aftershock in his face, and he's going to be taken out too.
Yeah, it's a great response here by DRX to getting pushed out of, the doors there. I really like what Team Secret's trying to do, trying to kind of get some aggression early. The desk was talking about this, that's a big key of Team Secret's game, is that when they can get aggressive on the defender side, that's when they seem to find success against T1 on Bind in particular. But good in theory here, but of course, as usual, the response and the protocols for DRX are extremely strong. It's just an instant rotate over, get the flash through, set up Buzz for the dash. Just a quintessential DRX move.
Now they're going to group up as 4, the 4 that they have left, and it looks like attacking Garage here, as in they go towards C. Now Team Secret do have a couple of members that are on the site, including Borkum, who is waiting behind the box. They do not check this. He picks up a kill already, as Mako and Stax, though, going to take him out. Stax gets the kill through the boxes as well. This will be a plant here for DRX.
It's a great idea here by Team Secret. A good crossfire, just better shooting from DRX. They react instantly to this problem, but Dubstep trying to do something about this. Going to take Stax down.
He doesn't really have any other information as to where they are. He sees it's a long plant. Going to try to maybe bait out someone to peek. As pretty low on health, he should know that if it's communicated. We do have a bit of a wraparound here for Mako, looking to go in through Garage, as there is just not enough time He is really waiting towards the end, as now he's going to hold it to half, actually. So he does pick that up, but Mako is going to take him out from the garage. That is going to put an end to that.
Just not much Dubstep can do there. With that one-way smoke, it makes it so hard because when you're trying to defuse, of course, you can't see what's going on around you. So he sets up the turret to try to cover one angle, see if he can win the one against Zest, and then get the snap flick over on Mako. But again, not bad ideas here at all from Team Secret. I like the game plan for this pistol round. I like the setup. I like the ideas, but DRX on their execution, they respond so well to these threats that Team Secret brings that, you know, again, it's one of these things that makes DRX so good is that their protocols are so strong. Like, their reactions to things, like the way that they handle adversity is obviously the best in the Pacific. Like, there is literally no question about that. And that round is a great example of it.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward there from DRX. Something they've done many times, and now, once again, slowing it down here. Up against Team Secret, they only have one Sheriff on this Eco. Not going to spend too much. You know, some utility here and there, but besides that, DRX is now going to take it very slow. Seems like we do have one Phantom, actually, that Buzz has picked up here on the Jet. Kind of makes sense. Can afford that with the half armor. And he will hope to hold on to that for the future.
Yeah, certainly, and you can see that with the way things went in the previous round, that DRX is taking their time here. They want to make sure there's no traps, no tricks being employed here by Team Secret. You know, that first round certainly raised some alarm bells, and now they're going to clear on to the B site for free as sort of a pseudo gamble onto A there with 3 stacked up right at A lobby. Planted. Now you do have the trailing player of RB to deal with.
Look at this. I mean, he's all the way back in the spawn.
Timing.
Oh, no. Is he going to get knifed? Okay, never mind. Just going to get headshot by Jeremy, who does get the flank on. Envy also picks up a kill. As it makes this 3v3, there is a spike down here on the C site. Let's see what Team Secret can do.
But again, the response here is great from DRX. It prevents any guns going into the hands of Team Secret. Great spray downs, great shock darts.
Yeah, not much they can do against this. Once again, it is textbook from the side of DRX, and with the Ghost, it is not going to be enough for Dubstep, so 2 in a row now to the side of DRX.
Yeah, again, you can't fault any of the ideas here from Team Secret in particular. I think they're reading the map decently well. They're having a good idea of how to kind of attack these rounds, at least get some value out of them. You know, with that push out towards A immediately after the spike goes down, yes, you're giving up C, but you know they have immediate plans for the follow-up if that is the direction that DRX heads into. But DRX reads things pretty darn well. I mean, if RB just doesn't look away at the time he did, he probably kills 2, and then it's a completely different round.
Yeah. Could have been flawless. Either way, it is good enough as DRX will attempt to take this bonus. Envy already taking a bit of damage as they go straight in onto B as Buzz knew back onto the Jet. He picks up 3 and Borkum has to come in to save the team. As this is not necessarily around DRX is supposed to take in Mako. He's mid-plant and he's still gonna win the firefight against Borkum. And another one as Team Secret get absolutely wiped on the B site.
Just insane stuff here from Buzz. I mean, you can see how comfortable he is slotting back into that Jet, slotting back into that duelist role, where he just gets up on top and immediately headshot, follows through a great flash to set him up once again from stacks, and then the third, just the icing on the cake here. And then, of course, Mako, Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable. They highlight him on the desk, and you can see why, folks. He is just a rock.
Yeah, it was almost like, you know, right after he got that plant, he was like jiggling around as his gun is coming out. It's just like the little things sometimes that you notice from some of the best players that kind of gets him into a position to win that firefight where most of the time he should not be. So now Team Secret, of course, have to go back to the Sheriffs, and it was a pretty, not only was it the bonus for DRX, but it was quite clean. I mean, they only lost, I think, 1 person, right? It was just Buzz who went down after he got flanked, and Mako was able to take out the other 2, so yeah, pretty clean stuff so far from DRX here on Haven, which is, by the way, Team Secret's map pick.
Yeah, you can look at the economy, and that tells a lot of the story here for DRX, like you're talking about. It's just, you know, it's been a very dominant start. Of course, winning a bonus is very DRX. They do this a lot in our league. They are very, very good. A recon dart here. check up towards A main to see if anybody's going to be around. A shock dart, trying to see if they can bait anybody out, but some damage now is going to force DRX forward.
Envy waiting on the angle, not able to hit the head as the spray gets him to 3 health. And now, I mean, he's got some utility out. Envy's going to pick up 2 as he's on 3 health. This time, Jesse Vaughn not able to hit those shots. So now this push coming in, but that's 3 Sheriff kills to the side of Team Secret. And they've got a 4-2 advantage as barely Buzz is going to pick up that spike. There's just not really enough time. He would have to run straight into B right now. And he's just going to get shot down. That's going to do it. Team Secret will be able to take this 4th round.
Yeah, just not enough time on the clock here for RB to do anything about this. And a great response here from Team Secret. Again, some really good ideas on these, especially on these eco rounds. We've seen a couple of kind of changes to their style where they're getting really aggressive towards the lobby. This time, it's extremely safe. They make it look like early on with that recon dart, with that shock dart, that they're going to be putting pressure in there. DRX kind of feels like maybe they backed off. They try to push through it. Of course, like you said, down to 3 health was Envy. The discipline to just stand there and not over-peek, let the first player go by because they didn't look, and then he gets 2 kills off of it. That really sets up the round big time here for Team Secret to get a much-needed win on the board.
Yeah, definitely a much better position now. See, as we go into the 5th round, what'll happen here. We do have 3 ultimates available on the side of DRX. See how they opt to use them as Dubstep is up there again. They do not clear it out. RB is going to get the kill through the wall with a Bulldog and at least shore that up for the team, but not the cleanest entry into Garage, and they will back out.
Yeah, RB's been really consistent this year. You know, maybe not as flashy as a Mako or a Foxy9 or a Buzz, but like so consistent, and then he's also really clutch this year. I know we all talk about Mako being this clutch god. He's got so many memorable moments, so many highlight reel moments from here or in the international events, but in VCT Pacific, RB is clutching something like, I think it was, I looked it up, it's like 35% of the rounds where he has the opportunity to do so. That's nuts.
Oh, and Envy's going to come in and pick up a pretty clutch moment of his own. They try to run in. The flash does not clear him out, and now Mako's on the site. He's going to look to get this spike.
Cover going out.
Plan it immediately, so at least they will get the plant, but Team Secret are hounding them as they don't even get the plants. That's going to do it. Team Secret take round 5.
Yep, like I said, the ideas were good here for Team Secret, and now you're seeing the execution start to come through. Maybe a little bit of the nerves starting to wear off onto their end. A good start from Dubstep, a good double from Envy, and then the finish there kind of coming from a bunch of different angles. And you can see now they're starting to get fired up. I can see, you just tell with the way that Envy's kind of bouncing around a little bit there that he's got the adrenaline flowing. And let's see if Team Secret can kind of really start to put the screws to DRX here. You have the Blade Storm for Buzz behind this Judge. See if he's going to pop that.
Seems likely as they want to get aggressive on a C. It worked when they just pushed really aggressively fast into B. So this time, getting on in there is DRX. Now there are a couple of ultimates that are great for retaking the Lockdown and the Rolling Thunder here for the side of Team Secret. And not to mention the Hunter's Fury, as that's going to take down Stacks. And Buzz now waiting in the smoke. He is going to get that kill with the Judge, making this much more difficult for Team Secret to retake.
And now you got a big question as Envy. Do you invest this Rolling Thunder to try to make this retake go? Yep, they're going to go for it. They've got Buzz pinned in the back.
See if it works for them as the Paranoid comes out. The knife's not going to connect, and it's up to Zest and RB on the back of the site here as he is holding it, but the spray comes down. And RB knows exactly where to spray, but Borkum, second half, he's going to hold it, and he will pick up the round. And a clutch for the side of Team Secret.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there at the end from DRX. You probably want to stagger that shock dart a little bit later. I mean, better safe than sorry, I suppose, in this case, but still, I mean, this is just good discipline again from the side of Team Secret. They are really making sure that they do everything they can to win these rounds in terms of being mentally strong. There's a discipline here, and we saw it in that Sheriff round, right, where they held the line. They didn't move and muscle. This time, again, kind of a similar idea. Sometimes you just got to not move in Valorant and go for whatever your play is, whether that be a sneaky, backstab, or in this case, just making sure that you stick that defuse. And again, a really nice use of that Rolling Thunder. They kind of sat there and thought about it. I think they talked it over for a second. They're like, yep, let's do it. And it worked. Pin Buzz in the back. Mako was only able to trade. So they were able to get an even advantage there. Now Jeremy going to go for that op with the raise. It'll be tough for them to get through. Just a paranoia to kind of back off any potential fast hit from DRX, as Team Secret was not ready for anything to come at that moment. They were not situated for a push.
Yeah. So they're going to reset. They're going to send Jeremy up top. We'll see how this works out on the angle, and shock darts are pouring through as well. And all 5 members of DRX are going to look to charge into the A site. It seems like they will absolutely commit to this, as in they go, and Jeremy's going to open it up by taking out Buzz real quick.
There.
Buzz a little bit ahead of that smoke. That's going to cost them one. They still have a couple ults. They have the Rolling Thunder and a lockdown of their own. Counter lockdown from Dubstep in the back pocket for Secret.
Able to delay that plant. Also going to give a lot of time for Team Secret to set up here on the retake. There is the attackers and defenders. Lockdown, and now Aftershock coming through. It's going to take down the defenders one, and that means that DRX can stand the site as Jeremy and Borkum pick up a couple. They're desperately trying to get in here. They're running out of time, but Dubstep is going to get the flank. Do they know where Zest is? Seems like they have a decent idea, but no, he's going to poke out, and Dubstep takes him down. And Team Secret going to get their 4th round in a row.
Unbelievable. After DRX comes out, wins the bonus, and a Thrifty sets the stage here for Team Secret to start running rounds onto DRX. Not many teams in Pacific have been able to string rounds together like this against this team. But again, just a little bit ahead of that smoke is Buzz. So again, little mistakes here and there from DRX that Team Secret is doing a phenomenal job of capitalizing on. A nice attempt here by Zest to dodge the turret, knowing the placement, knowing the angle that it can take. Gets to the side, so he can at least get the first, give himself a chance for the second. Just couldn't quite get that spray under control in time.
Looked like a pretty fun viewing party over there. It's out there in the sun, having a good time. Your team's winning 4 in a row. Things are going well as, okay, he's just going to teleport out of there. It looked a little bit scary. But yeah, I mean, the side of Team Secret, they have some absolutely fantastic riflers, and you see Dubstep is definitely one of them is able to get onto the site. The timing of his to get in behind them kind of when they were not expecting it, and to pick up that first kill and then eventually take down Zest was essentially what got them the round.
Yeah, again, the timings here have been pretty good for Team Secret. They've been really on point with a lot of different things. And there's a spot on the stack, so that's going to send him backing. Buzz is just going to go on in, flash to back him up, but will he find that value this time? Nope. No, he will not.
Yeah, not able to get it on in there. Mako is going to get the plant, but Team Secret, no, you will not get the plant. That is the second time that's happened. Trying to force it in, and it will not connect. Team Secret absolutely wiped them on the B site. Oh, boy. And DRX are getting wrecked right now. This is not very close the last 5 rounds.
No, and this is the side of the map that DRX usually kind of does the heavy lifting. They're usually a little bit better on the attacker side than on the defender side historically on Haven. So certainly a little bit of concerning stuff starting to unfold. I mean, it's a flawless, yes, it was sort of an eco, but there was an investment in a couple guns for the side of DRX, you know, hoping to find some value out of that. Now Team Secret sitting pretty in their bank stack, and DRX, you know, on a round where they have to win or they're going to be ecoing once again. Let's see what they can get done. Buzz is trying to avoid any more damage. They're going to tuck himself into the corner. But a couple spots onto at least 2 here. I think they saw the Sova and the Raze. So that's been kind of the standard Team Secret default towards A. Those have been the 2 that you would expect to be there. Usually it's the Sova and the Duelist. So that doesn't give you a ton of info, but Team Secret is rotating off of this. They're trying to gamble that off of those spots that maybe DRX was going to make a move. So far, DRX just standing pat, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, for now, as Jesse Voss going to send out this drone, he will not see RB. Right here. From what we could tell, though, he did ping, so it seems like he's got a pretty good idea he is there. That spray was pretty good, but maybe not able to get through the armor of the door. Not 100% sure. Not really any damage done, as here comes DRX in onto the A site.
Yeah, I like what DRX did here. Put some attention over towards the garage doors to try to sell this A hit. Make sure that the forces of Team Secret, you know, we can see it on our screen that they had rotated off, but to make sure that they were over there for sure. Big retake coming up here. Still have the showstopper in hand for Jeremy.
see the angle as he goes in, but Buzz picks up 2 in the link, make it 3 as Jeremy will finally get some revenge, but that is all Buzz on the play. He has had a couple of rounds like that, and Mako gonna get the second 2, just like last time. So DRX finally get back on the board. Team Secret still in the lead, but at least maybe now DRX kind of settle themselves after what has been a beating in the last bunch.
Yeah, a very crucial round here for DRX to come through. Not expecting to have to say something like that this early in the match between them, but you can see the desperation, you can see the attention to detail that Team Secret has put into this, and now you're starting to have to dig a little bit deeper as DRX shows some different looks, shows some mid-round adaptations that maybe you don't want to have to reveal from your playbook if you don't have to. So credit where credit's due. Team Secret, really putting on a show here. A little bit of damage done to Jesse. He's just going to try to sit inside of that smoke, maybe. Try to see if he can get a pick. Jeremy there, not able to find a connection.
Oh, the timing was pretty good with the flash, but he's not able to land those shots, and it looks like somebody was able to look away in time and just mow him down. This time, Team Secret trying to mix things up there on A long. It doesn't quite work out for them as DRX, pretty much the same thing, stacking 3-4 members here and just waiting.
Off your feet. Well, now you're going to use that Rolling Thunder to try to get in. Jeremy, though, unaccounted for, gets the kill.
Well, he's going to win in the shorty war as turns out Stacks and RB, though, will be able to shore it up for the team as now they still have that spike rolling up against Borkum and Dubstep. As we do see Dubstep is waiting way over there at the entrance to C. Let's see if he can get the jump onto DRX as that's 1, make it 2, but only 2. As now the flank comes in, Borkum's on the chase.
Do we have any Borkum time in store here? Big opportunity, has all the information, knows exactly when, where, and how. Or DRX, in fact, they even use their smoke. Ooh, he gets spotted by the alarm bot, though. So he's going to have to hold up for a second in Cubby.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
See, he's trying to pour it on in, but this is going to be rough. I mean, they've got it planted on the other side. There's a turret there with the Killjoy available.
Cover going out.
Mako's just going to wait. Oh, gets the jump on him, though. Sees the angle. And now it's going to be up to RB to try to hold on to this one for DRX.
Well, RB's been clutch as heck this year. One of the best in VCT Pacific, if not the best overall. Gonna clear that nano. Let's see if he can get it done.
Well, he's gonna get half once again. He holds it as in with the shorty, but he can't get it. Borkum backs off, expects the push, and absolutely dunks on RB in the 1v1.
We get some Borkum time today. Let's go. I'm so impressed with the way he played this. First of all, Dubstep, great job there. Holding that angle, getting 2 big kills here. So crucial. The way that Team Secret is pushing space, even when the round looks like it's going sideways, they're kind of able to predict here that DRX is likely to That's pretty good from Borkum. But they're able to predict that DRX is likely to re-rotate off that contact, at that heavy contact at the A site. They just showed it in the previous round, right? So Team Secret guesses correctly. And Borkum there, hot on their trail. He does his own teleport into his smoke. He hears Mako's teleport as well. Oh my God, Jeremy.
What? Yeah, they push out here on A long again and call the bluff of DRX, who basically sprinted straight into Jeremy, who welcomes those 2 kills with open arms.
Yeah, man, that was not expected. I mean, they've been pushing a lot of space early, Team Secret, and they're profiting from it. But like I said, Borkum heard Mako's teleport and then spent a lot of time trying to figure out where the hell he teleported to.
Yeah.
Was basically able to isolate, okay, it's probably Plat. That's why he was ready for that first kill. It's because he did his diligence, checking everything to make sure that he had accounted for that teleport from Mako, and then able to just win that crazy 1v1. Kind of hears the steps and anticipates the shorty from RB.
Yeah. All right, that's going to spot Stacks here. It's 5v3 for Team Secret. They have 3 people on the A side as a pretty naked push comes in, but they will get met by a breach, and a very unfortunate position now for Zest, who is alone. Teleport comes in, but Envy, he's just going to shoot him down. Team Secret, 7-4. They look like the favorite team now.
They're looking really darn good. I mean, they're definitely going to come out of this half at the very worst positive, and now they've got some big tools there. A lockdown. RB's still a couple away from his, so maybe there's a play here where DRX grabs an orbs and then tries to get another kill or the plant down for RB so he can get his lockdown or something like that. But Jesse Bash has the Hunter's Fury to counter it, as well as Zest has his own Hunter's Fury. So the alt counters are just, you know, that's kind of the tic-tac-toe here is all there.
Yeah.
For the ults for the most part. It's just, is DRX going to force it, or are they just going to kind of try to play it normal? Looks like Zest going for one of those crazy recon darts. Oh, what a blind.
Yeah, Buzz, I mean, he's going to get into the Cloudburst. As in they go, but already we have lockdown, but a couple of kills here for DRX as they're trying to take down that lockdown. In the smoke, Borkum and Dubstep get 2 apiece. And now the entirety of this aggro is going to be totally shut down.
We're behind him! Woo!
It's like a jump scare.
It's a horror movie. Oh my God. Borkum there just absolutely just going for it. Just seeing if he can surprise Zest. I love it. Oh my God. Well, Spike's on the ground. There is not a lot that Zest can do other than go absolutely bonkers here with his Guardian.
Yeah, just one tap, 3 people. Easy enough. No, it's going to be really hard. There's even an alarm bot in position, so it's going to spot him and see what he's got here. He's not going to see much. As all they got to do is hold this triangle around the triangle that is the spike. And yeah, one spray comes in. Borkum picks up a 3rd kill. Team Secret, 8 rounds on defense on Haven. They came to play tonight.
The confidence here from Team Secret is just incredible. The way that they're able to sort of read the plays ahead of what DRX wants to do. You know, in this case, they know the Hunter's Fury is there after the lockdown, so they know that DRX is not going to abandon the site. So they just push on in. They're like, we're just going to go for it. We know you're there. You know, we're just going to use a little bit of utility and then just swarm the site and take you guys out, or at least try to, and it worked. So I'm just floored. Team Secret, that was a beautiful defender's half. Just so good.
Absolutely. I love the confidence with which they pushed into that site, and it was hectic. I mean, you saw the first-person view of, I think it was Borkum, maybe Dubstep. It was one of those two. They're both kind of carrying right now. He's like got the left angle, and then he's got to turn all the way around, and there's like stuff flying around him. Doesn't care, stays calm as they're pushing in, just out-dueling the guys on the side of DRX on Haven. So it's going to get pretty interesting now as Team Secret going over to the attacker side. They looked very well prepared and high-level play so far on defenders.
Yeah, it's just, you got to give a tip of the cap here to Warbirds and company for getting them ready for today. And this is the better version of Team Secret, a confident version, an aggressive version, you know, the version of them that's been working, and now they're really leaning into it. So this is 100% what you want. Somebody wants to get married there, I can tell.
They all want to get married. It's the way of things. DRX are going to win, right? Well, maybe the series, but so far on this map, they are not winning very much.
Some of these signs are pretty cute, though. Like, will you win? I don't know which player that is, but
I think it's Zest.
Zest? Oh, okay. So she's very excited that Zest is playing today.
Yeah.
And she has nothing on her sign. She's just trying to cover her face. That's. I mean, I guess that's one use for the sign, but I feel like it has to be a requirement. If you're gonna get a sign, you got to at least put something on it.
Maybe there was something that was just too small.
Korean esports law.
Yeah. Maybe it was invisible ink.
Oh yeah, right. If we shine a black light on it, it'll. Yeah.
I like that idea.
I'm kind of surprised we don't have any black lights in the studio, actually. Well, we might.
We might, yeah.
It's like a club in here, so like.
Especially with the volume of the speakers right next to us. This is gonna get interesting now as, okay. Spots him there on the C site. RB takes a little bit of damage.
But off of that contact, DRX isn't moving a muscle. They're really looking like they're convinced this is potentially going to be a B hit. Now let's see if Zest can really put up enough of a fight here that it'll change the direction of Team Secret into the arms of DRX. But right now, this is a lot of Team Secret making their way towards A. In fact, Zest just abandons it. He doesn't like what he sees, and wisely so.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady. This is kind of what DRX was doing on the attacker side. you know, maybe just go for a couple peeks, see what you see if you can see a lot of defense here on this one. If not, you can just go for it. They don't see much, as they will make their way onto the site and get this plant down. DRX gonna have to go for a retake as the shock dart is good. And he will get the second one as Dubstep's not able to get out of there in time.
That's one of those things that Zest is good for. Getting those shock dart kills, great utility on this Sova, time and time again. So valuable.
Yeah, and then they go. Over the top goes Buzz, and they do not spot everybody, as even Stax is going to get a kill with the Aftershock. And now Decimax! What is going on? He nearly is able to hold it for an ace, but not able to happen. Stax picks up the win. But man, an ace with the classic in that position would have just turned this game off, I think, for DRX. That would have been the end of it.
I feel like he had to have run out of bullets here. A great execute here from DRX. Everything, the fault line, the paranoia across the front of the site, fault line, and the Aftershock into Hell gets a kill. That is absolutely nuts. So close from Jesse. And I pointed out earlier, he's been struggling in the kills department so far this year. Certainly nice to see him have that very, very impressive round where I thought he had it for a moment. I was just losing my marbles.
You only get so many right clicks. He got 4 in a row as now Jesse Vash pulls out the Marshall for round number 2. He's going to open up with a kill here for Team Secret. You never know.
And they're thinking about changing direction, just looking to see if DRX pushing space out of A, as they've left that unaccounted for. Have to be diligent of this, does Team Secret, but let's see if they want to maybe, since they went A last time, maybe think about trying to vary things up, trying to go into C. Yeah, it's certainly looking that way with the utility and the stacking here. Got to clear that nano. That's a tough one to clear. So you have to get pretty far around that corner to do so. So now you can see DRX starting to lean towards the garage, starting to put a lot of attention in that direction.
Oh, and RB, he's only able to get 1. Let's see Stacks. They get 1 apiece. Dubstep, though, 2 Sheriff kills as they make their way onto the site and get the plant down, making this a very difficult anti-eco for DRX, as Buzz is going to get this big-time flank around them. Dubstep is not looking at all, and that will be the free kill for Buzz, and it will come down to Jesse Vash again.
Well, if he's got any more magic in store, now's a good time for it.
Well, he knows he's in there. He waits for the angle, gets 1, and nearly is going to pick up a second, making these rounds really interesting. But it will be DRX at the end of it all who get 1 step closer towards tying things up.
I mean, this is just, again, confidence flowing for Team Secret. And we talked about it a lot today. It's so much on the line here for Secret. If they lose today, they just have no hope of getting into the playoffs. At least if they can win, they keep things alive. Sheriff shots are crisp from old Dubstep. And Buzz there, you know, able to find the crossfire. Good timing. This time, good coordination from DRX at the end. But man, oh man, I mean, Team Secret is giving them everything they can handle. This has been so exciting.
Now take a look at the buys from DRX. 4 people going down. They have Frenzies and Light Armors. So this should be around to the side of Team Secret, you'd have to imagine, as now going to tag up 1 and looking for the kill. Onto Zest is not going to hit that second shot. But getting it started with a very aggressive Hunter's Fury here is Jesse Vash. He's feeling it now.
Yeah, I mean, with all these kills that he's been able to rack up, it gave him access to that Hunter's Fury. You might as well throw it out there now and try to build it up again before RB's lockdown is able to come online. So great awareness, kind of their situation. I love the ult cycling here. But now Buzz getting aggressive on the backside. There is that turret there. To potentially check. Jeremy has Mako pinned. Mako, oh, that grenade doesn't quite land, I think, where Jeremy wanted it to.
Yeah, and take a look now. It's just totally... Oh, the flank comes in, but Buzz can't get even 1. It's down he will go, and now Team Secret, at least they spot them rotating, but Team Secret are a menace. They have 5 rifles, and I don't think they're going to be stopped here. They stopped them at C. Can they stop them at another site? Is really the question as Stax waits alongside of the boxes here. Not going to hit anyone just yet. This plant is going down. The recon bolt is good, and Stax and Mako get the flank somehow, and the Frenzy wins are coming through. It's going to come down to Jesse Vash again. He misses that one. There's not that much time on this spike plant either. See, he's got a Phantom and Dubstep is able to pick up that second kill and barely Team Secret get across the line.
Just insane stuff here from both sides. I mean, Team Secret doing a good job kind of reading this sort of trap play that DRX wanted to set up onto C, and they catch Buzz just at an awkward timing, and Buzz never really able to get his aim under control. But then DRX hiding themselves, finding a great recon dart once again from Zest that gets somebody, gives them a free kill from the smoke, and then they all just start swarming with those frenzies, start picking up kills. But at the end, with barely any time remaining, Team Secret able to find those last 2 kills and get it done. Jesse Bass been so impressive here in this second half.
Yeah, just needed to move over to attackers to unlock him as, that's going to be rough for Jeremy. He was getting super aggressive there, and he gets punished for it. Buzz has the operator as well. Borkum and Jesse, though, staying alive on the site here. They have this spike, and they will get it planted.
Yeah, nothing that Buzz can really do about this on his own. He needs some support from his teammates. Good job here by DRX protecting Buzz, but the pressure is so good. Borkum with that swing just takes RB down.
Oh man, the timing on that swing was amazing, but Mako is still alive. Borkum's gonna find one, but Buzz just gonna shoot him down and hold on to that operator. Gets a big cheer from the crowd. As these rounds are so close, like even if DRX come back and win this, like Team Secret deserve so many of the rounds they have gotten. They have kept this so close. And they obviously have a very big chance to even win this map.
It's just such impressive game planning here from the side of Team Secret. I mean, they picked this map. This is a map that DRX loves. Everybody knows it. That this is their home. This has like been their dominant map throughout their entire history of Valorant. So Team Secret trying to kind of use the strength against them. And that's a really good tactic because, you know, first of all, your backs are against the wall. The old Sun Tzu saying is you don't want to ever fight an opponent whose backs are against the wall, right? They fight harder, and you can see that, sure. But also because if you can win this map, then whatever the next one is that DRX picks, you got to feel pretty good about it because you're taking one of their best maps away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. As Jeremy's really upping the tempo here. Let's see if he, okay, well that's going to be one. Second click gets some damage. Oh! He is hunting them down as he picks up 2 and upgrades his weapon.
Insane! With the Bucky, he blast packs in, chases RB down. Envy here with the frenzy, trying to do something, but Jesse's got a Bucky too!
What is this Bucky tech? They just run into B and just swarm the site, and now Buzz is like, well, I don't want any of this. I'm just gonna run away here. As there is no hope for him. He's just gonna hold the long angles, but this round is already Team Secret's.
Even with the Blade Storm here, it's going to be tough.
Ooh, he's in a rough spot. He's got the one way, but he's trying to just back out and survive. As they are prowling, they are hunting him down. As he's going to wait in the smoke. Can they get him? The spray comes down, the right click, and they do take him out. No operator for Buzz in the next round.
And that's huge. That's absolutely huge for Team Secret. Now it has to be a full-on Thrifty who don't even have the Blade Storm from Buzz anymore to back up this Thrifty. Just insane stuff here from Secret. I mean, just chasing him down. I mean, RB just completely befuddled. No idea what to do.
I mean, let's take a look at this. Yeah, like it's right before they go to the next round. They could not have been closer on that kill.
If Buzz even trying to right-click there just out of desperation, trying to get out of it. They're going to push some space here. Mako has to TP out. Doesn't like what he sees. And Stack's trying to come in to help, just get shut down. RB, though.
And Jeremy's just creating so much space. I mean, not even just with the Buckies, but this is like 3-4 rounds in a row where, you know, sometimes it kind of falls flat on its face. But I think like 3 out of the 4 times, outside of that one, like, A-long on Have, or, you know, 4 rounds ago, it has just gotten them so much room, and DRX are just kind of caught off guard by this aggression.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is kind of one of those ways you can sometimes beat DRX. And yeah, Team Ace here as everybody gets involved for Team Secret. I think, like, one of the ways that you can sometimes beat DRX is if they're not expecting you to just go at them, you know, full-on W key. Like, you can beat them. Teams like Paper Rex, they expect that, right? So they play really well against it. But when they're not necessarily thinking that that's going to be the strategy or the tactic you're going to be employing, it does catch them off guard, and they kind of do struggle to react to that tempo if they're not mentally prepared.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that, you know, we have seen multiple teams try this and find success against DRX, yet they still have not dropped a series. That may change tonight. I mean, with the way this first map is going, I mean, you know, other teams, Gen G, RRQ, were able to get one map off of DRX, but Team Secret absolutely look like they have come to play. Now, I think DRX are going to make their big holds now. You know, if they lose this one with full rifles and 4 ultimates, then, you know, give the map to Team Secret and we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, certainly. It is looking that way, and there's these big entries for Jeremy, and NanoSwarm and a shot from RB, expecting it.
Yeah, Mako, he's under fire. He tries to TP to the corner, but they just take him out. As, again, space open and a dodge on the flash, but it doesn't matter. Bork can get the kill. It's now Stax just trying to get away from that Rolling Thunder. This plant, though, will come down.
All you got out of that Rolling Thunder was the space to set up the plant in the lockdown here. So maybe able to buy a little bit more time, but oh, Buzz expecting the push here. The Hunter's Fury to clear the lockdown. Giving DRX a little bit more time on this retake.
Right there.
Let's see how they do it. DRX, they got a couple of guys in garage. They have Zest back towards spawn. Gonna come in through Link as they make their way in, but this is a long plant. It's gonna have to be sniped down. Buzz gets one, Zest gets the other, and it will be enough as they will push onto the site and get this defuse.
Yeah, this time there's a plan. There's a setup for the expected landing spot. Knowing that showstopper is coming, knowing that, you know, most raises are going to want to get behind the boxes on the site. So the NanoSwarm right there, RB ready to step up into it. He hears it. Jeremy's bouncing, trying to look for him, and does a great job shutting that down. And that's huge, because then they start having to invest ultimates just to get the plant down, and that gives DRX a really favorable retake here. Buzz able to find that quick first shot, even though he gets taken down. They're able to recover the op on the back of it. Now you've got Stax as Rolling Thunder. Now you've got a lockdown of your own, and there's no ultimate counters for Team Secret in hand. Sure, that you can use the breach utility and the shock darts and the NanoSwarms and all that to clear lockdowns, but it makes it a little more difficult without that Hunter's Fury.
Absolutely. And what is going to be the answer here for Team Secret? They still have, you know, a lot of money. They've won a lot of rounds in a row. Let's see what they go for as Borkum trying to TP on in there. Just straight on going in the front door. And that's going to be a couple of kills, although Zest is able to trade one back, and now Buzz has got to try to clear it out. They go straight into a shorty, and the flick is not there. Envy going to trade one back and make this 2v2.
Well, Borkum tried to TP there, and Buzz read where he tried to TP from, and he capitalized on it. That is so smart there by Buzz. What a play from him, but now RB's in trouble.
RB has no idea. Envy going to get the jump on him. And now we got a long plant once again. This should be going the way of Team Secret. It's going to be so difficult for Zest to stop this one.
Ooh, got the damage through the box. Zest might be able to finish him with the shock dart if it's good.
Oh, he roots him out, you know.
Standing ahead.
He's got a chance in the 1v1. Just has to win this firefight against Dubstep. It's the only way. Dubstep's just holding this angle. He's got the turret. Oh, and he peeks him early. Zest tries to go for the defuse just to click on it, and that's going to be a 12th round going the way of Team Secret. Dubstep with the clutch.
And so a lot of you at home may be wondering, why hasn't DRX taken a timeout? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because Termi wants to force his team. He's done this in the past. If you haven't watched VCTKR, you wouldn't maybe understand this. Termi wants to force his team to have to adapt on their own. He wants to force mid-round adaptations, especially out of Stax, but out of the whole team, to learn to recover when things are going bad earlier and faster, because that's been one of the critiques and criticisms at the global level of DRX, is that they don't often get creative. And I mean, well, Buzz tried to get creative, and Envy just wasn't having any of it.
Yeah. Well, he did that in the face of 2 or 3 people. So, just trying to see what he could get done with the Blade Storm. It's not going to happen. This is looking like a 13-8 in favor of Team Secret, unless DRX really just pull out a miracle out of thin air. Team Secret have been the better team on this map.
Well, we've seen it before from DRX. There was the WCG game last year. Everybody remembers that on Ascent, where they were down bad, and then they rattled 10 rounds in a row to win. So never count them out.
Yeah, well, let's See if this happens again. Mako and Stax in position.
Oh.
Stax with 2 headshots. With the Spectre, he has to reload. And Aftershock is coming out. The timing of the swing, but Jesse is going to get the jump on him. And now it's only RB. And through the Nanoswarm, here comes RB. And the plant can't come through. RB sees where he is. The shock dart is not going to be good. And he will hold this. And there it is. Jesse going to get that headshot and ends this map. 13-8 in favor of Team Secret on Haven.
Only the 3rd team in BCT Pacific to take a map off of DRX. Can they be the first to take a match is the real big question now. Great game plan, great execution, great confidence from Team Secret. You have to love what you're seeing from them today.
Yeah, I mean, it started out with their fantastic defender side, right? DRX could not find an answer to really consistently attack. Very slow play on A, and eventually Team Secret weren't having any of that. They started getting very aggressive. Sometimes it fell flat, but they were still able to clutch out rounds from down a couple members. And they really took it in terms of like just the straight up rifle battles up against some of these crazy DRX members. Started out with DRX with 3 rounds in a row. They won the bonus and we were like, oh boy, here we go. And then 5 rounds in a row for Team Secret.
Yeah, exactly. I was really, really impressed here. But from the get-go, I could tell the Team Secret had good ideas, good plans coming into the day. They were well prepared and eventually did come through. You know, you look at the stat line, yeah, Buzz was the top fragger, but then 4 members of Team Secret, all hovering around 16, 18 kills. I mean, it's a team effort here. Jeremy, phenomenal on the first bloods. 5 first bloods for them, topping the leaderboard in that, even besting Buzz, who had a solid day. But, you know, so many brilliant, cheeky, unique plays here. You know, we saw the Bucky, we saw the push-outs, we saw the trap plays set up. So many different looks, so many good reads here from Team Secret. Just able to outperform DRX at a lot of different levels. You know, certainly DRX had some bounce backs, had some good rounds of their own, of course, but once Team Secret got their footing underneath them, those 5 rounds in a row, they never really let go.
Yeah. It's kind of funny on the side of DRX, Buzz moving back to the jet with Foxy9 out of the lineup. He ended up with the highest ACS in the lobby, ahead of 4 members of Team Secret, but nobody else. I mean, Mako couldn't even break 200. He was at 199. It was just a team diff this time around in terms of the mechanical plays. Team Secret really throwing a wrench in the gears and did not allow DRX to play standard Valorant. And that is where they found their advantage and their angle. So really got to hand it to Team Secret, making this best of 3 very interesting.
Yeah, this is everything we wanted here from Team Secret today. They have to win. I mean, that's just all there is to say about it. They have to win today if they want to have a chance. And even if they win, it's not guaranteed. There's a lot of other things that could still happen, but it has to start here today. Of course, for DRX, yeah, you're not playing Foxy9, but we know Zest is really good. We know he's got it done in the past, so this is still a really big win for Team Secret.
It is massive, and guys, that's only map 1 of potentially 3. We're going to take a break and come back with the desk as they will break down that Haven. Up against Orca, and Jeremy is waiting behind the box. They do not check
instantly to this problem, but
is he gonna get knifed? Okay, never mind. Flank on Envy also. They go straight in onto B as Buzz Nuke onto the jet. He picks up the health, and now I mean he's got to be not really enough timing now. And he
has the opportunity to do so. That's nuts.
Oh, and Team Secret are hounds. He is holding it with a
thunder to try to get in. Jeremy though, unaccounted
onto DRX. That's one. Gets the jump.
Teleport as well. Oh my.
Pretty naked push comes in, but they're trying to take down that lockdown in the smoke. And yeah, spot everybody as even Stax is going to get a kill with the Aftershock. And now Decimax! It's not looking at all. And then Tempo here. Let's see if he gets some damage. He is hunting them down.
He's in trouble.
Arvius going
through the box. Zest might be able to finish him with the shock dart. It's good.
Oh, this happens again. Mako and Stax in position.
가장 좋아하는 요원은 원래는 스카이였지만 지금은 이제 개코로 바꿨습니다. 싫어하는 요원은 역시나 제트. 제트는 또 날아다니는 게 좀 싫더라고요. 좀 자기 혼자만 패시브도 있고. 말이 됩니까? 안녕하세요. DRX 스택스 김구택이라고 합니다. 제가 인게임 리더기도 하고 첫 쿠데를 담당하고도 있고 첫 쿠데는 그냥 정보만 해주고 그게 끝인 것 같으면 저는 원하는 대로 이제 컨트롤할 수 있다는 것과 공격적으로 할 때는 스킬을 가지고 공격적으로 할 수도 있고 그 이상 더 이상을 할 수 있는 능력이 있는 것 같아요.
스택 선수는 저희 팀 이제 인게임 오더를 맡고 있고 저희 나머지 팀원 4명이 가장 믿고 의지할 수 있는 선수라고 생각하고 있어요.
조금 말을 많이 해야 하는 특성상 이제 총을 쏠 여유가 없을 텐데 IGL인 거 치고 다른 선수들보다 되게 총을 잘 쏘는 편인 것 같고 클러치 능력도 뛰어나다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그런 점이 아마 되게 임팩트 있지 않을까 그렇게 생각해요.
He's a great player to be a superstar. He's great in game. I think his IGLing has improved a lot as well. He's really getting into the groove of becoming an IGL, really knowing what tactics to use when, really putting together all the information. I know last year in 2022, he said he didn't feel comfortable IGLing. I think he's gone over that now.
누가 봐도 스타성이 보이는 딱 선수다라고 보면서 생각이 드는 것 같아요. 게임을 할 때는 굉장히 이제 과격하게 표현도 하고 선수들을 다그칠 줄도 알고 아주 중요한 순간에 뭔가를 보여줄 수 있는 자기만의 자신감과 그런 무기라고 해야 할까?
흔히들 부르는 구택 형의 명칭은 짐승남. 거침없어요. 말하는 것도 행동도.
Flash goes out. Stax goes pushing forward. Foxy9 in the meantime does find last and Stax gets stepped before the door shuts.
지금 그대로 이어가도 좋겠지만 조금 더 성장한 모습, 에임이 더 좋아지게 만들고 싶은 것도 있고 무빙이 더 좋아지게 만들고 싶은 것도 있고 팀플레이나 제가 콜을 더 잘해주고 싶은 것도 있고 저희 DRX라는 팀이 지금까지 계속 줄곧 해온 게 있기 때문에 무너지지 않는 모습을 계속 이어가고 싶고요. 그냥 잘하면 되겠죠? 그냥 잘하고 싶어요.
김구택 선수가 제일 뛰어난 플레이를 했던 게 챔피언스였는데 FPX전 연장전 엄청 갈 때 있잖아요. 2대4 상황이었는데 구택이 형이 딱 뛰어내려서 3킬하고 그 라운드를 이겼을 때
He's got one scot free. Oh my God! What?
Not again! Not again! How has Stax done it one more time?
Who can forget the mouse ceremony, right? The kiss on the mouse. And you can tell that he really feels it. He really feels like being a superstar. He wants to be that star. He has that hunger. I can't wait to see where he is by the end of the year in terms of personal status, not just as a team of DRX, but as Stax.
저희 팀은 일단은 무너질 걱정은 전혀 안 하셔도 되고 원래 늘 보시던 DRX로 보시면 될 것 같고 개인적인 모습으로는 좀 모르겠어요. 그냥 똑같이 할 것 같아요. 뭔가 다를 게 없는 그냥 스택스.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished game 1 on Haven Team Secret versus DRX. And guys, I gotta tell you, before this even started, the Korean casters came over to me and they looked at my predictions. They're like, Victoria, did you pick Team Secret? Really? And I was, well, Team Secret definitely showed up. They did their homework and they won really like it wasn't a fluke. They clearly dominated in Haven.
What is happening here? This is crazy.
Oh, it's all green.
I mean, it was like DRX got the first 3 wins, and then we started seeing Team Secret with some great plays, and I'm thinking, okay, great, this might be actually a pretty interesting match and not a one-sided crush. And then Team Secret just kept winning. They kept pulling it off. They had amazing plays. It's the best performance I've ever seen from them. And here they are. They're halfway to beating DRX.
Yeah, that's right. And DRX had a lot of trouble holding those post plants.
Well, a little bit for sure because Team Secret, you know, they just know how to come in with the retakes. They know how to hold their own post plants. And I really think what really it comes down to is the thrifties. See, the DRX 1-0 and Team Secret with the 2. That gives them so much momentum. And at the same time, this just, you know, power of friendship sometimes. It defies all reason, Mr. Voice of Reason Tasteless.
Wait, how much did you guys love that round when 2 of them had shotguns and just...
Oh, so much.
Oh, yeah, and catapulting forward there with the kills. I mean, there was actually so much to pick from there with, you know, the entire map. Now, I've talked about this before, but, you know, there are some teams that will just perform better when they have to rise to the occasion, and maybe that's what Team Secret really is all about.
Yeah, Jesse Vash, their IGL. I mean, he was really critical to their success.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, he had these moments that looked superhuman.
Yeah.
Actually, I think back to the plant where I think Jesse killed 4 players with a classic. Finished the clip and was then picked off. But I mean, incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was great. And you're right about the thrifty rounds. I mean, when you give Envy a sheriff, it's kind of like, whoa, it's like hide your wife, hide your kids.
I mean, that's exactly what happens because in a lot of these early rounds, DRX, you can see, it's already a 3-0, so they're starting to be a little bit more confident, but at the same time cautious that Team Secret might push out. And because of that time, Envy gets to go into this spot for position. He does get wallbang though, but what impresses me so much is the composure. The fact that he doesn't shake, he doesn't lose his aim, he's still able to find 2 impactful frags. And in all of that time, this gives Team Secret the information. Surely, RB is on a bit of a flank, but still, instant response from Team Secret's players. Borkum getting yet another, and DRX just doesn't stick the plant. They have to back off and hold on to their weapons. But after that round, Team Secret won like so many in a row.
That's right.
And that's how they play.
DRX, I mean, we're talking about a lot of the struggle, backstage was with the post plant.
Yeah, I want to throw that clip up on screen now. This was a crazy moment that we had back here. So it looks like we're going to get, right here from where the spike was set up and planted. So this is obviously a plant here for C Long. And so the idea is they're going to have the jet out here to basically kind of suicide into the position to even sandbag progress to even getting onto C. But just like we've seen on Haven for a long time, the idea is you're going to be able to collapse back and play it out. Now, Borkum and Jesse start to push in here, and this ends up with a 2v2, but this is still a very difficult spot to play from. And the fact of the matter is they got it to half, killed a diffuser, and this is a great play by Borkum, but it was also a mess up here by Zest and RB. This is a round I think that DRX could have won. It was, for me, where I started to see the wheels kind of come off of the bus, so to speak, where it did become a bit of a downhill spiral. And from there, I mean, Team Secret was able to keep winning and keep going. And they had so many immaculate plays continuing from there on out.
Absolutely. And you know what? A large part of it is that their game planning was completely on point. Their reads were just superb. By the time we got to round 11, they had 6 rounds in the bag. Here you can see he barely has his knives out. Jeremy's already here knocking out 2 of them, throws out his util, and they are like the Great Wall of the Philippines and will not let them, like they know that they're still coming into A and they just don't let them in.
It was a really impressive thing to see here. I mean, the play on the defense here for Team Secret was something else. It looks like they then try to push up into A, but, already they've thinned out the numbers of DRX so much.
And, yeah, it's also information, right?
That's right. Absolutely. You can see here, like, he's got his fault line set up and ready to go, just waiting for them to come in. They have this perfectly read. And you can see, like, they barely step onto A at this point. And there are many, many rounds like this where DRX either absolutely cannot get onto site or they just cannot hold the post plant. And this momentum is what really carries Team Secret.
I mean, you end the first half 8-4. Everyone's feeling great. And yes, Jesse Vash, he's got so many of these great calls and just informing his team about how to hold, how to position themselves. In this last one, very crazy. I mean, this is the where he gets that 4 kills. But I also want to highlight how DRX was still that coordinated, that good. They came down in the retake together, and they had all the numbers. Some players were low. And Jesse Vash empties his magazine, gets 4. But still, that is how DRX plays. When the full force of DRX breathes down your neck, you can bet, yeah, Stacks is going to come from above. And even with all the heroics, you might not be able to do it. But I think Team Secret did it at the end.
And look, I mean, we saw the fact that, the first half was a very strong showing from Team Secret, but the second half was very good as well. Sometimes when we have a top-tier team, and we talked about this as well early on before this map started, that maybe DRX is going to be like trying some things out, labbing out some new techniques or trying some new plays. Didn't really matter. As the map went on, it was very clear that Team Secret had a very full and complete picture of how to take on the entire map and defeat DRX in Game 1.
That's right. In fact, let's talk about our key player, because you're absolutely right here. Borkum was a large part of this, too. We're talking about Jesse Vash, but Borkum also had incredible plays. Like Paper Thin said, it's Borkum time, and he just had the control he had on every single site was on point.
So much. I mean, we can talk about Jesse Vash's 4K for the entire day, but apart from those smart strategies, you need strong players, reliable players like Borkum to carry them through. I mean, he had those smokes, very well placed, very well timed, sometimes even supporting dubstep, and at the same time, I mean, Envy, I think Jeremy, who was the kind of overall round MVP at the same time just because of his ACS, they all killed. They all went out there and just took DRX down.
Yep, that's right. Now, the thing is, we are going to go into Ascent next. And one thing that we've seen in an interview with DRX before is that they have this crazy mental ability to reset. So even though they've lost a map, they tend to come back.
And Ascent is a map that DRX, I feel like I don't have a lot of memories of them ever really losing on that map. I mean, I've casted so many DRX games being, you know, residing here in Korea for so long, and they always look really good. You're right. DRX is able to kind of clean out, throw the garbage out, get back in with a clean mental house, so to speak, and come in and try to play their very best. Now, they did remove Foxy9 here. We were wondering if that was maybe a mistake. It's starting to look like one. Can they pull it back together? I think Ascent is a map where they certainly could, but I think Team Secret, I mean, you know, Foxy9's gone, but Team Secret is on Cloud9. They are looking so good. Their morale has to be just out of control, right?
Yeah.
And so, like I've said, you know, with them against PRX, maybe they're one of these teams that performs better when the stakes are the highest, when they're against teams that are extremely gifted and extremely talented like DRX. So who knows, man? Maybe we could even see a 2-0 Team Secret victory.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they need to be activated. Like,
yeah, I mean, some teams are like that.
Yeah.
Some teams, it's like, well, this is supposed to be impossible, and they go, watch.
Well, we are watching, and you know what it is?
It's a full mirror?
Yeah, it's a full mirror.
Oh, no. They're playing the Korean meta. The team come from 2021.
Here's the thing. I mean, remember when I talked about with the key players at the start of the pre-show? They are doing that swap. Dubstep is now the duelist. He's on the Jet, and Jeremy, will be probably on that Killjoy. So it's kind of that classic thing. I'm hoping, maybe, a lot of hopium right now, that they stay consistent, stay reliable, stick to that performance that they just had on Haven. Then maybe we can actually see a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if they are as prepared for Ascent as they were on Haven, I'm pretty sure Warbirds has cooked up something. But you know what? DRX might have also been activated, like we said, so I really still don't know how this will go, but I am very excited for Team Secret. Again, we only have 1 week left until playoffs, which is next week, and, you know, they gotta win this to stay in the game. And with that, we're gonna go to our casters. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but we're so hyped here at the desk. We got Paper Thin and Valdez.
Thank you, Deskers, as always. And yeah, this is getting pretty hyped up over here because Team Secret with the big upset win in the first map. And if they take the 2-0, we're not going to be calling it an upset anymore, perhaps. Actually, we probably we actually will, yeah. But still, a big step forward from Team Secret to get it started with that first win.
I mean, just impressive. The way that they're prepared for today, you know, especially Envy there on the end. I got a quick talk with him when I was coming up back to the stage after the break, and he is fired up, man. He wants to win this. They want to win this, of course. For DRX, there is still things to play for, even though they might not be, you know, you can see that without the timeouts, it is definitely Termi here trying to force adaptations out of DRX, trying to put them in bad situations and force the recovery out of them. Certainly, you know, there's a little more room for DRX to be flexible. However, they could still, I think, if my math was right, theoretically fall out of the number 1 spot because T1, if they win out, so basically if T1 beats DRX next week, T1 could usurp them and take that number 1 spot. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen DRX fall to the number 2 spot and still come through strong. A little bit of a kerfuffle here over at A main.
Some hullabaloo over in A main.
I say, good chap.
Oh, man. We got to bring those words back to the English language, man. Nobody
That's right.
uses all the good words are gone.
We should have like a movie night where we all sit down and watch like Casablanca and like some old movies.
Yeah,
and try
for
to
sure.
try to bring it back.
Well, DRX are going to move over towards B after a little some shenanigans over there at A, and we'll look for this angle. Now they're going to be going straight into Killjoy utility as well as a Sova, and you see that Jesse is here with bow drawn, or he was for a second. As in they go, Buzz onto the site. Just a moment as they take it a bit slow after their initial entry. Try to clear out the boathouse. First kill goes to Buzz, but we do have a shorty picked up right now. As oh no, he gets flashed as he's jumping out of boathouse. He will get taken out.
He just pulled the trigger before he landed, went right over the head of RB. Oh, the crossfire's here though. TS.
Yeah, Indy. Oh, but a good click from Mako. He's gonna hop out and get that kill. And now it's up to RB alongside of Mako, as there it is, RB with the quick headshot to make quick work of the first round.
Again, I like the idea here from Team Secret. I like the setup. You know, with that shorty in the back of boats, they're ready for the push. They do a ton of damage on the way into DRX. Every member of DRX had been at least touched, by a bullet or utility damage at least once coming into this site. And, Dubstep here able to find a great timing on this dash, but Mako, B main is his home on this map on attacker side. He is just so nasty from that position. But once again, RB coming up huge, coming up clutch for DRX. And that's what he's been so good at this year in Pacific.
It's pretty difficult when you're up against RB and Mako. As the two that are left over, and they get the job done. Now we have a full Vandal purchased here by Buzz, as he will get in on the jet once again. Looking for that initial kill, and Borkum's just gonna right-click him and take that Vandal down. DRX will look to retrieve that, try to win the second round. That took a while. They eventually got there. So now Envy just trying to poke around, see what he can see. There's the Vandal. Will be picked up by Mako.
You can see aggression's the name of the game here for Team Secret. Jesse Bash got ahead of that door and at least made things tricky for Zest. That wasn't, though.
That wasn't it. Let's erase that one. Yeah, let's just go to the next round and pretend that didn't happen. They're on an eco. What can they do? Just trying to check some weird angles. DRX will take the second round, and they will hold on to the Vandal, give that back to Buzz, who's not going to be using a Phantom on this jet.
And a couple Bulldogs in tow, and Zest is, in particular, usually pretty damn nasty with this Bulldog. That one just fooled him enough that, wasn't really able to keep up with Jesse's speed swinging out there with that pistol in hand. So, I like the ideas here from Team Secret. Keep DRX off balance. Keep them guessing. Never give them the same look or, kind of any easy plants or space or anything like that. Everything that they're doing is contesting DRX. And that's what you want to see. So DRX gonna split up here into initially a 1-2-2, but now with Mako swinging, Mako swinging over to the other side, just changing the formation into a 1-4. It looks like eventually Spike will be swinging in that direction. Look at this double stack here from Jeremy and Vash. So Jeremy can swing back into sight. Jesse can just swing back towards the spawn. Let's see, as long as the smokes come down here. See what the response is going to be. They don't even try to smoke it. They just dry peek it.
Yeah, and they use Shock Dart to clear the Killjoy stuff, and RB is going to get in with the Spectre, and Zest on the Bulldog. It's going to pick that up, an upgrade here now for RB as they hold on to the site, even after Jeremy was able to get that first kill.
Well, if I'm Team Secret, I'm at least considering holding on to these guns instead of trying to press this. The money's bad. They fully invested in this round, so Envy, though, he's going to try to make a go for it. He has a flash and a fragment, so aggression, the name of the game here for Team Secret.
It's going to continue to press that W button. RB gets one, so does Zest again. So it's Zest getting 3 and RB on 2. And DRX, once again, 3 rounds in a row. They pick up the bonus with that aggression onto the B site, and Team Secret just can't keep up.
Yeah, like I said, Zest, if there's one thing he's really damn good at, it is Bulldogs on ascent. Time and time again, this guy puts up huge multi-kill rounds, seemingly, especially in bonus rounds. And Once again, some clean stuff from him. So DRX, the desk was talking about it, they always bounce back well from adversity. We see this time and time again at the global events. They lose the first map, they win the next two, move on. So this is just kind of their MO, but Team Secret, I don't think they're going to let up. I mean, again, Jesse Vash going to switch to that Marshall.
Yeah.
On the eco round, see if he can find some value.
All right, trying to peek here. Mako just waiting in the corner with the Vandal, the spray. Eventually gets him. He's in a nice spot as now Buzz getting aggro once again on in here is eventually going to pick up one, but Jesse with the close range. Marshall picks up Buzz, as it should be the round going the way of DRX. Let's see what Jeremy can do with the Sheriff through a door. Probably not too much.
Well, now they know. They should know that he's going to be coming this way. Yeah, they're even pre-firing it. And Jeremy just fishing, seeing if there's anything in this barrel. Ooh, okay.
Stax not showing respect, gets his head taken off. That was a nice start.
It was pretty good, but yeah. Mako's waiting behind Jen, and not much that Jeremy could do there. Getting one kill out of it is something, but now things get much more interesting as they're not able to convert a Thrifty after the bonus win from DRX this time, so a much different start in a way, because now you can't just, you know, kind of snowball off the back of a Thrifty here, string a bunch of rounds together for Team Secret. Now you got to start getting it done with the guns in this round. They are going to go for that operator into Dubstep's hands with the half armor, but this round has to be it, or else you start feeling like this might be a fast map too.
Yeah. Let's see how this setup comes through, as gonna catch like 3 people over there with the dagger potentially, as now Dubstep trying to use the space.
This is so aggressive.
Yeah. It's like, actually, never mind. I was just kidding. I will leave now. No, thank you.
Well, that's the worst person to have spot you there is Zest, because that means the recon utility is going to be, you know, quick to follow there instead of a repeak. Like, a lot of players might try to repeak that, be like, what did I just see? But good awareness here. Buzz going to dash in.
Oh, man. On to the stuff on the ground as now Stax pushes through, is able to shore that up a little bit, but down the swarm a little bit too much for Buzz as he gets over aggressive. Mako gets the kill, but Dubstep picks up one, and Jesse coming through the door. They're not holding it, and that's going to be a cleanup on A, going the way of Team Secret.
Yeah, Buzz pressing a little bit here, maybe overheating just ever so slightly, trying to catch Team Secret off guard. You know, we've seen him do it on the previous map where he's happy to push through utility to try to go for those kills, but Envy not fooled in the slightest. And there you go. Another big multi-kill from Jesse Vash to set this up for making it a little bit easier for Dubstep to come in there at the end. Now Dubstep has the Blade Storms to back up this operator. Good investment here. Pays off for Team Secret. They're able to keep a lot of guns carrying over, so a lot of money is going to carry over. But, you know, the pocket's still pretty deep for DRX on the back of those 4 rounds. Spot there just at least gets info that there's somebody over here for DRX, and it doesn't tell you too much for the side of Team Secret. Meanwhile, DRX able to clear out mid. Pings are down. There's an alarm bot to follow, but a lot of utility being expended here by DRX to clear out mid. This should kind of give Team Secret an idea that there's going to be pressure either through market or through short towards tree, and Envy's ready.
Yeah, just holding the angle. Was able to take out Buzz before. Let's see how it goes this time, as this is clearly a push through tree as he is in and through into Garden, and now Envy kind of getting isolated, but it doesn't matter, he's gonna win versus 2. And RB the first kill for DRX, but Team Secret are holding down this site with flying colors.
So well identified here by Team Secret. Great discipline here from Envy. Just let Buzz go by, call it out. Now they've got Mako pinned, they've got the spike pinned. There just isn't much that Mako can do here, you would think, but it is Mako. Oh, now he's in trouble. Okay.
Yeah. Straight up sprayed through the smoke. 1v4. Now 2 rounds in a row for Team Secret, as the retakes on A have been clean. DRX finding more luck on the B site, actually, on the attack.
Yeah, these short A pushes, this time they they really do telegraph this pretty heavily with all that utility. It doesn't get any information into mid. They see 0, and they smell that it's maybe a market trap, so they try to go to short, and instead, it's just a really well-handled backpedal by Envy to make sure that time and space are bought for his teammates to rotate over to bail him out. And even Buzz there kind of caught throwing the cloud burst as he's trying to come through, and you know, the shorty often going to be backing up the weaponry of a lot of these teams these days. And Team Secret certainly putting those shotguns to good use, whether it be shorties or buckies, as we saw in Haven. But now able to bank up enough of an economy that they're going to be able to afford a round or two here or there. Meanwhile, DRX, their economy a little bit shaky. A couple big ults in their hands, though, to counter some of the ults that, you know, Team Secret has. Ooh.
Dubstep, he's kind of caught looking, and yeah, he's just going to get isolated. Was holding on to that operator. Doesn't even get to fire a single shot. As, like I said before, I mean, DRX's pushes on to B have been clean. They get another one.
You should run.
Well, immediately, lockdown comes through. The 100 Spirit to counter. Mako gets one. Jesse's able to find RB. Fishing, they didn't get the lockdown.
Yeah, opted for the kill instead, I guess.
Well, that works. That's actually not the worst thing you can do there. I mean, if you're not going to be able to get into the, you know, that it matters, if you're not able to gain enough space anyway, might as well go for the kill, because the lockdown was going to expire pretty quickly. So I'm kind of fine with what Jesse decided to do there, but I think now they know that this is a done deal, and it's time. Yeah, that turret certainly identifies. They're able to grab the operator off the back of that as well, so now they're able to just recover, set up for the next round, but a good one here by DRX. That early pick, you know, Dubstep was isolated there with that operator. You know, you'll see that a lot with teams where you rely on that operator player to be able to just kind of hold things down on their own. But this time around, DRX, the utility is on point as usual.
Yeah. He's holding a pretty aggressive position, right? Like right outside of market. It's not like he's on the back of the site or that he's, you know, looking towards the spawn side either. So one flash and he's just kind of, he doesn't know where to go, right? He's trying to get in and cloud burst and go into market, but he just doesn't have enough time. So they're able to get him down entirely and isolate that kill.
Yeah, exactly. It's just well handled here. Oh, God, he's out here once again. And once again, it's Zest on the other side. Zest peeked for a moment. I think that might be enough here for Zest to let loose with the recon utility. Yeah, it's the same result. Deja vu here.
Yeah. Dubstep really trying to. Now Borkum's going to get his head taken off by Zest, who, you know, he's taken this opportunity to get back into the lineup, and he's been looking pretty good, even though, you know, DRX did lose that first map. I thought he was pretty strong overall. Now he's having a great ascent so far.
Right here. Yeah, he's always so strong on this map, especially in, like, the early rounds for DRX. And his utility and placement is impeccable. Some of the best recon darts I've ever seen. And Buzz going to get in here, try to shut the door, will do so. But there's a 4-man stack here from Team Secret. This is going to be tricky for DRX.
Moves into the smoke with a shorty, but the spam comes through. Buzz holding down that angle and preventing the other two from getting in. Jeremy gets one, but it's RB who hops in with the shorty, and now Mako's holding the off angle. Dubstep looking for the flick. He's not going to get it. And now he just has to try to run away, but DRX might just try to hunt this operator down.
They could. I think if they send maybe Stax or RB hunting for it, that's fine. I think it's going to be Stax who's going to be the one to go for it. They have enough money that they can afford to go hunting here to do some economic damage. Yeah. Oh.
It's kind of a groan from the crowd. They thought he was going to die.
I just love how like the crowd's like reacting to like my internal like own reactions. I'm like, well, just making caster noises.
Dubstep. Oh no, the timing! And of course, our Korean crowd will be very happy with Stax getting the jump on him right before that one. And Team Secret, not quite the same strategy from Warbirds as we've seen from Termi. They will call a timeout and say, we need to break this down and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Termi very, very well may have said just like, I'm not calling timeouts today, guys. Good luck. I have fun.
Well, I mean, they took a break in between the maps at least, so maybe he said a couple. I hope he said at least a couple things. You know, it's like a elongated timeout.
That's
that
true.
Hopefully he used. Not calling it in the middle of the map, I can understand. But
What if he just like walked into the back room and just gave him like the look of disappointment, and then just walked out
you guys
again?
are better than this. Just turns around. Had enough of this. I'm not even gonna watch. No, he's right there.
Well, now he gets to talk. He's barely talking, Valdez. He's just okay. There we go. There's some
All
some
right.
lip movement.
Some words.
How's your lip reading? Are you?
Well, when you know, on the LCK side, they call out like which champions they're gonna pick for League of Legends, right? So I can like lip read those when it's like a singular word champion, you know?
Yeah.
But if he's just talking a mile a minute like that, it's no hope for
Yeah,
me.
no, definitely not.
Maybe if he's emphasizing something, but not this time.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, the setup this time is going to be very much expecting some kind of tree push from DRX. They're going to leave even the window space open for now. Kind of curious if Borkum's going to slide in that direction. But a lot of attention being paid towards B to check on this. Backing off is most of DRX, just RB going to be spotted. That doesn't give you a ton of info here. As the Killjoy, you know, on their own. That's expected. Like they're often on the attacker side, left to on their own to hold down a flank angle. Space being taken here by Buzz. Envy though, sitting right behind this corner. A couple members of Team Secret there to back him up if the push through market does come through. But now DRX is cutting a lot of sound. They want to mask their movements with this mid control. They want to figure out exactly where and how the forces of Team Secret are stacked up as best as they can before they make this move, I would think. But with this market control, you really feel like you've got a good opportunity at B. You've got the good flank that you can take eventually. Dubstep going to be crucial here as he's holding that B main entrance. If it goes that direction.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to shut the door.
Yeah. Door gets shut. Blade Storm called as in goes Buzz. He's not going to hit the shot, and immediately is going to go down. Stacks able to get one, but Dubstep is holding down main by himself, not able to get that spray. As RB now in a 2v3 alongside of Mako. Gets the one. Making this interesting. They don't have a lot of time. They need to get the spike and plant it immediately. As meanwhile, okay, that should do it. Mako doesn't have enough time. He's going to try to pick up the spike, but just avoiding the gun is Envy, and that will be around going the way of Team Secret.
Yeah, just DRX here kind of falling into the trap that I was talking about, where you take that market control and you really want to go to B. And then they start hearing people rotating back towards spawn after the door closes, and they're like, okay, let's try to use this moment to capitalize on it. Buzz, like you were talking about, can't really find the Blade Storm shots to land, and then everything starts to fall apart. They're not able to clear out B main in time. Dubstep able to lock that down, get 2 big kills onto the entry, take the spike down, it drops. So a lot of time taken, a lot of space taken by DRX, but Team Secret was happy to give that up and played very well off the back of it.
Out of charges.
Yeah, so you call a timeout, you win a round, maybe, you know, it all starts with one, as we say. Maybe Team Secret can get something going here and try to even this up. As here comes Buzz again. No Blade Storm to lose this time.
He made a little bit of noise, I think, so it's pinged out by Team Secret. But this time it's a different look here from DRX, so you gotta like this from the side of DRX, that very few rounds have looked the same. I'd say other than those 2 kind of short hits that didn't work, where Team Secret was able to get their 2 first wins. Other than that, they've been very, very kind of all over the map, showing different stuff. So, again, they're able to play with their food a little bit, but Team Secret now has so much info. They're really starting to lean in towards this A site. They're feeling this.
Yep. In they go. Buzz taking damage from the turret, but this will be a Defender's Killjoy ultimate that they are trying to take out, but Envy, they poke up out on Heaven. 3 members looking to just rain down onto the side, and oh, that shorty play not going to come through. Buzz able to hold it down, but Borkum now looking at him as they clear out Hell. And now it's just a couple of guys on main as, okay, nice spray so far from RB. Gets a second one as they're holding it. Not able to get the half, though. It's going to come down to Zest, and he will be able to pick up 2 in a row, just barely holding on to the round for DRX.
That's got the DRX faithful fired up in the audience. You'll love to see Zest come back in after, like you said, it's been so many days since he last played.
50.
50. Unbelievable. To come in and play like this here today on this map. I mean, yeah, the first map didn't go the way that DRX wanted, but this is just phenomenal work here by him and RB. The patience, the shooting, phenomenal. And you can see a smile there on the face of Zest. And now DRX assure themselves a positive attacker side on Ascent, which is tricky to do at times. I will say, strangely enough, this is one of the maps that usually is pretty defender-sided globally, but in Pacific it's kind of very balanced because Pacific is just that way. People like almost. It's funny. I was looking at the stats for like attacker side versus defender side, and like Pacific is almost like flip-flop from a lot of the other regions.
Yeah, we're weird. Jeremy got 1. Let's see if they can get any others. Mako kind of hunting them down. Jesse here, but again, Zest holding down same spot. And it's just a bit of a flank from 2 members trying to come in through main. Not sure that RB knows, but maybe gonna look at it now.
RB's got some work to do. They're gonna dash at him. Still able to shut it down. Know that he doesn't have a shorty because he fired that 1 shot. The second was good, so you know he's not gonna just, you know, come at you with the shotgun there. So good play there by RB. But well, 8-3 now, and yeah, this is kind of the DRX we were expecting, Valdez. This is much more in line with what we were, you know, anticipating today.
Nice shots here from RB as well. Not going up against too much firepower, but still able to not get sheriffed, which we have seen many times in the past couple of weeks. And now we have an operator here once again for Dubstep. Struggle to find too much value on this, but he is really getting out there now.
Yeah, they were trying to cover him from that dart a little bit, I think, with that smoke, potentially. Also give him an escape route, just in case there was like an owl drone out there or something like that. So the good news is they did bait out the owl drone. So you can see that Team Secret trying to adapt, still trying to keep DRX pinned in on this B side from getting into mid. Now he's already shifted over and he's going to find an opener.
Nicely done by Dubstep. He's really taking these aggressive angles, but as I say that, RB gonna put an end to that nonsense. Now he's got Market locked down for now. Trying to push in through the spawn as well, the door being closed, and Jesse got in pretty quickly, but still, DRX able to hold on to that one. They also have a lockdown, and in a pretty good spot as Envy tries to push here. Only Borkum will get the kill. It looks like that might just do it as down goes Borkum. That is the half. DRX 9-3 as they have really come out swinging for map 2.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's a 1-for-1 trade off the rip there, you know, Dubstep survives with that op. He opts to try to, I think, get ahead of a flash maybe. You know, a lot of times the KO flash is going to bounce behind you, closer in towards the lumber or something like that to kind of cover Market. But the flash is actually right in front of him, hits him big time. So a great one by Stax, kind of anticipating that play. And that makes it pretty easy there for DRX to get that kill, get the push onto the site. So some of these early push outs from, again, the aggression is still there from Team Secret, but now DRX has kind of mentally shifted gears. They're prepared for it. They're doing a really good job of making sure that any of that space that's given up and taken in the mid in particular is dealt with by Zest. So credit to where credit is due. Right now in my book, Zest is the key player here for DRX so far.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to see him come in and just pick up right where he left off. That's exactly what you want from someone who's not always in the lineup. And it's potentially going to earn him more spots in the future. Might see more of Zest.
Yeah.
And this map isn't over, but certainly, as you mentioned, to get 9 rounds on attack on Ascent, it certainly puts a big dent into the work that DRX has to get done on this one.
Yeah, man, Team Secret, I don't know. I mean, again, this is a much, in Pacific, Ascent's been a much more balanced map, but 9-3 is still too good. Yeah, everybody loves these glasses in Korea, dude. Like, and I appreciate it. Yeah, RB there.
They're very cool.
He is very cool. Is this another marriage proposal?
I I don't think so.
Oh,
They're
no, this
just
one's
calling
not.
Mako
Okay.
God or something.
Oh, yeah. So there's it's God Mako, or in Japan they call him Mako-sama.
Yeah.
Because he's just, that good.
Yeah, that makes sense. Calling one of the players, I think, cute.
Well, that's...
She's like, sorry to, right in the middle of a map, but why is Buzz so cute? That's what that sign said.
Yeah. Well, he is cute. I'll give him that.
We had him on the weekly recap last week. Very good stuff. Hearing from Buzz his thoughts about the team situation and the league situation. Feels like there is no rival now that Gen G have kind of taken a fall.
I just love how honest he is.
Yeah.
He'll just tell you like it is. He's like, we don't have a rival. And that's true. Right now they don't. No one's rivaling them. I mean, even though teams have taken maps off of them, and now Team Secret the third to do so, you can see that it doesn't take long for DRX to figure their stuff out and just be right back on track. So full stack here on towards A for Team Secret. Only RB and his utility are going to be there, but Turret gets a little bit of info, so RB is going to be playing back, waiting for these, the alarm bot to pop to set the back nano off. The front nano, is it going to be cleared? Yep, it's heard by Dubstep. So maybe the back one there gets popped.
Yeah.
But the alarm bot's still there, actually.
There were a lot of guys from DRX over on B. They're only making their way over now. As two will look to heaven, trying to spray this down. But look at this. Team Secret pushing, maybe even through the smoke. Azaz trying to dodge the flash, but he doesn't. He just dodges all the bullets of his own. He's not able to hit anybody. Immediately goes down. As RB and Buzz able to pick up a couple, but Buzz pretty low, running out of time now. As RB, another one. Just one person left. As it's Jeremy and Wine, and they do not know where he is. Just waiting on the timing. Easy cleanup for Jeremy, as he will pick up the pistol round here for Team Secret.
Yeah, so Team Secret able to avoid a lot of damage early from any of RB's utility. Able to get in there, and then it's these aggressive moves that are catching DRX off guard. I said they were prepared for it in the previous half, sure. But this time around, it kind of slips their mind a little bit. And they get a couple big kills up at Heaven. And DRX able to try to recover, but at that point, the time was already running so low. Buzz had no choice but try to stick that to half at the very least. And then, try to make a play with that Ghost, try to get that headshot, try to get the kill to find the second half of the defuse. But that's going to be tough. Really well played there by Team Secret.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Team Secret needed to kind of boost themselves up and gives them a chance on this map. Whereas if you lose that pistol round going 9-3, you're probably going to lose the map. It's just the way it goes, as you kind of give yourself no time to catch up. And now, a lot of buys here on the side of Team Secret. They're not taking any chances. No ghost play or anything like that. As nearly full buys from everyone.
And a Sheriff for RB over at 8. Trying to kind of play a little bit of a longer angle. Maybe try to see if he can find some heads with it. Jesse and the Spike are in tow. Shifting back over, so TS sells what I would call a light fake here. Over towards B, you're trying to sell it. It did not work. DRX is not buying any of this.
Little head fake.
There you go.
Like it's basketball or something.
Yeah, I like that.
DRX are so ready for this. Question is, can they get any shots down? RB gets one. He's got a very nice angle, but it looks like he's only going to pick up one. And that should probably do it for this. Only Zest is left alive. He's able to take down the door. There's a plant as well for the side of Team Secret, who are desperately trying to come back here.
Watching here.
Yeah, it's well read by DRX. It's just, the guns are way better for Team Secret. It's pretty much the long and short of that round. And Zest trying to come around the corner. Not going to happen. Jesse Vash with the Guardian. Going to find the head and clean Zest out. So, yeah, 9-5 now. The expected round here. Not too much damage taken by Team Secret, so they're going to carry over the majority of their weaponry and have a really good bonus, maybe trying to do to DRX what DRX did to them.
Yeah. RB had that one really nice shot, but as you mentioned, just swarming in. DRX late to the party with their classics. As we're trying to let TS cook. See if they've got anything cooked up now. going into the bonus round. They do have a second timeout, of course, if they wanted to try to slow things down here. Let's say if DRX picked this round up, or maybe a couple, might just call it there and try to make a big resurgence.
All right, well, RB trying to play off a contact. Spot a couple members, but with Dubstep pushing, he has to fall back.
Paranoia is so nice as they make their way in, but RB up against the wall. It's him and Zest who spray them down. And there is no hope for Team Secret. They're all up there on the catwalk, and they all get taken down.
It's just beautiful utility usage here by Zest. The timing on that means Team Secret either has to choose to fight or die, and they go for the fight, of course, and they still die, so it's just a great piece of work there. Great escape by RB to make sure that he's able to join in on the action, and it makes it easy with those spots from the utility of Zest to clean this out. Jesse around the corner, ton of work to do here. A 1v5 would be the best play of the season if he's able to pull this off.
Yeah, well, everybody just sprays into the smoke. 10-5. Do you call your timeout now? Maybe wait one more round? Looks like that's what they'll do if they decide to do it at all. So take another look at the replay. As you mentioned, RB just gets in a good spot here in the corner. They do not push him out of there. That's pretty much the end of that.
It's just great stuff here. Zest even getting involved in the kills in that one. So playing off of his own utility, setting up his teammates. The typical kind of selfless Sova play we're used to seeing from Zest. And now a little bit of aggression here from DRX at A main. The knife there from B side, if you saw it up in the top left, does catch RB, I believe. Dubstep spotted here, but he's just gonna stand pat. Has the cover from Borkum, so not afraid to just see if he can bait out a member of DRX.
See if it works out. DRX just kind of playing on their hind legs right now. Just waiting defensively to see where this push will come through. They get the tag on a Dubstep. Let's see it.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade
Trying
out.
to see if they could clear out the utility there at the landing zone. For Dubstep, likely you would expect maybe a nano there, but in fact there wasn't one. They do get the turret down.
Standing ahead.
But the other nano's in the alley. It gets popped, but they're pushing space.
Zest knows they're in. He's getting in position once again to defend this as we take a look at him, but he is alone as RB did not elect to peek out. He's in Boathouse. He gets rooted out, and now Team Secret have total control over this site. And it's all up to Buzz to try to retake it by himself. He's gonna get the one, can't spray transfer over to Jesse, and Team Secret are still in it.
Felt like DRX a little bit late to rotate off of this information. I thought with the way that they cleared that utility around the switch, yeah, it could be a bait, of course, but you have to at least respect it a little bit more because you're setting up for that entry from Dubstep, and usually the way he goes, the way Team Secret goes. Not always, of course, but that's generally going to be the case. So this time around, some good, kind of change up here, shifting around the map as Team Secret, kind of using that variance that you have to use, that all good teams will use. A lot of different looks, a lot of different plays. Is this going to be
right here?
Potentially something a little bit quicker. Now Buzz with that operator, a Blade Storm in the back pocket in case things go real sideways. But everybody playing back for DRX. Once again, Mako and Stax going to be sitting there. Attacker Killjoy. Not much that DRX can do about this.
Yeah, Stax just running all the way back. So let's see what they can do against this operator of Buzz as he gets flashed, as he barely gets into the lockdown right after it goes down. Could have been a little bit disastrous there as the smokes are good. This actually pushes them out. And now he is going to trade off that operator over to Zest as he wants to do the entering here. Now Dubstep gonna get up. Envy with that first kill. And look at this position from Dubstep. It's so good. He picks up two. And it's a meat grinder over here at the door as well. Envy and Jeremy gonna pick up one apiece. And it's a flawless round from Team Secret. They are still in this one.
Huge stuff here from Team Secret. Understanding the space that's being left open by that lockdown at the top, having a flash ready for it, forcing Buzz out, almost getting him detained. Not that it would have mattered if he did get detained. He's probably safe up there. But the problem here I have for DRX is that, again, the coordination seems a little bit off for them today. I think swapping players, you can see that at times they don't look like that same well-oiled machine. Oh, we have somebody we've got a Sage in the audience. I just noticed that.
Oh my God, real Sage?
Sage is here, guys. Not in the game, but.
Oh my God.
But like, all right, this is a fast hit now. So again, change in tempo, change in variance here for Team Secret. Keeping DRX. Oh my.
Okay, well, I mean, Buzz gets one, but he's probably going to need a lot more. They know exactly where he is. And again, the smoke's in good position. RB only has a Sheriff. He's able to hit the shots, though. And Buzz is on the site. I mean, they might just thrifty this now. Jeremy's turret is going to get a kill, and that's about it. As now it's only Jeremy here with a Vandal. Picks up one, lets the two, and holding it, he's going to pick up three. As Xerx nearly sneaked that round from them with the thrifty, but Jeremy will hold on.
Whoa, Jeremy put in a very tricky position there, even though the guns from DRX are a little bit wanting. DRX still making things extremely challenging here. The up and over from Buzz, barely able to find it. Only one or two knives left there. Mako just running in, and the turret plus the Vandal here gonna get it done. And that Champion's Vandal gives us its Black Orb finish as he clutches that out. Huge stuff here. So good recovery. Yeah, DRX just looks at times great, and at times a little bit out of sort. That round great. I mean, even though they don't win it, still really good.
Yeah.
The round before that, that lockdown came so late. I wanted to talk about that, but I don't even get a chance.
Well, this time, maybe not enough variance, although now it's 3v3. We still have an operator here for Buzz who's not really getting a good chance to use it. It's like, well, I would really love to have some nice long angles. For Zest now is going to try to hold it here. But let's see. I mean, Spike planted again. It's 3 fast rounds on the A site, and it's working. So they're not going to stop just yet.
Stax using that, wants to use this fragment to clear the corner.
Look at this. This timing from Dubstep. They have no idea, and they're going to clean them up 3-for-0 on the site. Team Secret 1 round away from tying it up.
Unbelievable. I mean, DRX has only gotten 1 round in this half. It's 4 in a row now for Team Secret. The DRX is just left scratching their heads. I mean, still no timeout, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any today from Termi. Again, I think he wants to force his team to adapt. He wants to put them in spots where Stax has to think on his feet, where he has to be the one to right the ship sooner rather than later. But it's been tough for Stax today. Team Secret is not letting go of the gas pedal here in these last couple rounds, and it fools DRX. I thought they were pretty well prepared for some of those aggressive maneuvers on their defender side, but here on the, or excuse me, on their attacker side. But on the defender side here, they're not ready at all, and Borkum completely bamboozles Buzz. He's not ready for this position.
He's trying to get aggressive, maybe find an off angle. I'm not sure exactly what gun he had, probably a Sheriff based on his teammates, but yeah, just trying to, you know, maybe catch him off guard, get one tap. And you see Stax here with a classic. He picks up the Sheriff. He trades 90 health of his for that.
Probably worth, if I'm being honest.
That's probably worth, actually, I
Why
guess.
Not?
I mean,
if you could find one head with that thing, it was worth.
Yeah. Or you could just, you know, sit in the back of B and hope for a right click or something
with
full health. I don't know. It really depends on the situation, right? Either way, he gets away with his life, which is the most important thing.
Orb going to be grabbed at B. Sliding in is Stax to join Zest and RB. Here we go. Pushes on.
Yeah. Pretty quick, but not forcing it just yet. Biding their time. They don't want to get caught off by any weird angles. Really nice shock dart timing. RB is going to hit 2 heads in a row. As Stax not able to do the same. Jeremy able to spray a couple of them down. As Zest in the back here might be able to do it. As he gets the 1, but not the 2. Jesse will be able to clean them up and bring his team to glory and tie it against DRX.
I mean, a couple of these thrifties have looked better than the buy rounds for DRX.
Timeout?
Nuh-uh. They did it. They finally did it.
It's real.
He finally said, okay, enough's enough.
You know, I thought that actually as time went on, the pressure mounts, so it's even more valuable to not call the timeout if you're really trying to pressure Stax. But I guess Termi at this point is like, well, I'd also like to win.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And they're looking pretty hopeless right now. Team Secret are just kind of destroying them.
They are. I mean, and again, the Thrifty rounds have looked better than the buy rounds for DRX. So absolutely going to be curious to see how Termi wants to adjust the game plan here. I'm curious to see what Warbirds wants to do. Maybe now's the time that he starts attacking mid a little bit more. A lot of that space has been left open by Team Secret. They've been kind of toying with the extremities of the map, sometimes short A as well. But maybe now, maybe that market might be an area they want to go through. Stop carrying the game.
Oh, no.
Yes. Laban Piñas, Laban Adobo Gaming. Absolutely. A lot of Secret fans here today.
Yeah.
And they're getting a show. What a day to come watch your favorite team.
Yeah. This is the day to come watch when they're backed against the wall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You just got to fight Goliath, which is DRX, and they have done a fantastic job so far. You know, definitely feeling the momentum. It feels like Team Secret might just take it here. If they don't, I mean, they've still done so much, but I don't know. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, Paper Thin. I think they might just take it on Ascent.
Kind of with you. Buzz this time feels like maybe they're going to leave that box open. You know, no Borkum TP up there. So this gives them the opportunity to check onto this market. I think, again, that DRX may be sensing that now might be the opportunity where Team Secret tries to show a different look in terms of taking some space. They haven't tried to, but right now Team Secret actually not going to toy with it. It looks like they're going to stack up for another just brute force B hit. But now there is a nano at the front door. See if RB can get that popped before it's cleared, probably off of turret contact. It's going to be dueling Owl Drones here. I love how Zest just right away, as soon as he hears the other Owl Drone, he's like, I'm ready for it. But these nanos are popped so soon, anticipating a fast hit. The lockdown to follow.
Take a look at the position right now of Zest. He's just in the back of the site. Just going to have to try to survive as they destroy it. And let's see it. Envy with the first kill as they try to make it in, but Zest on the back, still holding it down. They have not cleared out the boathouse, and Zest picks up 2. Mako going to get that last one, and DRX will hold on against the push and aggression of TS this time.
Yeah, just some minor adjustments here made in the early part of the round for DRX. Give them a little bit more information, a little bit more ability to react to these stacked big executes that Team Secret is going for. And so Stacks, they're able to kind of come back in after getting blinded like crazy. He got hit by a blind and a paranoia, and still able to come back in, recover quickly, find value. Like you were saying in Boathouse there, you know, 2 players from DRX never displaced, never dealt with, and they deal a ton of damage.
Buzz here now. Dubstep has picked up his own operator on attack, so maybe looking to duel against Buzz, maybe looking to get the jump on someone.
Jeremy there just giving the Owl Drone a little kiss, just saying, hey, what's up? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day.
Little head boop.
Yeah, a little head
like
boop.
He's a house cat.
Yeah, exactly. It's the best thing about cats is when they head boop.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the best.
Well, we just got one here in game, so that was good.
Does Charlie head boop?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, good.
Lots of times.
Oh, that's so much information on the back of that knife.
Oh, man.
DRX knows there's a lot here, but there's still enough time that Team Secret could rotate, so nobody's really biting just yet. You know, there's not the extra rotation from Zest or something like that.
He's going to peek that right around the corner. Dubstep is going to win the 1v1 operator duel. And that opens everything up. Stacks, though, is hiding on the site. Doesn't matter. Mako gets taken out. As Stacks, yeah, he gets down Envy, who, you know, he's going to be totally fine. He'll be rezzed, and now Team Secret will be on this site. And pretty scot-free unless RB and Zest have an answer, but they're just going to grab the operator and run out of there with tail between their legs.
Just beautiful stuff here from Team Secret. And I mean, Dubstep, one of the most important op shots he's going to take all season right there. And he wins it against Buzz. Buzz even saw the leg first when it was ready for the repeat. And still Dubstep able to win it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. This is bad.
Well, this is Team Secret on the hunt. It is so close between these two teams. Like, even their economies are relatively close right now as they try to peek out with the operator. Dubstep not really able to get that one as RB is on full health and full shields, waiting for that cross. Ooh. And they will get it. RB does pick up a bunch, but Borkum is going to put an end to that and take all the guns out and pick up the operator.
Well, Termy had 2 timeouts, so time to use the second this time after 0 on Haven.
Yeah, you guys are not allowed to lose. Sorry, I need to call another timeout after 1 loss.
Just crazy stuff here. I mean, just the reactions from Team Secret today, the discipline here on these entries, everybody doing their job. It's something that a lot of teams I see kind of mess up, that you don't have a player committed to to every angle, right? Front guy looks left, next guy looks right, third guy looks straight or something like that. I don't know, whatever version of you want to do, but
yeah,
that everybody's doing their job right now for Team Secret. And again, Dubstep getting that opener. There was no help for Buzz. You got to trust Buzz to be the guy with the op, but it's been a while since he's really been the guy with the op. It's been Foxy who's been absolutely devastating with it. So maybe a little bit of that kind of rust showing here for DRX. And yeah, the second timeout. I mean, now Termy's starting to sweat a little bit after a 9-3 half. It looked like DRX was maybe just going to run away with this. What?
They're just making jokes about the Korean caster. He's been around here forever. And she's come down to the studio 3 times, and every single time he's been there.
Oh.
Coincidence? I think not. Some people are here for the Valorant. Others have other reasons.
That's true.
But, yeah. I wonder why Sage is here. There's not a lot of Valorant happening in real life.
Well, she doesn't get to play in the game much anymore.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
So she might as well just watch.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Look at this aggression right now. Look at the mini-map. Look at where Buzz is right now.
Get out of my way.
And they say, okay, cool story, DRX. We are going to push in with the Blade Storm onto A then.
Blocking sight.
And here they come. As the spray comes through, RB he's going to be able to get him down, actually, with the Nano Swarm. So Envy is taken out real quick. Spike, though, is planted.
But there's no flank here from DRX. Yes, they have the lockdown. This time they're going to wait for it before they start to push. There's the clear from Jesse Bash. He got a shock dart kill, too. And he's going to clear Jeremy with a turret kill. What is going on?
They are just routing DRX here on the site. There is just no hope unless Stax is a hero, and he is not today. Team Secret are able to upset them in this round and absolutely nearly flawless them as well. Look at the round scores in a row. DRX have 2 after the half. That's it.
Yeah, they've got to win this next one. This is it.
Look at their economy. They have nothing.
Yeah, the money's gone.
No ults.
They invested so much in that round to try to get it done, and it's the utility and the just the responses from Team Secret. Again, they're expecting RB to be in there. The counter spam is there, even though they lose a player on the way in. That was a wild round. I think there were more utility kills in that round than gun kills.
Maybe, as here comes Team Secret, they bring back the aggression, and Mako says no for now. Picks up 2. As Stax trying to peek here with a Bulldog. And now let's see what he can get done. He's going to trade 1 for 1. Jesse here going to close this door as they look for the 2v2 on the A site. And they will get this plant down at least.
Biggest retake of the year for DRX right now to avoid getting shut down, and it's the lockdown down, making everything much more difficult.
They got to get in. That's going to be Zesty. Clears it out, but Jesse is underneath this. He's trying to pick up a gun, but it's Jesse who's going to shoot him down with the shorty. It's all too real as 13-11 will be the scoreline. Team Secret 2-0 DRX tonight.
Laban Piñas, let's go, boys. A 2-0 win for Team Secret, knocking the Kings of Korea down. Unbelievable stuff here. Not the expected result at all. And in 2-0 fashion even, the fans are losing their minds. I can see them back there, and they are so happy.
There's a guy from the team who's got a camera, and all the players are going up to him and like shaking him and stuff. Like, I don't think he's getting a very good shot. They're just too hyped. And Team Secret, they absolutely deserve this win tonight. As a team, they were much better than DRX. DRX, They had a really fantastic attacking round, but then they were totally lost on defense. Team Secret trying to maybe pull out some Paper X style, just getting really in the face of DRX, and so many firefights go the way of Team Secret. So many of these pushes are totally in their favor. Now I look at the stats, RB was up at 345 ACS, and he was the only one up there from either team. The next best was Jeremy at 210.
It was teamwork today. I mean, Stax and Buzz, I mean Buzz in particular here, shifting back to that Jet, just really underwhelming compared to what we were used to in the past with him on the Jet. Not able to perform, getting out-dueled. Wow. Jesse with another huge 4K. So we said we wanted to see him step up. He certainly did. And the IGL for Team Secret bringing his team across the line here and keeping their playoff hopes alive. And maybe just as importantly in a way, DRX may not be the #1 seed if T1 wins next week.
Yeah, now T1 fans and the team are going to be thanking Team Secret for, you know, well, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe DRX just goes Super Saiyan now and they say, well, that was not okay. We need to grind even harder. But maybe this finds some weaknesses. Maybe T1 has an opportunity now. But the story today is about Team Secret with the 2-0. Important that they get the 2-0 as well, because if we do get a big tiebreaker with 4 or more teams, it's going to come down to map differential. You need to win as many maps as possible. And so many props have to be given to this lineup over to Warbirds as well to just keep everybody calm and focused. The timeout calls were good, always got them right back on track. And I can't wait to to hear from one of the members here in the interview as well about this huge win.
That's just got to feel great as Warbirds. You know, you come in here, your team's been struggling, and you take down the best team in the league. I mean, what a win. One of these days that you'll never forget, you know, in your entire life. You'll always be like, well, that one time we 2-0'd DRX. Not many can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really important for the team morale. You get right back on track, and we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Revive me, Buzz. As there's the Sage. I believe she was the Jet the last time as well. Good cosplay. Either way, it's really going to get them right back on track, and I can't wait to see what they have prepared for next week as well, where Team Secret will be going up against none other. Oh, well, I say next week. This is Super Week, so
it is technically today's Saturday, so technically
2 days, yeah.
Next week you're not incorrect.
Up against Global Esports, and I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in that one. That's going to be a lot of fun too. Team Secret are not going to go quietly into this VCT Pacific night.
That's what we want to see, though. I mean, I'm really excited as a team. Again, at the beginning of this year, I had so much confidence in them. You know, they looked really good to me at lock-in. They looked really good at the beginning of the season, and now it's just kind of started to sort of go sideways until today. And just a beautiful game plan. Again, reading DRX very well, showing them so many different looks, showing them so many different kind of, even though on Ascent, it's hard to do that, right? So the different looks have to be sort of different ways of doing the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of times that Team Secret kind of like rushed into A, but they were checking different angles. They were using different utilities, stuff like that. So they did kind of find ways to do that. As taking a look at more stats, Envy actually with 6 First Bloods in this map, which is kind of funny because I thought, you know, he's playing KO. So it's not every day you see that. And as you mentioned, Paper Thin, it was absolutely just a team effort. Like it required every single member on this roster to actually have a chance to win this match against DRX. And guys, now we do have the interview ready with Jesse Vash. Let's go down to the stage with Jen.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Jesse Vash, just briefly talking about their chances of securing the playoffs. But first of all, Jesse Vash, massive congrats. Team Secret, they're the one and only team that took down DRX. Nobody was able to do it. So tell me, how was this possible and how did you guys do it?
I don't know. I think we are like focusing too much on DRX and we kind of forgot about the other team. That's why we keep losing on the other team and winning against DRX. Yeah, because since day one, like our goal is really to beat DRX. But,
so since day one.
Yeah.
For like 2 to 3 months, you've been working on this.
They're the team to beat, yeah.
All right. Well, Zest was starting though, and it's been 50 days since he last performed on the stage, which was day 1. Did you guys see this coming, and did this throw you guys off?
We're really not sure. I don't really sure if what's more solid, if without Zest or with Zest. So like for us, this is like the Brazil lineup. Oh yeah, something like that.
Right. Well, I want to talk about, you talked about prepping, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about Haven especially because we saw a lot of emphasis from you guys on defense, on guarding A short. And also, it looks like you guys figured out all the angles that DRX's uses, and then you guys use that to your advantage. And DRX's Haven, it's been, well, in the past, it seemed like it was untouchable, but recently, though, a lot of teams have started to figure it out. So what did you see in DRX's Haven that you could really exploit?
Yeah, it's like, it's almost the same like what other teams do. We watch a lot of DRX Haven, especially the one they lost to RRQ. So we kind of adapt to it. So yeah, that's like the secret to it.
I mean, you had heavy prepping under your belt, but did you expect today to be 2-0, such a quick match?
Yeah, it's possible because I really believe in my team that we can like beat Team DRX. I can say we are like on the same level. It's just we are not consistent as them. But when we have a day like this, we can be a better team than them.
And you've done it today.
Just
what
today.
were
I don't know next day. Yeah.
What were the how was the conversation when you guys just beat DRX?
They are really happy. Like someone almost cry. Like Jeremy and Invi.
Jeremy and Invi almost cried.
Like this is like their goal since before.
Did you give them a pat on the back, the shoulder?
For sure.
What else did you tell them?
Yeah. After we beat them, that it's not like finished yet. We have one more game to play because we are not yet secured to the playoffs.
Right. Well, HP Omen question of the day because it's Saturday. What do you think is the main takeaway from tonight's game?
I think the experience that we have right now, the confidence that we have today. I hope we can like do it again on Monday against GE.
I mean, how much confidence and how much value is this for you to be able to take down the king of Pacific? How do you think that's going to help you moving forward?
I think it's going to build more like confidence, especially for the players that, you know, we've been have a bad performance late in the event. And yeah, it brings back our second series of the BCT Pacific, like how we beat PRX. This is how we do it. We just need to like be more consistent. Yeah.
And now you talked about just one more. And yes, indeed, you have one more to go, which is Global Esports.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to take them on?
Yeah, actually, we already reviewed them. Like, we expect to win against these last 2 matches because I think this is our only chance to qualify to the playoffs.
And any message to all the fans cheering for you? And also, we had 3 people on the desk today. 2, Crack and Victoria, actually predicted TS win. So any message over to them?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, expect a lot more from us. And yeah, believe that we can do better and we can be more like consistent, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Jesse Bash. Massive congrats once again. Best of luck in the GE series. Well, that was Jesse Bash taking down DRX with his teammates, and I'm going to throw it over to the desk.
Neither outmatched nor outclassed. Team Secret, the 7th place team, taking down DRX for the very first time this entire season. Ho! Limole! Congrats, Team Secret. We're really happy. Clearly, like, we're happy for Team Secret. I mean, look, I think this is great for everyone. DRX, honestly, you could afford 1 match loss. This just means so much for Team Secret. Like Jesse Bash was saying, if they didn't win this, it would have been probably, you know, no chance for playoffs.
It would have been curtains. How could I have...
It's all green again!
How could I have the hubris to pick DRX? And actually, honestly, after you look at how they played today, Team Secret, my God, they look so good. Fascinating answer in the interview that they really had put in so much prep for DRX that maybe they hadn't really been as attentive as they needed to be to the other teams coming in here. They do seem to be a team that does rise to the occasion, that is able to take on the very best. So I guess going forward here for Team Secret is they need to figure out then how to take on the other teams and figure out where they can work that prep work in there.
That's right.
I mean, I think they're definitely capable of doing it. You can see every player firing on all cylinders today. I don't think that DRX are underperforming by any means.
No.
They have a lot of great plays, a lot of great players, but today, whatever it is, TS studied them and they came out on top.
Yes, those were not wins by a fluke. That they definitely covered all bases. And you know what? In that first half, we were pretty sure it was going to go to a third game. They only had 3 rounds in the bag. It went to a 3-9 at halftime. And, you know, something happened. Yeah, he was kind of like a quivering.
He had nerd wiggles going on back there.
Nerd wiggles.
Full-on nerd wiggles. I almost had to get the paddles out and shock him back to life.
All right.
Like, wake up, Quack. We got to decimate you.
But honestly, I know the Team Secret is also feeling a lot of emotions, and they're super happy as well. Now, let's break this down, because we are at the analyst desk. So, at round 9 in the first half, even though they only had 3 rounds in the bag, you can see that they had really smart timing.
That's right. I mean, in all these rounds, especially this one, DRX started out really strong, but Team Secret does not let that affect them. In fact, they go a little bit aggressive, and that's what I love about Team Secret. On defense, sometimes they throw Hail Mary. They went for B main control, and that kind of funneled DRX in towards mid-market. And this is where you see that one little 0 point, the suppression knife from Envy, actually canceling out Buzz's ultimate, and he cannot updraft any further, and that is how Dubstep gets even more kills. Following this, RB, the clutch master, is ever good, able to find out a little bit more, but with the information gained, Envy is able to close this round out. Team Secret, when they get rounds like these, you know, it seems like they're supposed to lose it, maybe, but they come back. And once they get that momentum going, you can see, like, towards the end of the second half, round 16 onwards, they got, like, 5 rounds in a row. This team plays off of momentum, and it's really hard to break that once they get going.
Yeah, that's right. Now, we had so many points where we're like, there's so many super interesting rounds. But one thing is that DRX, like you said, you know, they played really well too. And the way RB and Zest were holding B site, it was scary. Every time they went B, I was like, oh no, don't go there. RB and Zest are there.
You were saying this. We can roll the clip now. Yeah, you were talking exactly about it, like, oh man, that looks like a jungle. They're going to have to try to navigate their way through. So this was a round we were initially selecting because we thought this was going to signify probably DRX being able to come back. It's a round they should be able to win. They had beautiful spray control over into the entry onto B. Good swivel down there at the bottom of B site, leaving only Jesse Bash remaining. And that's this 10th win. Backstage, we were talking about how at this point in time it looked like DRX actually was probably going to take it. And so this was going to be a signifier that they are able to maintain a healthy tempo in keeping that lead and moving on. But we know now that's not how the story ended.
Yeah, that's right. So in the second half, Team Secret's entries onto site were also phenomenal. Tasteless, you also want to break this down. We had Envy's Flash starting to knock out his op out of the way, and the team coordination as they go onto site is...
So they've got the whole area pretty smoked out, but it's a perfectly timed blind there from the Omen. Now, Dubstep's going to lurk up here, but the blind, confusing enough, allows him to clear one side of Heaven all the way, sweeping around to the other. Jeremy down in the bottom was able to close that out. And this is when that comeback started to be an actual reality. We're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
We're all grabbing each other's sleeves like, what's going on right now? Are they going to come back and actually win this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they did. And you know, honestly, we were having a hard time even trying to pick, you know, the best rounds here because there were so many moments where it's like, this is crazy. Are they actually going to pull this out?
Yeah.
On
both sides.
The biggest upset, I think, frankly, maybe that we've had in all the weeks here.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Fair to say? Yeah.
We were saying, look, we're probably going to talk about this every day on the desk.
Yeah.
Because it's no small feat taking a DRX down. It doesn't even matter about Pacific, like anywhere, like any Asian team. It's hard.
But it is fascinating, again, to hear that idea that they were always prepped for DRX and really hadn't put the homework in for the other teams, meaning that maybe Team Secret, you give these guys a little bit more time, they can really maybe come out fully on top.
And Jeremy, in both games, was just on fire.
Yeah, I was talking about his consistency, and again, this is one of those conditions that Team Secret has to meet. They met them today. Jeremy was a monster raise, and on towards Ascent, he was that Killjoy who held down sites, who got a lot of information and also a lot of good utilities for the team. And apart from that, also just finding frags. This is that consistent performance that you need for Team Secret.
I just want you to make eye contact with him and like hear his voice. Like, are you proud of me, guys? I did it. I was consistent.
Totally not how he sounds like at all.
He's like, are you proud of me, guys?
It's the really like
I'm
deadpan voice.
like that.
That exactly. Sorry, Tasteless definitely does it better. And our MVP for today has to go to Borko.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you saw it in those rounds where Team Secret won. A lot of those paranoias, the timing on the dark cover is so immaculate that it allows his team to hold post plants, to find thrifties. So much of it is off of this guy's back. Sure, he doesn't have like the highest kills or anything like that, but look at his assists. As a controller, that is important.
Yeah, he had so many different plays that were pivotal to the team winning. I mean, he really showed a full range of a true veteran of the game. And Borkum, I mean, expect great things from this guy in the future, but I do feel like all of Team Secret looked so strong. Really good synergy, really good teamwork. And above all, I guess it's the prep. It really goes to show you, you know, this is a lot more than just a game of aim and trying to know how to use your utilities to the best of your ability. It really is about trying to understand the way the other team is going to think, how they're going to approach this, and then how you can try to navigate that to come out ahead and punish and win.
It's prep and adaptation, because how do you kind of, you know, react against like a team that you're never quite sure what they're going to do. I mean, even in that final moment, you can see that I think the last player on DRX he was really trying to clutch it out 1-on-2, but Jesse Vash comes up with a shorty.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even like a Hail Mary just right in your face shorty. He actually backsteps a bit and fires the second shot in the chamber afterwards. And it's something that's so hard to kind of react to that it gives Team Secret the win. I mean, this changes so much. I mean, how do you think that, like, how does this change up the standings? Is Team Secret going to be global esports? What's going to happen? What's going to happen, guys?
That's right. They have definitely increased their chances of making it to playoffs. And, you know, when you take down the Giant, that's, you know, you got... Dude, even if they don't make it to playoffs, they're still Team Secret. We beat DRX. I don't know. Oh, so, I mean, look, that's something, you know, they can always carry. That's definitely like a mini trophy they should put up there. And DRX, I'm sure, is taking a lot of learnings from all of these games, any maps that have been dropped. And they're still 100% going into playoffs. Oh, yeah. Very likely they're going to make it through finals and go to Tokyo, frankly speaking. And, yeah, this is, I mean... always good learnings. Warbirds, I have to give, you know, kudos to Warbirds as well.
Vash too.
And Jesse Vash. You know, honestly, the whole team. Good job. Congratulations. Well earned. I hope you guys celebrate tonight. Do you have another game? Maybe not too hard. Maybe not too hard. Yeah.
They do have another game.
Yeah. Just drink a lot of juice for the next game. And anyway, yes, you're playing Global Esports. Now, we do have one more matchup of today, and it is another game where things are not so evenly matched in terms of history and stats. We could have another upset today. Who knows? It'll be Global Esports versus DFM. So don't go away. We'll be back for match 2 of Super Week.
I'm just gonna right-click him and retrieve that. Try to win the set. All right, trying to peek here. Mako just waiting in the corner with the Vandal. This will get the kill, the dubstep. Picks up stacks. Able to get one. Mako. Meanwhile, he's gonna try to pick up the spike, but just avoiding the gun. Not able to get the half, though. It's gonna come down to Zest, and he will be able.
He's got some work to do. They're gonna dash at him. Know that he doesn't have a short from getting into mid. Now he's already
where he is. Just waiting on the time for that.
Trying to come around.
Oh, nice as they make their way in. But RB up against the have total control of by himself. He's gonna get with that first kill. And look at this position from dubstep. It's only Jeremy here with the Vandal. Picks up one, lets the two, and holding it, he's going to kill. They try to make it in. Zest picks up two. They're relatively close right now as they try to peek out. And full shields waiting for that cross.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You're watching VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea. We just finished our first matchup of today, DRX's first defeat, and it was by Team Secret. That was very exciting, but we're going to go into match 2 now. We have Global Esports in DFM, and Global Esports is also fighting to stay afloat above the 6th place fold, and it's gonna be a struggle. But let's break this down. Let's talk about who is going to be on the DFM roster. This is Japan's other team, Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, and this is a team, I'm not going to lie, man, it's been a struggle. They have looked great in some of the maps they've played, but they're basically the mere opposite so far of DRX. DRX, up until we got just now done with our first best of 3 for the day, DRX was undefeated. DFM, Detonation Focus Me, they haven't won a best of 3 yet. So
they're also undefeated.
Yeah, they're just defeated.
Yeah,
they're only defeated is the way to put it. But maybe this bizarre world we're in is going to continue on. Maybe Detonation Focus Me. Look how I try to create meaning out of chaos that's happening around me. Maybe they could come and win here. I think that Global Esports is definitely the favorite, but, you know, upsets happen. We just saw one. Maybe we could see something here now.
Yeah, Rada's in, along with Soldom, continues to carry through, and it's not because of lack of, firepower on this team.
Yeah, I think he brings a sense of calmness to the team, if anything. You know, he's that backbone, that pillar, and they always have good initiators in the form of players like Rada. Sometimes Anthem, they swap roles around, but that's what it is for DFM. You know, we were casting their game last week, Tasteless, and they tend to play with that really sort of just ultra slow, methodical kind of.
It's Captain Careful
yeah,
over there, man. They're very like.
They lost.
I'm getting back out of here. I'm getting back out of here.
They lost a round of time.
Smoke the other site. Let's go.
It's tough. It's tough for DFM.
Okay, yeah, that. I'm just remembering that round, and I'm cringing a little bit. Like, oh my gosh, yes, that round. Timing, hopefully that's something that they worked on. Consistency as well. But, you know, they've been showing improvements with Soldom being added on to the roster about like halfway through the season. Because I think they're still trying to figure out how to work cohesively around the Superstar Jet. Let's talk about Global Esports now. Now, they have started seeing wins after the arrival of SK Rossi and Lightning Fast coming into town.
Yeah, Rossi's like... you know, like in an RPG where one character has like an aura that boosts all the other characters.
Ooh,
that's kind of
I like that.
That's kind of what Rossi does. He gives like plus 10% to the rest of the team. Look, Global Esports, they seem to be well adapted to our environment. They look very good. They're definitely oozing with confidence. I think this should be one that they can take home with a win, probably even a 2-0.
They are looking really strong with Aaron as their IGL, making amazing calls time and time again. And Monyet, he was pretty beastie, you know, those first couple of weeks.
Still with the shotguns, I mean, that's what he's known for. It might not be Monday, but you always know that this guy's around the corner somewhere, and he could very well easily take your head off. That said, though, you know, I don't want to count this out. I don't want to say that DFM is just completely going to be run over, although on paper that's what it would look like. We still have to tell a story, guys. I think there is a chance that Global could actually fumble this because looking at their performance from the recent weeks, they are strong. Yes, SK Rossi does have that aura, that buff, but his teammates also need to buff him. I think this guy, you know, he's passionate, he's really humble and polite, and we love him to death, but there are times where that mental composure or that the resilience, sometimes, you know, you really want to fight your way back into the game. It's not quite going to happen. You need to reset.
It's one of these things where you have to make sure you have the shots get off and win. I mean, it's one of the things about if you're a Jet and you're going to dash in, you either look like a god or you look like a fool, right? Because you're going to be picked off immediately. High risk, high reward. Yeah, and the truth is that with Rossi, he's been either at 0 or 100. And if he's at 100 today, I think that they're going to take this very easily. But it did seem like, was it last time? I think I might have been last week.
Yes.
Yeah. That he just would get shot. They would both pick each other. He would get killed. And so hopefully for his own sake here today, he's going to bring his A form.
There's so much pressure on SK Rossi, and like you said, Quack, it depends on the entire team and how they all perform cohesively, and that's going to matter for DFM too. As you can see here, 0 wins, and they're facing off Talon next week. And Global Esports, you know, they were kind of on the rise, and it's been a back and forth. Today, you know, they could be pocketing another one.
Yeah, it's you never quite know, but I think what it comes down to is for Global Esports, they really need to pocket that win. I mean, 2 wins, 5 losses right now, with Team Secret recently winning as well. There's so much that changes that when it comes to the standings, if you are global and you want a chance to make it a playoffs, you cannot afford to lose this match. Cannot.
Yep, that's right. They, like I said, they are fighting to stay afloat above the 6th place hold right now. And taking a look at the stats, I mean, Global has had a pretty decent showing.
Yeah, Global, you know, it's going to be interesting seeing how they continue to try to fight for this. They have every reason to give it their all. Again, this is a doable moment for them, but you know, the score does not quite represent what I think their true ability is. And with the pistol round wins here, we've seen that score be just incredible, honestly. I mean, they seem to be #1 in our region right now for pistol round wins. We're definitely going to be watching for that to see if they can maintain that consistently. It certainly is like a team you almost want to go back and study just for pistol rounds alone. How do they manage to pull this off? If you're going to win pistol rounds that often, everybody has to be so on top of everything, because pistol rounds, it's not like so many of the other fights we have where it's like maybe a good peak, good usage of utility. It's really about blow for blow, shot for shot, and coming out with a victory.
I mean, their pistol rounds are amazing, and definitely they're way up there compared to the other teams, but it's so weird that they can't convert it to wins. They're like this exception to the rule.
Yeah, it kind of happens here and there, and I think that's why the key players are really interesting as well. I mean, yes, Global, first pistol round wins, they always get it. I think Fnatic's another one of those teams, but this shows that it's possible to get those pistol round wins and convert them into even more and more wins. Global hasn't quite yet reached that level, maybe.
Fnatic level?
Maybe, yeah.
Why not?
Fnatic.
It's such an easy level to hit. Like,
hey.
Have you done it?
On one side, we got Boaster. The other side, we got Aaron's Frenzy. So, you know,
Aaron's Frenzy is goals.
It's still really goals. Yeah. And Monyet Shorty.
Yes.
At the same time.
Absolutely. Actually, I mean, honestly, they have a really stellar lineup. It's just a shame they couldn't have their full roster until halfway through the season. Yeah. I think that has severely impacted it. In fact, let's talk about the key players right now, like you were mentioning. We're going to talk about Soldam and Rossi. Of course, these are the Jet versus Jet, and they are some of the best Jets out here.
The reason why I think this is super interesting is because SK Rossi's stats right now slightly lowered because of their performance against RQ. You know, Global lost to them 0-2. With SK Rossi on a little bit of a rocky performance. He had a -13 net kill death ratio, and that's something that really hurts him. You know, you could see that in some of these days he's just popping off. He's murdering everyone. He's able to keep on going with that momentum, but when that's not happening, he can't really seem to reset, and it just kind of falls apart. Meanwhile, you're looking at a guy like Soldam, and one thing you notice in a lot of these clips is he's going in by himself. He's just the first one into the fire, and he's not going to back out. He's just going to keep going and going and going, and if his team isn't really there to support him, things can fall apart really quickly as well. So for Soldam, he's one of those guys with like the highest first kills in our whole Pacific, you know, league, but where's the follow-up? I think that's the thing that DFM needs to do to support this guy. Meanwhile, for SK Rossi, you got to find that mental composure, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think with Soldam, you see this guy at times look so great, but the rest of the team can't quite follow up, where it's been a little bit of the opposite at times here with Global Esports with Rossi. Rossi, you know, very hot or very cold. But yeah, I think it's going to be a duel. We're going to have to be watching these Jets come in. They both had absolute world-class plays at times. The question is, how are they going to do it here today? And definitely for Detonation Focus Me, are they going to be able to avoid that kind of classic Japanese play that's too slow, where they're giving themselves literally like at times like 10 or 12 seconds to plant the spike, or sometimes even to get into the site. If they can start to mix it up a little bit more, we saw that Zeta did improve on this quite a bit. I want to see if Detonation Focus Me can do the same as well. It's okay to hang on to some slow, methodical play, but don't make it too often here, or it's going to get exploited by a team that's just not going to peak.
That's right. And this is probably why all of us, including you, Twitter, you voted for global esports too. So don't put this on us. You voted for the same thing. This happened yesterday.
Someone's going to put it on us. People are right now are putting it on us as it happens in real time.
This did happen yesterday at Paper X too. So let's see what's going to happen. I know the boys are ready to go onto the stage right now. So let's see the mood. It's day 2 of Super Week. We've got Global Esports versus DFM, and look at Vanya looking so cute as always. And Taka J, of course, not forgetting you, buddy.
This is going to be a fun one. We've already had an earth-shaking upset happen so far here with DRX actually losing to Team Secret. Is the pattern going to continue on here? Can Detonation Focus Me suddenly win their first game here in Super Week? I think Global Esports, they're definitely the favorite, but I don't think it's impossible either for maybe Detonation Focus Me to take this.
Yeah, I agree, buddy. I think DFM really has a chance, and it all comes down to that guy, Soldam. They have to let him go off, and they have to help him, and they have to keep following through with him. Only then will they actually see that win, because if they keep going with that slow, that melon style, it's going to be tough. But, of course, SK Rossi as well. I mean, look,
he's wearing normal pants!
Where's the pajama pants?
But look at the glasses. I like the glasses, okay?
True. Oh, he's got comfy track pants on. Because Rossi was saying last week that he was like, sorry I wasn't wearing my comfy pants, and that's why I was performing the way I was performing. But hopefully those are pretty comfy for him.
I guess it's a little bit of it.
Now, to be clear, DFM, with 0 wins at this point in time, they will not make it to playoffs, even if they win today. But what this means is, if they win Global Esports, it's almost certain they can't make it through.
Of course, well, Eraser's still here, but you can see the other coaches from Global stepping out as well. I think they might have a slight change in the stage coach, and that could be something that affects Global as well, because that's going to be the person who talks to the team during timeout. So I don't know if that's what they're going to go for, but there is that chance. And yeah, for DFM, you know, that's what they get to do if they do take this win. But again, I just think it's really important for a guy like SK Rossi. I mean, you look at him, right? It's important for all of us to remember that these are players. They come out here, they have that courage to step out and play their heart out, and you cannot like just disrespect that for whatever reason.
This could make a big difference. You're right, with the change of the coach. I mean, Spin is hyper analytical. I don't know how this is. Oh, we have yet to see what kind of book they're gonna be using today, but I think we're gonna have a good game.
It's going to be a fun one, especially with the new coach, that new addition, and you know what that means for communication. I'm going to be watching these timeouts very carefully and seeing exactly what kind of adjustments are going to be made here for Global Esports. And Detonation Focus Me, I mean, again, this is not a bad team. They're just at the bottom as far as score, but they've had some insane plays here. So let's give them a shot. We've already seen a crazy upset happen once today. We could have another.
You know, DFM isn't the, you know, even though they have 0 wins, they still rank higher than some of the other regions' lowest teams.
Whoa.
I just feel like that needs to be out there. So DFM, still kudos, still, you know, got a chance for the future.
Yes, I think, well, no matter where you are, which region you're from, I think.
Stats-wise, okay? I'm not talking about, I don't know, personalities. I'm talking about stats.
Yes, But everyone has a chance to improve, and that's why we're all doing these leagues, because you get to scrim against one another. But looking at the map pick so far, Bind is going to be the decider. Meanwhile, Lotus and Pearl, it's classic DFM and Global. These are all the comfort picks that they're going with.
Yeah, going with what has worked for them before. You know, I can't say that I blame them. I think right now, you don't go and try to change the game. Frankly, for this event, it hasn't gone great so far for these guys. They need to go with what they think really works, what they really feel like is actually their best maps. Probably we're going to have plays that we've seen again before here. I would actually be surprised if we have any unusual agent compositions. I think they're going to just try their hardest with what's worked before.
Yeah, let's stick with whatever's going well for us, right? But, oh boy. Okay, for a second I thought it was going to be
I thought the same thing. I was about to say that.
I saw the Viper on the other side. But still, I mean, this is going to be Lotus, and it's going to be a little bit chaotic, if anything. It's weird because this is one of those maps where, you know, 3 sides, we talked about it yesterday, we think it's going to be very attacker-sided, but here it's defender-sided for whatever reason.
Yeah. I'm hoping that we can get this to game 3 here. Detonation can really could use a win, but if it's not going to be that, I think it's going to be a hard 2-0 here from Global Esports. If Rossi is in good form, it just doesn't seem like anybody's able to stop him.
Yeah, when he's feeling it, he's on fire. Rossi is also just an incredible jet. All right, with that, we are gonna go into the second matchup of today: Global Esports versus Detonation. Focus Me. We have our casters up and ready to go. Paper Thin and Valdez.
Thank you guys on the desk for that awesome breakdown. Of course, we are getting into the second match today. Global Esports up against Detonation. Focus Me. We already had one upset. Is it going to happen again, Paper Thin? What do you think?
Why not second upsets? Why not? I mean, it seems like maybe something's in the water today. And I mean, for GE, a ton to play for here. For DFM, you know, obviously, like the desk was talking about, they have no hope of making the playoffs. So the pressure is on GE here to get this win. And I will say, for GE's favor, the good news is that these are the 2 maps that you beat Gen G on. So you got to feel good about this with this map draft coming into this. But at the same time, you know, maybe DFM feels like they've got a read on GE here on these maps, and they can, you know, do some damage. And I do kind of like DFM's comp a little bit better. I do sort of prefer that Viper in there with the extra control that they can gain. You know, I get, like, I like the double initiator stuff somewhat if you can kind of out-duel the controllers in a way. You can get those flashes in impactful spots, but we'll see. I mean, GE has been, you know, I think by most people's eyes, the better team so far this year, of course, so.
Yeah, they might just try to bring the pain, you know, bring the really fast plays, and that's something you can do. You don't only have the 2 initiators, you have the Omen as well if you really want to push in. And speaking of which, here we go. Now comes Soldom. He's going to hit one guy, but Monyet picks up 2 as it is a trade, but it's Aaron on the frenzy once again, and Monyet going to line up his 3rd. This is looking good for Global Esports right in round 1.
Yeah, Global Pistol Esports. They just continue to just slap on these rounds. Now Taka J still has a chance for sure. No utility, but a Ghost and 2 very weak members, plus Aaron. And so if he can find some couple good shots and then a headshot on Aaron, this could very well be his round. Tough angles to take here, though, especially with Aaron tucked in right underneath the site next to the box. Could be a little tricky.
Yeah, he's going to peek around this corner. Immediately, okay, gets 1, but as you mentioned, Aaron in the most important spot, so he will be able to pick up that kill. That's the pistol round over to the side of Global Esports, not too surprising. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how they continue to use this composition.
Yeah, the domination on pistols continues, in Monyet there with some big right clicks, able to recover from Soldom's aggressive maneuver. And then, yeah, the classic combination as we've come to expect it, Aaron with the frenzy, able to get 2 kills. So him and Monyet doing a great job there, playing off each other at the end as well to make sure that they're able to secure the round. And a good start for GE on, you know, what is a must-win situation for them in a way, because next week they got to play Team Secret, so.
Yeah, the team that was up against the wall in the last series was actually Team Secret. And now it's GE, so they better come with their A game as, yep, it's going to spray them down. Zinfree does get one, but that's just about it with the Classic from up top. As Global Esports did kind of charge into multiple. Not going to check this right angle as the reload is very unfortunately timed, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Still going to be a round win to Global.
And you're able to keep both those Phantoms and a Bulldog, so have a pretty strong bonus round here for GE. You know, able to survive that initial shorty blast was Rossi, and able to find that entry, kick the door in for GE. And a couple good plays there from DFM to find a couple picks, but a fast hit from GE. Now lining up in that B direction. I see zero other than the turret.
Hey man, the turret is trying his best. Okay?
I'm sorry, Mr. Turret. Sorry, Tommy. Forgive me for disrespecting you. They're gonna smoke up. Okay, so Anthem did slide back in, but the utility dump is huge, and there's not a lot that DFM can do here right just yet.
Rossi in a really good spot here with the shorty. He's gonna hold this down. The pop flash is good though, and he pops in, and Anthem pops him down. So that's gonna be a kill here. First kill going the way of DFM, but Monyet gets a kill on the Soldom to follow that one up. Now he's on low health. Will have to get healed up here by the Sky.
This is huge though. I mean, at least DFM was able to stop it, but Texture finds.
Did he jump?
I don't know exactly. It's definitely a bit strange.
Yeah, I don't. Well,
just look away, Valdez. Just look away.
I'm like, there's no raise on this. Like, nothing could have forced him to jump, right? Very strange. Either way, Anthem, he's holding it down. He's definitely been one of these consistent members for the side of DFM that's always kind of, you know, he's not popping off all the time, but he's always kind of doing his job.
He's got those, like, it seems like he's good for an ace, like once a match, which is pretty fun. But I think maybe they're just a little bit of a jump peek attempt that got caught by Texture is my best guess on that jump. It always looks funny, though, when you're like bunny hopping around and then you just, well, no, I shouldn't have done that.
Definitely the timing was questionable, but still, Anthem now, he's just going to hold on to his Vandal, and you can see that Global Esports as well, they hold on to 3 fantastic rifles here. So not only is it a bonus round win, it is a decisive one, and that will bring them into potentially even more wins in the following rounds.
Well, I tell you what, it was 2 bonus round wins for DRX to start both maps, and yet Team Secret was able to come back and get the win, so definitely, I mean, this is unbelievable. How he doesn't even know he got the kill until the flash wears off. He's like, I think I did this. I mean, just insane. Texture there, able to bring this up. And yeah, the GE fans, very excited.
It looks like they got a bigger venue this time, which is probably a good idea based on what I've seen from some of those Global Esports viewing parties. It's like, well, there's just never enough space, which is super hype.
They've got just so many fans, and it's great.
Yeah.
So very happy that their team can come out and get that bonus round win. They know how important that round is for any team to win. And Lotus has been strangely defender-sided at times in Pacific. Again, I'm telling you, just flip the maps in Pacific on how they normally play out.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Take a look at a split.
Yeah, right.
Attacker-sided map here in Pacific. Interesting stuff.
That's the way it rolls. Some utility dump to try to prevent this hit, but not really able to get the reinforcements in time. Anthem there at the drop, but they're just dropping like flies. Oh!
Oh, Anthem once again, and now that Spike in a really awkward spot. Ozzy's still here. He's got the potential flank coming in from Texture, who has run all the way around. Oh, but he doesn't go for the first guy, and then Soldom just jump peeks him and takes him out. A couple of headshots. It's going to be DFM on the board.
Kind of an odd round there from GE. I think they maybe assumed a little bit too much that they could win that battle at drop and then just plant at the back of the site and set up for kind of a deep post plant, but Anthem shuts it down and gets 2 huge kills. I spoke a little bit too soon there as DFM was ready. It was just all according to plan there for them. They just sat back, waited, and they were like, yeah, we know GE's going to keep pushing space, and then that's when we're going to strike and punish them, and certainly that was the case. So now same kind of look from GE to start, just checking here at A main to see if they can find anybody trying to push. You'll see a lot of defenders teams try to push that rock. Try to box in the attacker side, but look at the rotation here on the backside. I love that our observers gave us a quick view of this because the GE has no idea that this is coming. And they're not prepared for it at all.
Yep. Now command comes in. They are getting very aggressive here on a B. This is where the KO can get some really nice value just to open up this B side especially. But Anthem is just on a roll today. Can't stop this guy. He just seemingly gets kills every single round. And as I say that, he gets stopped, but the rest of the team is shoring it up for him as now it's all up to Aaron to try to win this 1v3. And, well, he's on a snake bite, so he's just going to go down. And that's an easy defuse here for Rada.
Yeah, this is just a good kind of change of ideas here for DFM. They give up the space on the A, and they're immediately on the rotate just in case that space that they've given up gets taken. It doesn't by GE. GE kind of pumps the brakes, feeling that it might be another trap on the A site. And so they're going to go to B site instead. So this is, again, DFM sometimes a little bit too predictable in my book. And so far today, I'm liking what I'm seeing, just like with Team Secret, where the ideas are good here to start. But it's just a matter of, can DFM kind of keep that momentum rolling? Can they keep those good ideas flowing? And can they keep GE off balance here on this attacker side? And a lot of ultimates now to play with. Get that lockdown. You got the Seekers kind of figure out what's going on whenever you feel like it. Oh, Rossi's already popping this dash, though, so clearly expecting some kind of push out. Maybe able to change angles, but gonna have to use it right now to get into sight.
Yeah. Here they go. Rossi in the face, in to the site. Only Takajay is able to get Texture down. And now Anthem hanging out in the smoke, but they have Seekers here to try to get on top of GE, who are just planting at the moment. Monyet able to get the kill, but Rada lines up 3 and picks up the clutch on the site. And it's not officially one, but he certainly did clutch it for the team, and that's an immediate timeout call, as those last 3 rounds were very sloppy from GE, and DFM just immediately grabbed that advantage.
Just banana stuff from DFM. I mean, Monyet, this looks great. This looks great for G, but then Rada comes in here. No suggestion in the lineup for DFM today, and just nasty stuff from Rada. Goodness.
Yeah. And, you know, fans still coming out for DFM, even though they still haven't gotten that one win. Maybe tonight's the night. Maybe it's you know, he had some 9-3 curse action, but also the bonus round curse, which isn't really a thing, but it happened
today it is.
Twice.
Today it's the bonus round curse. I mean, usually you win that bonus and you're already kind of dusting your hands off. Well, this half is going to go really good.
Yeah.
And it has not been the case, so my fellow bald brethren Spin going to be the one behind the microphone, behind the coaching desk for GE today. Some GE fans sitting out there in the audience.
Yeah. Took, you know, a holiday from his time in the Army to come out and watch Texture in person.
Ah.
That is a true fan. You don't get too much time off when you're doing that compulsory service here in Korea.
Rossi going to use the Blade Storm, half armors. The full armor investment from DFM. Rossi able to dodge that flash. Sneaks right underneath that one-way. So far, good dodging of a lot of DFM's utility. Sentry's got to be good.
And they are just ham-fisting this one. They are just going straight on in. That knife is going to land after the first blood from Monyet. He's able to take down Rada. So now, SK Rossi's still looking for some more. Zarin is taking a lot of damage through the smoke as well.
Ooh. Good peek, good peek. Great snake bite.
Yeah. Seems like they had a decent idea he was there. But now, I mean, there's a bunch of shorties. You see that Takajay just pulled out his.
Oh my god, he dodged that. He just micro-adjusted his position just enough that he dodged those shorties. And now it has to be a retreat for DFM. I mean, such an odd thing to think that, I think if Rossi goes down there, that might be DFM pushing for this retake, and instead it's a complete back off. I mean, just millimeters make the difference sometimes.
Yeah. So there you go, Global Esports, they call a timeout. after losing 3 in a row. They're able to get back into the lead.
Turns out timeouts are pretty useful, Valdez.
Yeah. Feels like most of our teams know that. And use them, you know, to win these matchups.
Yeah.
In general.
It's generally the case.
Yeah. Not everybody, but.
No. I don't know who would, you know, but.
Yeah.
Well, not calling anyone out, I swear.
Yeah.
A couple lockdowns. So let's see if they're going to kind of be used to sort of trade space. Again, the early sort of feigned aggression towards A. This time the rotates are in, and DFM seems to be believing it a little bit more off the back of that utility, but they should be pumping the brakes here pretty soon. They should be changing direction, and yeah, I can see that Zenfree already has decided that, maybe not, but they're leaving B open. Again, it's just our boy, Tommy Turret, the blue collar Turret doing all the hard work here.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? So Tommy has taken it up, and now he's dead. Anyway, we are here on the B site, Global Esports, and we do have double lockdowns for both sides. Not too much in terms of reliable kills onto those lockdowns, so both teams kind of just gonna leave the site open. But the spike was planted, so that's good timing here for Global Esports.
Yeah, and now they're really fanned out. They're finding picks on the edges to make things worse, but still Takajay coming in behind.
Okay, yeah. Takajay trying to do most of the work. He's going to get 2 at Tiny Door, but there's just not enough time. I mean, yeah, he's just got to run out of there. There's just no chance for him. And so Global Esports, nice little push into the B site, and that's going to be a second round in a row for them.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you're really happy to trade lockdowns because you get so much space. It doesn't really matter too much that there's a counter lockdown in play here because you don't want to play on the B side anyway. You're looking to, playing on the B side is tricky, right? There's a lot more angles to worry about on the middle of the B site. It's a lot tougher to defend from inside of it anyway. So that's a huge win here for GE. So this is really smart play calling from Aaron, as we've come to expect. They're able to get some serious value out of that round. Now, Takajay does have that Viper's Pit available. See if he wants to hold on to it, if maybe might try to pop it. He might have got, I think he dodged the knife, I'm not sure, from Aaron. Yeah, once again, GE putting pressure at A. This time they're sticking around, looking to see if maybe there's some lurks, potentially, from DFM. Once they open this door, the toxic screen.
Yeah.
Tough to push through that.
And it looks like they won't yet. Although, as I say that, we do have Rossi sticking around, sniffing out what he can.
Toxins going up.
Will he open the door again?
Zenfree again. Now he's holding the angle. Ooh, that flash is so good.
Yeah, he's in a rough spot. He's just trying to TP away, and in fact, he will get to safety. So the Omen here's Zenfree holding it down real well, but Rossi, he's holding at Rubble. He's able to get a kill there through the door. That's going to offer a chance here. Soldom tries to get out, and he meets face-to-face with 3 or 4 members of Global Esports.
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
Soldom there just trying to make a hero play, and GE's not having any of it. Dash in, the paranoia to cut off Zenfree and finishing the job as Aaron. Really nice stuff here from GE.
All right, well, Anthem, I highly doubt that he will actually, well, as I say that, he is going to pick up 1 and then immediately lose his life. As Global Esports, they losing 1 person, they don't really care because they have a massive bank at this point in time after winning 3 rounds in a row. So that's going to be DFM's timeout this time.
Now you need to reel in a lot of your players. Soldom just out here trying to make hero plays. Just isn't working. The coordination here now from GE is starting to shine. It's just everybody in Anthem there should have saved. Honestly, the way the money is, Valdez, what did they say?
I just heard they have no idea, bro. Sounds like Aaron's getting pretty amped up there.
Aaron likes to trash talk.
Yeah. And to be honest, after that round, it kind of looked like they were lacking some critical information, paper thin.
DFM?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of, again, there's a lot of things that went sideways in that round for DFM and some things that probably shouldn't, and kind of what I was talking about, and then the kind of the icing on the cake here in the not so tasty cake was that
the tasteless cake.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yes. Let's go global. Woo. But I think like Anthem there needed to save his gun. Like the economy's bad for DFM. Like there was no reason to make that play. That round was cooked. I mean, I know
he took a gun out of Texture, who buys another rifle and still has 5,000 credits.
Yep. Yep.
So,
and they have a judge. And okay, they're able to somewhat scrape together. But I mean, I guess Detonation does do the half armor buys to cut funds, but I think discretion's the better part of Valor there, for sure for Anthem. I think I would have much rather have seen him.
Better part of Valorant?
That was good.
Or just Valor.
I like yours. I like yours better.
Okay.
I really do actually like yours better a lot. But again, like now you're investing this Viper's Pit. Again, you could have invested it previously. So yes, you're getting a decent read here on the GE, but you're like one round delayed and you're alt cycling. Is that going to cut an extra Viper's Pit that you maybe could have gotten, throughout this half? I doubt it, but like why? There's a lot of questions I have about DFM. Like sometimes they look great, and other times they look like they're a little lost.
Yeah. Could be a mental thing. It could also just be that sometimes it looks like they're doing the right thing, whereas, give them the benefit of the doubt. They know what to do most of the time, but sometimes maybe they're just kind of, getting it right half the time, and the other times just
30 seconds left.
Kind of feeling a little bit like they don't really know what to do. As here they go. Here comes Global Esports moving on to the A site, as they have a huge force just moving straight into setup turrets. Guns here from DFM. We're going to shut them all down. That's 3 kills now, 2 more to Rada, and not a single one will go to Global. So again, timeouts certainly helping as they were in position there to stop the push.
Yeah, and I love the round. I love the idea. It just came later than I would have liked to have seen. I would have liked to have seen Takaj use that pit as soon as possible. If you're going to set up for plays like that, great. I'm all about this. This is a beautiful round. You completely push GE right where you want them, right to A, where the crossfires are set up, where everybody's just holding angles, just ready for this. 100%. Phenomenal. Just could have come earlier, and it could have been maybe a slightly different half here for DFM.
Yeah, definitely need to see more consistency like that. Hopefully that timeout helps them get back on their feet, and they can continue with more of this. Could keep it. They have an opportunity to keep this close against Global Esports, who currently are making the map seem attackers favored, which you would expect.
Yes.
So that's nice, at least, I guess. Get our stats in order a little bit.
We're finally getting balance in the Pacific universe.
Yeah.
We got some crazy teams here, and that's what makes the Pacific the best region. Just going to say it.
True.
That's right.
Careful here.
Especially on this broadcast. It's pretty straightforward.
That's right.
Which one is the best?
Hands down.
Here they come again. This is not the first time Global have done this. A very aggressive push in. This time DFM going to leave the site mostly open. Just waiting in the smoke. And Soldom is not going to connect that shot in the smoke. Bazzi cleans up the backside, and that is just a clean sweep, as not even Takaj will take out Rossi. It's a flawless now the other way, this time to Global Esports.
Phenomenal stuff here from GE, recognizing that a lot of times when they're trying to hit sites, like DFM's game plan has been to try to stop it, just like from even the plant getting down, right? With those 3 successful rounds, a lot of them were just because DFM was able to catch a really good timing. Even though GE's initial entries weren't bad, DFM just kind of slams in there when they're trying to slam down the spike and stops that from happening and just throws the round into complete chaos. This time around, GE's completely prepared for it. They're like, yep, you guys are going to do that again. We know you're coming. We're going to hold the angles this time and bait you into coming in when we take the site.
Takajay trying to go for the Jiggle Beat, takes a little bit of damage. SK Rossi now, last round of the half, he's got an Operator and Blade Storm, so he can basically just do whatever he wants. So let's see what he can get going on to A, as the rest of the team is going to rotate out of here. Kind of what we saw about 3 rounds ago, where he was able to get the kill at the door.
Oh, but this op shot has completely baited DFM over to the A side. I love the way that GE is calling this round. It's going to be all on a Zenfree here in a moment, as Rossi just keeps pushing space. I mean, this is going to throw this round into absolute chaos.
Well, the bird's going to go by. He has no idea as Reyna gets taken out, and they're like, whoa, what's going on now? As the comms are definitely jumbled. The push is going in onto A as Global, they back out now as SK Rossi is just going 1v3 over here. He's going to get another pick onto Anthem. He's doing it all by himself.
They even TP Zenfree over here to try to see if he can do some damage. Maybe buy some time here for Soldom to come in on this flank through Link.
Well, no ace, as Zenfree's going to put an end to that.
Spike planted.
And, well, this round is pretty over, as Soldom as well will get cleaned up. A fantastic flank from Texture, who sticks around and rotates all the way around the back. Global Esports 8 rounds on the attack.
I mean, I liked some of the ideas from DFM early. It's just, it's kind of this same problem that's rearing its ugly head for them, is that they aren't consistent with being able to put together like good protocols and good rounds and good teamwork. Like sometimes they get a little off script, and it's really impressive that Global Esports is able to, you know, just kind of weather the storm here and then just keep going and then find some very impressive rounds, some very impactful rounds where they're able to kind of toy with the map, toy with DFM.
Yeah. And Global Esports, definitely a great start here on this first half. And not only that, we already saw their viewing party over in India, but also here with, you know, a couple of Korean players on the roster. A lot of fans have come down to cheer on this team every single week, week in, week out. They may have the biggest fan base of all the teams here. It's pretty insane just how many people are cheering them on and hoping that they can make it into playoffs. They gotta beat DFM first, and then of course later on this week they have to defeat Team Secret, who just beat DRX. So
yeah,
that's gonna be difficult, but we'll see if they can make it work.
No doubt about it. It's definitely doable here for GE to still get in there, to still get into the playoffs. I mean, again, they're a team that has showed us so many brilliant moments, you know, really pushing teams like DRX, beating Gen G. So we know that this team is capable of better things than what we've seen so far. It's just a matter of getting there. It's a matter of being consistent, keeping SK Rossi in a state of high play now that he's finally been able to get here. It's been a little rocky with him, but when he's been good, he's been great. So certainly for Global Esports, you know, you're hoping that that trend can continue.
Yeah.
And they could show us some really good stuff and then, you know, maybe get into the playoffs. I'm not going to say that I'm keen one way or another versus them versus Team Secret, who I would favor in the playoffs. I think the better team will, you know, probably show themselves next week.
And by next week, you mean later this week. Later this weekend. The fans are getting really sneaky by some of the stuff they're drawing on the back side of this, of the fan signs. They're like, oh, I have this very innocent sign on the back. It's like, oh, Korean caster, if you see this, you have to give me a wink. Getting a little bit fiery on some of these signs right there. As Vonyet is going to open up the firing here out through the door. He's got Bazzi with him, and they are just cleaning them up outside of B. As you see Anthem and Takajay. And they're going to try to make this way onto the A site, but this is already read by the side of Global Esports, who are looking to come in here and defend. It shouldn't be too difficult, although Anthem was able to sneak around. One right click, though, is going to make quick work of Takajay. And once again, it's all up to Anthem, who, let's see what he can do. Nope.
Yeah.
Not this time.
Yeah, the gun barrel shows itself, and not much he can do there, and GE is still just absolutely dominant on pistol rounds. I mean, it's just brilliant the way they navigate themselves here. Just coming from so many different angles. DFM has no idea, you know, where these attacks are going to be coming from, where the players are going to be sitting and waiting. And you can see the GE fans getting fired up, and rightfully so.
Yeah, really good stuff. As Global Esports now looking to solidify their lead on the defensive side. They're going to add to some of those defensive rounds, but at the same time, they have already gotten 8 on the attack, so I'm not too worried about our stats. Whatever team is the better team on the day should get the win. And DFM really going to be struggling to find it here in the eco. They have one shorty. So maybe if Soldom can do kind of what something does and find an angle, perhaps there is some way for them to make it happen, but not looking too likely.
No doubt about it. And you can see they're just completely boxed in. DFM is really just trying to figure out what's going on, and GE is just has full control of the map at this point. You pretty much know that DFM is stuck in their spawn. So now with that turret, they're going to play off some contact, but the guns are pretty good here for Global Esports.
Yeah, they are quite good, but Soldom, he's able to get that angle, pushes into Rubble, gets 2 shorty kills. And that is something you don't see every day here on the eco. Let's see what they got, but the tiny door is open. They're buying time. Aaron is going to pick up 2. And that means that now DFM are going to have to rush this spike into a site. Looks like they're going towards B. And they should have enough time.
10 seconds left.
Unless Global Esports somehow are able to deny this, but that Nanoswarm not in the spot. Good read from DFM not to plant it in default. They might get away with it. Here's Anthem. Well, nice try, but Rossi's got a Phantom, and he is not afraid to use it.
Nice job here by Rossi. Him and Aaron bailing the team out. Texture finishes the job, but this was like a really good start here. Soldom kind of with that Soldom special, the dash with the shorty, getting 2 huge kills, and I thought all of a sudden, all right, maybe DFM's going to thrifty this, but Aaron there, those 2 picks that he got towards A-Link, absolutely massive. I mean, just literally saved the round here for the side of Global Esports. Absolutely nuts. I mean, this right here, the flash, even though it doesn't really connect, doesn't matter. He's still got the better gun. And a good attempt here by DFM, and you know, Soldom is a very, very good player. We've seen him get better and better since he's come back in for DFM, but still a long road to climb here for Detonation Focus Me. It has to start now. You cannot get bonused again.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. Here's Soldom. Now he's just going to calmly walk around the edge. Picks up 2. And Rada as well will take out Aaron. So saw Global Esports trying to make their way out here towards Rubble and challenge them. They failed the challenge. So now DFM will look to plant this at A.
Yeah, the utility dump here is phenomenal from DFM. Just leaves everybody on GE just kind of spinning. And eventually they're able to get through. Rossi, though, still has that Phantom. Texture with the Bulldog. Could do some damage.
One enemy remaining.
Nope. I take it back.
Yeah. You know, he could have.
Could have.
But not anymore, turns out. As we do see Texture just waiting. Not really going to be able to do much. Maybe he can find somebody who's running out at the last second. There's also a guy in spawn. Anthem is just waiting there. So. And so might Texture.
Oh, yeah, Texture here, just looking to see if he can find an exit frag. Grab the gun. Piece out of there.
He's gonna die.
Oh, he didn't make it. Oh, he got caught by Phantom in the, or excuse me, Anthem in the back.
Phantom
Anthem.
Phantom Anthem. He was there
up
sneaking in the back. And yeah, a clean round from DFM.
Yeah, this is just, you know, again, what you need out of Soldom. That's what he's known for, is these explosive entries, the way that he can just stabilize his aim and stabilize himself, find, you know, weaknesses in the defense, or sometimes even hitting the defense right in their teeth and still kicking them in. So really impressive from Soldam, even though he's had a rough start here to this map so far. But DFM, on the attacker side, got a little bit of momentum behind their sails, and could see them flirting with maybe a B sort of lurk here if they set up for C. I'm kind of curious how they want to play this. Maybe use the paranoia and then set up for these lurks from the door. Sending the door through, they're actually going to maybe go for this. It's hard to tell what they're doing. They're kind of trying to set up with Reita at the front. He's got the spike too, so this has to be C.
They're going in. Soldam is ticking down, takes 15 damage, but he's still going to be able to pick up that first kill, gets a second, opens up the C site for DFM, and now Reita able to follow up with that one again. Another clean entry from Detonation Focus Me.
Last player standing.
And yeah, looking like a pretty clean plant. Rossi doesn't look like he'll go in on this one.
Nope. Well, he's got a judge, so he might. I mean, there's not
the old college try.
Yeah, there's not a huge reason to save.
Yeah.
Unless you can get the gun. Now there's a reason to save. With just the judge, you'd expect him to maybe just go for something nuts, and then maybe upgrade on the way in. But this time, there's no one in spawn to kind of harass him. He's checking it. Now you can see it's in their heads. But
no Phantom Anthem.
No Phantom Anthem. And this is pretty interesting from the side of DFM. And again, it's Soldam starting to heat up, starting to be that explosive jet entry that they need. And Texture there is just completely befuddled at that corner on the second kill. His aim was way off. He had no idea what to expect because you have no idea where Soldam's going to be. He uses the movement abilities of Jet so well. Expecting him to fully rotate back around the corner. Instead, it's just a repeat on the wide angle from Soldam. And now things get a little bit spicy. Good timeout, I was going to say. That one was taking a while, so.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think, Global Esports, you're in a good spot, 10-6. But the last couple of rounds have been very one-sided to the side of Detonation Focus Me, so they just say, okay, let's calm down. See, that Spin isn't like losing his mind or anything. He's just trying to get them back on track, get them back on focus. As there are just so many fans.
Texture fans.
Yeah.
Because Nada is Texture's name.
Yeah.
So I just learned that. And I was like, does that have a different meaning other than country? Because Nada means country.
Yeah.
But all my Korean friends were like, no, I think it just means country.
Well, Texture has a country's worth of fans.
True. That's true.
There, see what I did there?
I did. I appreciate you.
Very nice.
I appreciate the Valdez humor. Believe it or not.
Well, he is trying his best. He has died the fewest amount of times on the team, Texture, 7. He is also playing Killjoy. So that's
kind of your job.
Yeah, just don't die. Let Tommy the Turret do some of the work. So here comes DFM once again, pushing Rubble.
Still, they get really identified here that there's a lot there. Now there's a pinch at the door with a quick rotation here from Batsy. Let's see what they can do. And instead, it's just kind of using this ability to get that poison cloud inside of there in the door to make sure that they can kind of take control of this space, maybe leave Zenfree on his own. Zenfree's really, really good around this Rubble area with this Omen. Seen him do some really tricky stuff with those TPs to make life difficult for his opponents. And now, 2 here, stacked towards the dog. Took a little while to clear it. That hurts.
Yeah, we saw Envy last match on Haven, went down to some spray like that to 3 health, and then he just stuck around with the Sheriff and got 2 kills. But DFM not going to push it. It's actually going to be Rossi who gets a bit curious, and Texture is able to trade it back
30
and
seconds
even upgrade
left
to a better gun.
Zenfree, yeah, this lurk pays off. Monyet there, just wiped out. Now the A site wide open, even though there's a flank here from the side of GE. They are all the way through spawn already, so plant should come down. And then GE's got some work to do.
10
Marshall
seconds
here
left.
for Batsy.
Spike planted.
And GE just trying to push into this one. It's not going to be too easy as, okay, Marshall misses. Tries to pop flash, still looking, and he's going to pick up the headshot onto Anthem, making this round a bit more interesting. They have a lot of flash ability, but Zinfree picks up one. Texture still around up against Soldam, who is not going to be able to get the kill, and now it's all up to Texture. Does he have it in him to 1v2? No. Reita will take him down and give 3 rounds in a row to DFM, and all of a sudden, now it's Detonation Focus Me who are in total control.
The timing just a little bit off here for Aaron. He tried to re-peek off his flash, but there was just too many players there. Good, stuff here from Batsy and Marshall, finding value with those cheaper guns, and then they're able to get full, upgrades in the rifles essentially. But like, it's just the timing was just a little bit off. If Aaron had waited another 4 or 5 seconds for Texture to get there, it could have been a very different round. Just not sure if they just were off on the communication a little bit, or Texture got held up by something. Maybe some noise, or just not exactly sure. But now GE is going to just be pushing Sands.
Yeah.
Got 3 here. They're expecting someone to come through that door, maybe.
And finally, it feels like this map has found its identity. It's like, okay, I am an attacker-sided map. This is what is supposed to happen. Both of these teams have had a fantastic attacking rounds and are leading through there. DFM are taking over control after the half. But now they've really slowed it down, as we do have one guy. It is Anthem, who is very slowly pushing in towards A. The rest of the team is back in spawn. See what value he can get.
DFM's been so patient on this attacker side at times, where they're just really feeling out GE, finding space in their defense, and they may gamble correctly here, grabbing that orb. It is just Rossi right now with a little bit of help from Batsy to hold C.
30 seconds left.
Rossi's getting hit by everything, but thankfully they don't push into him for his sake. They're actually going into B towards A. This is a very crazy rotation, but one of the things that you can do on a map like Lotus is a Nanoswarm trying to buy some time here. They still have to get the spike down.
10 seconds
as
left.
it's, okay, it will be planted. Now they're not quite able to stop the plant, so down it goes. DFM in position. Rossi with the first kill. Second kill goes to Rossi there, cleaning up the site. There's a fake on the spike, gets some more peeks out of DFM, and one by one the dominoes fall as Takajay gets one and Zinfree gets none. And finally, Global Esports get back into the rhythm and pick up a retake and get the win.
Great movement here by DFM. I'm thoroughly impressed with the way that they handled this particular round in terms of toying with GE, kind of pushing them back in various areas, keeping it really difficult to keep track of exactly which site they were going to go at. And they get to A and they get the plant down for free. The problem became on their post-plant defense, they were really expecting someone to be coming from their flanks or, coming from an off angle. And so they played really deep and heavy into that. Instead, GE just kind of was able to work their way through the people on the site, get a huge numbers advantage, and snowball that into that round. So not a bad idea at all from DFM, and just kind of overthinking themselves a little bit, I feel like.
Feels like Soldam needs to blink more. Just trying to rest his eyes during the timeout. But yeah, he always looks in pain almost during those as he's just trying to rest his eyes, so don't misunderstand.
Him and Depp both do that, where they cover their eyes during the timeouts because they just don't want to look at the screen anymore.
And Jet players.
Oh, God, those Jet players.
Well, Depp is now a Raze player, apparently. He's only played Raze for like the past 7 maps or something ridiculous.
He's pretty decent at Raze, too, though.
Yeah.
I'll say.
He's pretty good at the game.
Yeah, he's pretty all right. Yeah. So is Soldam. Soldam's very, very good. We've seen what he's capable of individually. And some of those entries have been good, and it's just good reactions from GE. Kept them in this, kept them ahead.
Will be their nightmare.
And now, half armors abound for GE, and Odin for Zenfree, and he's trying to spray him down. almost works.
Yeah. That's a decent amount of damage here to Bazzi.
And there's a lot of, walls that you can shoot through here, so curious to see what this is going to look like. Well, okay, he gave the Odin to Anthem, or the Odin to Anthem, and then just popped him with a Vandal.
That's a nice first pick here to the side of DFM. Gonna make it much easier, but look at Rossi. He's pushing out, and he's trying to take advantage of DFM and their slow play style. They say, okay, they got a pick. They're probably gonna push this time, and they do, which means this big flank could get huge value for Global Esports.
All right, push coming in. Just Batsy and Monyet on site, but Rossi coming in the backside. There's the alarm bot to check for it, though.
Oh, Monyet, he's flashed, he's blinded, but Rossi from behind gets two, and again, that flank is just massive, and it totally takes the wind out of the sails here from DFM. They're not able to get those shorty shots in, and that will be 12 rounds now to Global Esports, looking to close the map out.
Yeah, this is just good stuff here from GE. Just different looks on their defender side this time, dialing up a bit more aggression, and you gotta love it, the way that Aaron really navigates this team on this map, doing a great job. And yeah, they're able to find enough of an angle there, even with that alarm bot, that they don't trip it before they're able to find some value, find some damage, and at that point, it's just bad news bears for DFM because Monyet's holding the line there. Huge stuff from him to really give that flank from GE even extra oomph.
Yeah. DFM in the past, when they go down to 12-round losses, they eventually just begin to speed up a little bit, try to alter the tempo, but this time they're just holding it. They don't want to get flanked again, so they're kind of the ones defending their spawn at the moment.
I was just going to say, look how deep Rossi is here. He got so far ahead, and that Hawk doesn't really tell you much. It could have been somebody at Sands, so they aren't 100% sure that someone's around this corner. Let's see if DFM's going to check for it.
Well,
now they know.
Yeah, that's good enough. And Rossi's just going to escape. Has the Blade Storm. He's ready to go if need be. Meanwhile, Anthem once again hanging out here at Rubble by himself. Playing the solo Killjoy role. Whereas everybody else on the side of DFM is looking to push right into Rossi, who just lines it up, gets three with the knives. And that might just be the nail in the coffin here as DFM, the wind is taken out of their sails, not able to hit that fourth knife as Texture will steal that one away. And now Anthem with one try, gets one, does not get a second, it's 4 kills to the side of SK Rossi. And it's map number 1 to the side of Global Esports.
Yeah, there were some good runs in there by DFM, but I think some, again, mistakes that they can clean up in the early part of game, in the early part of the game could have made this a very different affair, where they could have had a couple more rounds on their side, where if they had invested that Viper's Pit a little bit sooner, if they had kind of played the rounds just a little bit different, a little bit less isolation. Like, some teams get into this mode where they're like, all right, everybody make hero plays, like, Soldom, go kill. But that isn't really going to get you much often at this level of Valorant. GE, great adjustments, great timeouts. Big credit to Spin there coming in today.
Yeah.
His first time down there, and I thought both timeouts were really impactful. You can see that GE played really well off the back. Eventually, one of them I think they lost the next round, but off of them they did a really good job here. So hats off to the way that GE was making adjustments.
Yeah. Absolutely. DFM on the attacker side especially, they had some moments here on defense, but they had a bunch of rounds in a row. It got pretty scary for Global Esports. They finally were able to use those timeouts, as you mentioned, to kind of right the ship, but DFM putting up a good fight. Wasn't enough at the end of the day, especially against this guy. SK Rossi ended up with 3-13 on the ACS, 5 First Bloods, and a 2.0 KD as well. So just really great stats. Doing a good job on the Jet. Did his job this time around. A nice bounce back compared to last week.
Yeah, it's just a great effort all around. Monyet had some great holds. Textures is his usual self. He seems to always be kind of having good games. Aaron led the team very well. You know, maybe not the most impressive scoreline, but still, that's what you want out of Aaron, is calling good shots. That's why he's here. You know, he's definitely not the most, you know, explosive player mechanically, except with frenzies. But and then, you know, on the backside, Vatsy just doing his job, you know, with the utility, with the Sky. He's been really, really good on that agent a lot this year. So yeah, GE looks firmly in control of this one. That was DFM's map pick, so.
Yeah, absolutely. A very solid win going the way of Global Esports. This time around, they take the 1-0. We're going to take a break, and we will come back with the desk to break down that first map. Aaron on the frenzy once again. Immediately, okay, like, what? Nothing could have forced.
They're just dropping like flies.
Oh, Anthem up this B-side special. They go. Rossi in the base, standing at the moment. Monyet able to get the kill. Marina! The turret guns here from DL. The Bird's gonna go by. He had 1v3 over here. He's well, this round is pretty over as Harry on some of these signs rather. Door, he's got Bazzi with him, and there Anthem was able to sneak around to over on the eco. Let's see what they got, but here's Anthem. Well, let's see how it goes. Here's me.
Zenfree, yeah.
There's the pop flash, still looking. Who is not is just massive, and it totally takes the wind out of the sails here from DF. He's looking to push right into Rossi, who just lines it up.
Getting into the Pacific League, I missed like 2-3 of my games, but everything happens for good, I guess. Let's take it in a positive way, and yeah, I'm loving what's been happening so far. Hello everyone, this is Ganesh Gangadhar, also known as SK Rossi, and I play Valorant for Team Global Esports, and I'm from India. It's a really good responsibility, and it's a really good feeling to compete at the highest level where not everyone gets this chance, and me being here competing against the best of the best, it's an amazing feeling. And to represent a country like India where there are a billion people, where there'll be millions of gamers in the future, I hope and I wish I'll be inspiring to all those upcoming young players, you know. So it's a great feeling to represent my home country, and it's a very proud moment for me.
When he first made it up to internationals, which would be LCQ of 2021, started garnering a lot of attention. He had already had a ton of eyes on him, obviously, within the India scene, but that was one of his biggest cracks at international competition, and he was able to deliver quite well when it came down to his performances on Jett.
People said his operator was really special, and I was like, yeah, come on, like everyone's good with the operator in Valorant. But then just playing alongside him in practice and seeing how he uses the op, I can see why he's, you know, considered an Indian superstar. And the Pacific stage, I'm just so excited to see him flourish, and he's going to surprise a lot of people.
Honestly, Rossi is really risky player because his play style is really aggressive than other players, but that's also really talented things, right? Our coaching staffs are just making some variable things for him so he can make some more unique things in the game. It's unexpected things for the players, you know.
Pop flash, the lead through. Monyet tries to turn away from the Rossi's got the covering fire, the right click. HP, surely this is Rossi will clean up a 4K.
I'm not afraid to do mistakes, and my operator, I think those are my two strengths when I'm playing Jett. If I be aggressive and if I lose the round, I really don't care about my mistakes. It's like, yeah, I did a mistake, but I can only learn from it. So my ability to not be afraid and pure confidence and trust with my operator skills, I think that will make me a really good Jett.
The last round against Vitality on the second map of Pearl, you know, that's the Rossi moment here. He got a 4K on Pearl, he kills one person, and then he gets 3 more kills, and the game's over.
Split them up, SK Rossi right into the corner. Does he realize finally spots it? Spike drop down, and now the re-swing. Reset of the aim, one after another. Country represented, India.
Round before that, he told me, Jordan, I'm starting to feel it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like better every round. when you hear that from your teammate that he's feeling good and good, it makes you play better, it makes you feel better. That's just one small moment in the small time we've had on the international stage. I think there's going to be a lot more 4Ks from Rossi for sure.
There are a lot of players, a lot of teams, but from India it's only 2. That is what I'm here for. I'm here for a change. I'm using this platform to make a change for my country and all the people who dream the impossible. I want to show them that even if you're not talented, if you work hard enough, you can achieve your goals. So I'm using this VCT Pacific League a platform as to do the impossible and make some change.
You're watching VCT Pacific. We just finished the first game of Map 2. We got Global Esports versus Detonation Focus Me, with Global Esports taking the win. You know, DFM was trying to fight back, but unfortunately, they could not.
Yeah, I mean, an impressive first game there, Global Esports. You know, delivering the kind of game that we expected here. I will say Detonation Focus Me, they did have their moments. They were looking strong. I was personally expecting this to be a little bit more one-sided, but again, we've mentioned before that these teams are all seeming to be fairly close to each other. Detonation Focus Me not exactly being too timid on the map, like I think we've seen in some of their other games. It seems like whether it's Zeta or Detonation Focus Me, those habits seem to come in a Game 2 or a Game 3, but I think it was an overall improvement from some of their other games we've seen before.
Yeah, that is true. But at the same time, this was DFM's map pick, so hopefully, you know, they have better luck on Pearl. Now, Rossi seems to be, you know, good old Rossi today.
Good old Rossi. That's the boy. That's the guy that we're looking out for, because he is that match MVP. I mean, look at that. 313 ACS, 5 first kills. That's the highest that we've got in this entire server right now. I think the next highest might be Soldam with 4, but still, this is peak SK Rossi performance.
Yeah, Rossi, he was the Rossi that we needed to have here today. He had some great peaks. He was able to engage and to initiate. He had great rotations as well. Obviously able to carry the team, able to come out looking very good, and able to allow the rest of his teammates to do exactly what they needed to do to fill in that first win.
Yeah, I think if anything, it just shows that, you know, this is that condition for GE, Global Esports. When they reach this performance, when they reach this level and the SK Rossi is going off, this is exactly what happens. That said, though, I do think DFM, Detonation Focus Me, they did have some little heroic performances in there. Anthem, Rada, they started to show up a little bit.
In fact, yeah, let's talk about that, Quack. You know, they had a great flawless round.
Oh, yeah.
DFM at one point. Let's take us through that.
Because here's what happens in round 10. You know, not a lot of information all throughout, but there is that one Hawk from the Sky player, and it actually gives them so much information. Yeah, okay, it's Rada. And because of that, they know that, okay, it's potentially going to be an A hit, and as soon as people start coming in, Zenfree is the one who gets the first few, and then the rest of them, just look at how they're positioned. It is so safe, so careful. Rada spinning around on his head, getting a second frag even then, and everyone is able to land their shots. This is how DFM kind of plays, a little bit passive, but when they have that information, they know how to react to it. They're able to find a flawless win.
And that was after a timeout, too. So they...
Yeah. We were talking about that. You know, these timeouts we're going to be watching very carefully, right? Especially when you have a new coach on the team. How exactly is the team's behavior going to change, and what are they going to do going forward?
Yeah, that's right. Now, DFM, let's continue talking about DFM. They did have good ideas. You were remarking on a really strong entry onto C-Site.
Yeah, and this was, you know, I was joking backstage. I'm like, now here's where they might just get up to that site and get cold feet and turn around, but not the case at all. We saw Soldam come in here with the exact kind of jet play you got to need to see, and we've talked even earlier about how this is going to be a lot about, you know, how does Soldam's jet compare to Rossi's, but this was perfectly done. They got into C, they locked him out. There was some very good pushing. Taka J takes out Bazzi. This leaves just Rossi left over, and there's really just not a lot you're going to be able to do from here. They get that spike plant, and this was a play where Detonation Focus Me was not just letting the clock run, because everybody's figured out at this point in time, just don't peek unless you have to against Detonation Focus Me, and they they will not initiate. They're basically waiting for cues to come in there, and it worked. They got that, and I think this is a kind of play that we want to watch for and see more and more of down the road. Not just for this season, but for years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you make of that, Quack?
I mean, it's true. We know how DFM can be really passive at times, but when they really go in for it, and especially when Solam's the one at the helm, you know how he does. You know how he goes off, and when his team is there to help him, you can have those heroic performances. I mean, you just see how he updrafts into the air, like, without any prompting. Like, he goes out for that. And if he has his team following him in all of those instances, they can actually find some rounds. I think this scoreline, you know, it's not like that one-sided. It actually shows that DFM is trying, and I really admire that.
Absolutely, yeah. So improvements, continued improvements are great. Now, Global Esports, though, they won the round, and they just had a lot of really smart calls, a lot of smart plays, whether it was Spin or Aaron, you know, behind the scenes making those calls.
Yeah, because this round, if anything, Victoria, it really shows how deep their strategy, their strat book goes, because they start off with a little bit of utility. SK Rossi sneaks in, and look at the minimap on C, by the way. SK Rossi's still up on A, and DFM are really afraid of this. They're so cautious, but it's just another rotation. Global goes back towards C, they come back towards A. SK Rossi finds 3 kills on top of the first one that he got, and then just, you know, Texture coming in from behind because they were rotating back towards C. It's a little bit of a lurk. It's so much that DFM gets so overwhelmed, so confused, and Global Esports, SK Rossi, this guy, again, this is what it's all about.
It's so good to have him in Korea now. We've had many weeks to watch him develop, to watch him blossom on the Korean stage here against all of these teams from all over the Asia-Pacific region. And he played extremely well here today. I think that, you know, this is going to be another one of these days where we can put Rossi in as more of a consistent player. I know he did have some rough, you know, days in the past couple weeks, but he seems to be, again, in very good form. And he's definitely our MVP.
He's got that aura buff.
He's got that aura buff. He gives plus 10% to his teammates in speed and confidence. And handsomeness. That too.
He is a handsome,
He's a handsome
young
fellow.
man.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see this, because you know what? In some ways, it's almost like he has the weight of his country, you know, on his shoulders, and that's tough. That's
Be
tough.
nice to him.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and he always performs. And even when he's having a lesser of a performance, he's still really good.
I know.
Yeah. So, look, we're going to Pearl now. That's Global Esports pick for the second map. How are you guys feeling about this one?
You want to go first, Tazeless?
I mean, I think Global Esports should take this 2-0. Again, whenever I predict this kind of stuff, I'm fine being wrong. But I think you look at that first game, you look at all the games these guys have played over the weeks and weeks and weeks we've had. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think Global Esports has got it.
Yeah, and you're usually right. I mean, you've been right most of the nights here.
I've
the
been
Oracle.
trying.
And how about you?
I mean, this is one I think where we can all agree.
Can we?
Twitter agrees with us. Yeah.
You're the underdog guy. Like you always.
For this one, it's so, I hate to say it, but DFM just really needs so much more time in the lab. I don't know whether it's the coaching or just the IGLing, but you can see that they don't have the strats, that the depth isn't quite there yet as compared to what Global did in round 12, for example.
Well, I think they have their moments of brilliance, but they are not able to string together the right round wins in either the first or the second half to chain that to that number 13 in order to move on and win on the map. And I think that's the biggest issue. A good team, not all rounds are created equally. In some rounds, like if you can win and turn that, then you're going to force them into either they're going to have to force buy or it's going to be eco, and you can try to link that together, and then maybe you can use your ultis later on and try to maintain that lead. And Detonation focused me. Maybe they can accumulate 7, but they're not getting 10. They're not getting 11 or 12 or 13 or what they need so often, more often than not.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm looking at the score round by round from the previous map, and it almost looks like tic-tac-toe with this back and forth, like 3 wins here, 3 wins there, but then Global ultimately wins that out. Going to Ascent, what kind of team comps are we expecting?
I mean, Viper Harbor. I think this, I mean, we know how Global Esports performs on this map. They've been doing it so much. They can be really aggressive, especially with SK Rossi on an operator. And that's why I think this one is a challenge for Detonation Focus Me. You know, they're going to have to find ways to disable SK Rossi. They're going to have to find ways to take space on their own. But back to it, you know, this is, again, the Global Esports style. We have Aaron now on the KO, like ever since he first debuted it a couple weeks ago. Monyet on the Astra still. It's classic Global Esports. And then if SK Rossi can go in hyper-aggressive, I think it's lights out for DFM, dude.
We don't see a lot of Fade in Pacific. She's not non-existent. We see, what's his name, Forsaken has used Fade twice now. But still, even then, we don't see a lot of Fade. So she's here on Global Esports side.
Let's see if she makes a splash here. You know, all these regions, they do end up having their own takes. As you put these teams together for long enough, maybe there's going to be more of that agent down the road. Either way, fingers crossed here for Detonation Focus Me. If they lose in this game too, it'll be another best of 3 they've lost, and they haven't won one yet. Global Esports, this is an extremely important one for them to take. If they can take it, they might be able to get to that top 6 spots, depending on how this week and next week go.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. This is actually the most important for Global Esports. Without this win, that's it for them. All right, casters are ready. We have Paper Thin and Valdez taking over. Please, take over.
All right, if you say so, we'll take it over, but only because you requested it.
Yeah, otherwise we were
just going to let you keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got map number 2. It will be Pearl here for Global Esports versus DFM. And based on what we saw on DFM's map pick, Global Esports in a really good spot in this series.
Yeah, they look great. And it's what we expected out of GE today. We really thought that, they should be pretty heavy favorites. Obviously, that was the unanimous pick across not just us talent, but also Twitter. The Global Esports would be coming through here today and taking the win. But DFM, I was really hoping that maybe today they could really push the limits, push GE here. And at times it looked like they might be able to do that on Lotus, but they really couldn't in the long run.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of the concerns continue for DFM. You really want to see them succeed. You want to see these players in a position where they don't walk away from the season without at least one match win. But right now, again, with so much to play for here for Global Esports, they know what's at stake and they're playing like it.
Right, well, Rossi is right through as Global Esports forcibly take the A site. They don't care about the Viper bubble. They're just going to plant this down right away. And they've got Rossi right in the back here at Secret, just holding it down with the Frenzy. This is going to be difficult for DFM to get back in. They will try to go through Art as a 4-man unit and just go like that. Let's see how it works, as now pushing out of Secret a bit is Global Esports. They're going to get 2. Aaron in the back there at least trades 1. As Takate gets the 1, Texture though holding down the main site, as Texture will get 2 and take out all of the forces there from the side of DFM.
And yet another pistol round win for GE. That's 3 here so far today, and of course there are our Pistol Princes so far in Pacific. Been absolutely nasty on these rounds, and they're given space, and Aaron with a Frenzy is just, it's just unbelievable the way he continues to find value, but he puts himself in great positions. He's playing point there from Flowers, and the way that GE sets themselves up here, it's like, all right, we're going to put 2 in Secret, 2 in Flowers, and we're going to leave Texture back at main and just play the crunch here onto DFM, who all just kind of funnel into the site.
I like this from Soldown, but he gives away his position, immediately gets sprayed down, and Rossi's not wasting any time. And that's going to be the end of them in A main. You got to try to go for something a little bit risky and weird when you are on these ecos after losing pistols. So don't blame them, but it will just be Global Esports continuing with their lead.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, and there it is. The end of the round comes through. Monyet and Batsy going to combine for the final 2 kills. And yeah, just pretty standard stuff here. Soldom trying to mimic what he did on Lotus on one of those eco rounds where he's able to come through with that shorty, find 2 big opening kills, but not going to be the case. Fool me once, says Global Esports. You cannot fool them twice, despite how good Soldam is. And now, maybe DFM here can recover, find themselves some kind of, stabilization. Don't throw over another bonus to start another map, I hope.
Yeah. I love how the, well, I'm going to hold that thought. Pushing out this time, Soldam gets some value. He's got some help. Once again, they secure that orb, so pretty decent push out there from the side of DFM. Going to pick up the first blood onto Texture. As so far, from what we know from Pro, is that a lot of teams, they love to push into B with, certain compositions, get a bunch of walls down and stuff like that, and try to just hold on to the plant and the post plant over in B main.
But they've gotten so deep here. They're all the way towards water. And right now, DFM seems like they're at least aware that this could happen. Now that Prowler is going to let them know that, yes, they have pushed pretty deep through into mid. Zenfree here going to have to do some heavy lifting. If he can get this opening frag. Oh, he's off with the crosshair placement, though.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like he expected that on that timing, so he just immediately gets cleaned up. Soldam is back here. They know this. Ooh, that's not good. Uh-oh. And now Aaron's going to see the gun. This is just all going the way of Global Esports. Every one of these kind of little skirmishes that we're having across the map here.
This is so difficult now. And Soldam here, he knows that there's a piece missing, and he's looking for Monyet. Takaj able to clean out Aaron. Aaron only at 5 health.
Good angle, but he can't get the shot down onto Monyet. So now Takaj has to charge the site. He's got some help in the back here, but Anthem goes down. So does Takaj. And now you basically don't have a chance. As Soldam is just on the run here. They're going to probably try to hunt him down, but Soldam gets the one, charges into a second, gets that one. And he will not be taken down, he declares, but his team will in the round. Global Esports pick up another bonus.
I mean, just so much space given up here by Detonation Focus Me, and it's just their kind of ability to recognize that and be aware of it and how to react to it just didn't seem to be there. Zenfree tried to do what he could. He understood what was happening, but the rest of his team is just kind of stood in place, maybe expecting a re-rotate off of that. But it never came through. GE just continued pushing in towards A, and Zenfree, again, just not able to hold the line. And it makes things so difficult. And it just took too long to track down Monyet there for Soldam, even though he is cracked out of his mind with his aim.
You see this time they're going to go back to daggering the A main area just to try to stop the aggression from DFM that they have been showing so far from the defensive side. And gain position as a team now as Global Esports. In he goes as got a jet-on-jet action, but SK Rossi gets the first blood. But DFM, the rest of the team is holding this down pretty well. Soldam picks up 2. As now trying to get in there aggressively as Bossy finally takes out Soldam with the ghost. And makes it pretty interesting. They still have the spike here. It's 2v3 in favor of DFM. They have the 1 extra member.
He's so hard to keep track of, is Soldam. He's all over the place. As soon as he recognizes that a situation is going bad, it's Cloudburst, boom, readjust on the angle. And he's so ready, he's so fast, he's so snappy. Just a great play there from Soldam to keep this round alive for DFM. Just up on point. He's so tenacious. But now GE has a chance. Not going to be anywhere near that nano, as GE has to plant close. Using the haunt to try to check Aaron there. Just going to use that flash to see if there's any contact off of it. Not going to happen. Anthem on the long angle. Going to be tough here. Batsy has that Nightfall in the back pocket. He's going to use it.
Yeah, not wasting any time. Knows that there's at least 1 guy back there, as they're buying a lot of time. I mean, there's a harbor wall here. They're trying to get into the bubble. That's Anthem with 1, but Aaron is in the bubble. He's buying a lot of time. He has to check, as I think they should have enough time here. DFM barely get back in. And no, they do not. Look at that bar, 0.02. What? I thought for sure they had the defuse.
It's so hard to tell. There is like a way you can see there's like 2 circles that kind of like if one of them's outside of the other, you can tell if it's going to have enough time or not, but it was too close. And the POV of the observers was far away, and it just wasn't enough. Oh, they tapped it. They couldn't get back in time. Unbelievable. You can hear the laughter from GE.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say? It's the closest DFM got to winning a round, and that's going to be heartbreaking for them. I mean, to be honest, though, it's pretty close. I mean, maybe after that they can just kind of solidify themselves and say, hey, I mean, we can fight these guys. But Pearl attack has been deadly here in Pacific. And here comes SK Rossi looking to be deadly once again. Picks up the first blood. Monyet's in here with him. Now comes Rada. He has been exceptional today compared to some other days, as this still will be the GE site. As in comes Texture, is going to see a poor Ghost just pointing its head out there from the side of Soldam. Now he's got some knives. He's got a chance. And he's not quite able to hit that second guy. Monyet will pick up a 3K and the plant, 5-0 GE.
Man, if he had gotten the kill onto Texture, maybe there's a world where Soldam does that, but just not quite able to get it under control in time. But a great haunt here to set up SK Rossi off the rip from Batsy. And then Monyet able to cover that all-important back alley in the hall and doing a really good job here, holding the line at the end. Texture averts getting killed, and that allows Monyet to step out, find the final kill. But yeah, DFM, I mean, that was an eco round, so you know, you can kind of let that one go. But this one, after this timeout, already feeling like there's a ton of pressure behind this next round. That DFM, if they're going to find success here, push us to a map 3, they've got to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? They're getting kind of crushed right now. They haven't found too much luck outside of Soldam. And, you know, some decent Sheriff shots from Rada. They just barely missed the retake there, the defuse, with 0.02 seconds in the last round, or 2 rounds ago. So not feeling pretty good right now. 5-0 in favor of Global Esports. Timeouts have been critical in this. Actually, it feels like all the teams, if they call a timeout, they immediately win the next round. Let's see if that continues.
There you go, Aaron. I was like, Aaron, you gonna buy? Okay.
Forgot to buy.
Well, no. He was probably just, well, I was worrying he was going to pull a boaster there and forget to buy.
Yeah.
Sometimes the IGLs get kind of tunneled on their shot calling and, you know, make a little bit of a whoopsies.
There's a lot to say.
There is. Aaron's a guy who's got a lot to say.
Yeah. Global Esports, will they ever really go for like a standard, I don't know if you could call it standard, but will they go for any kind of like beat push? They haven't really gone for it straight down ramps into main just yet. But we do have 3 members finally heading over here this time, and maybe now is the time.
Looks like they're thinking about it, but man, with a Viper and a Killjoy here, you'd expect that DFM can put up pretty good defense. You've got Rossi watching mid, along with Texture, kind of watching this back angle. Now they're going to use this Cosmic Divide, a lockdown in response immediately. Should be able to get the plant down here at least and get out.
Yeah, this is this deadly angle on Pearl, as will he get out? Yes, he will.
Yep.
Just barely. And yeah, it's rough because you have to clear out ramps, right? And it's not the easiest thing. As here comes SK Rossi, they know he's here. I'm not sure he knows that TakaJ is here, so that's his head gone. And now DFM trying to get back onto the site here. TakaJ just holding down and Link. But will he be able to get this defuse is really the biggest question, as Rada is going to try to hold it. He gets sprayed down. Now we got a second guy trying to hold it. Soldam, he's going to get sprayed down. And this is why we always say, if you get this Plantier on attack, it is going to go your way. So 6-0. TakaJ isn't even able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, the response here from DFM is the lockdown on the back of, but then it's the Cosmic Divide, a better response from the side of Monyet and GE. I mean, this is just brilliant stuff. And then there's a reckoning to try to push GE back, but that doesn't matter because Texture's never dealt with. Yeah, you got Rossi, but you're never able to clear out Texture. And the fans are rightly losing their minds because GE is playing phenomenal right now.
Yeah. What's better than 5 in a row is 6 in a row. So you better get even more excited every time they win another round in a row.
That's right.
Otherwise, what are you doing? So we'll see how many they can get in a row. So far, it's pretty one-sided, to be honest. We do see that DFM, again, have to eco. You know, they have some armor, sheriffs, stuff like that, but they have not really spent too much this time around. So let's see how this time is going to go. SK Rossi holding on to those blades at the moment. We do have Texture nearing a lockdown, so that's kind of where we're at in terms of economy.
Taka J does have that Viper's Pit, but not going to be a reason to invest it just yet, as it's just an eco round here. You'd rather save that for a bigger purchase potentially. Rossi going to eat the full flash, but isn't too concerned. Just keeps pressing with the cover of his teammate there, knows that they've got his back.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, now that Soldom's dead, things get a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Not just because it's one guy, just because also it is Soldom, as Rada gets one with the Sheriff, as he always seems to do. But at the end of the day, it does look like Global Esports looking at a 7th round in a row. Let's see what Anthem and his brother Taka J can do here with a Sheriff between them.
Well, he gets seized just at the end of it. Not really much that GE's getting off of that other than the info, which is good enough here to probably secure this round. Texture just going to continue to creep right through Viper Poison. And yeah, springs to action.
Yeah, they had no idea. He's just hanging out in there. His Anthem's like, please just let me go, please. Like, I just don't want to get killed by you guys. He's in between the two of them. He actually gets a kill. Props for that one, and it looks like he will go down to the spike, actually. So Anthem, with his dying wish, he does a good job, but that's pretty much all DFM have in terms of positives right now.
The little things, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all going wrong, and you know, obviously, I said losing Soldom's a big deal, and you know, in the beginning of that round, and it is, but it's also a big deal because he's got a flank angle from main there. So
yeah,
another timeout. I think this is the last of the timeouts.
Yes.
Already for DFM, so they're going to have to navigate their own ship the rest of the way. No help from the GPS or the coach. It's just going to have to be all on their own, using the moons and the stars and whatever
True.
else.
I mean, yes, that is true. One thing I will say is that they do not have an Astra on their team, so I think it will be slightly more difficult, you know, to use like the moons and the stars.
I get what you're saying now.
Universe,
oh, I'm so sad it took me that long to pick up on that. That was well done.
It's okay. I mean, what can I say?
I like that. That's good.
Global, it doesn't feel like they have much to say. They're just resting their eyes. Aaron is.
What do you say right now? Like,
maybe he's a little bit sad he almost forgot to buy. No, I think he's probably fine.
I mean, yeah, it's like, this is the tough time out for Global Esports because they're like, well, you know, this is going pretty good. I think you guys are doing a great job, Aaron. Keep calling a great game. Keep, you know, giving such different looks. Again, map variants, you know, changing different sites, changing different angles, changing different executes. All the things that you have to do are being done right now. And Soldom there flashed and then couldn't really recover in time to get the shot. So, you know, things are very, very difficult. This guy, phenomenal with the op, but already popped his dash, and now it's gone. So he is left on an island here. He is in a lot of trouble, Valdez. If they're able to isolate him, he is going to have to make a hell of an escape to get out of this.
Well, his presence has been detected. Does he care? He is still sticking around there. GE now going to rotate over to the B site, clear out ramps, and a pit immediately comes down. So finally able to get some value out of that is Taka J.
was going to say, if you could get the lockdown from Texture over here, you could maybe clear that pit if you felt like it. Either in through Link or in to that cubby at long, but looks like for now they're just going to kind of go back the other way through Link and try to hit the backside here.
30 seconds
See
left.
exactly how they want to pilot this, but Anthem springs to life. Oh, we got 2.
It's pretty huge. Here's the nightmare that they're going to push onto the A side through Link, it looks like. Oh, they tried. Monyet is going to be taken out. We still do have the plant coming down as he finds the angle. It looks like Global Streak will be stopped here. SK Rossi's got 30 health, so it doesn't look like he's trying to force this plant anytime soon, although he will look for the peak as he has unlimited money at this point, and he will be taken out. DFM going to finally take a round.
Yeah, this is really impressive from DFM, the way they handled themselves. But I thought there was some options here for GE to try to nullify this Viper's Pit. But I think getting caught off guard there by Anthem really kind of threw a wrench in the works for what they wanted to do. So really nice positioning off the back of this Viper's Pit here by DFM. A good job by Takajay to dodge the Haunt, to not get spotted in that Viper's Pit, to make sure that his position was still unknown, was able to get Monyet, and that basically was the round at that point. So nicely done. Good job by DFM. Got to give credit where credit's due. I know it's been a tough map for them so far, but that round right there was very well thought out.
See what SK Rossi's got. He doesn't have a lot of knives as he uses them all to try to take out Anthem and eventually goes down. Aaron will spare his blushes. And now they're on the A site pretty comfortably with an attacker Killjoy. Lockdown, Monyet just lurking. A free kill onto Soldom. Texture 4 health, but he gets the job done. This is looking pretty good for Global Esports, although...
Oh my god.
I guess he saw him. He knows. Monyet gonna win the firefight, and that 1v1 is crucial. Sinfree still gonna give it a shot.
Freda just pushed that angle. Valdez could have caught Monyet in his Astro form.
He's getting out there. He's challenging them, but at the end of the day, Texture with 4 health is able to win that with the quick headshot. That makes it 8-1.
I'm just so thrilled with the way GE's playing right now. The way that, you know, even though Rossi isn't able to find the Blade Storm here, it's not that big of a deal because they identify and isolate the lone defender on the site, and it's quickly cleared out. So, okay, fine. You know, Rossi doesn't pop off with the Blade Storm. No biggie. The rest of his team is, like you said, there to spare his blushes, and it's just great protocols behind that. And Monyet is just a lurking nightmare on this Astra. And little things like if Reyda pushes that angle, I don't know if he thought maybe Monyet saw him or something, but that could have been a completely different round if Reyda's able to take Monyet out there. Instead, it's another dash in here from Rossi right to the shorty, and
what?
Anthem's just not even looking.
Yeah, wrong way, buddy. He's just totally unawares as to where he is getting pushed from. Very unfortunate timing for Anthem, who has been fantastic so far. I mean, in terms of the scope of the rest of his teammates, I suppose. So either way, Global Esports get a very one-sided entry here onto the A site. And you see that DFM, they're like, well, can we join the attacker side? We're here in their spawn. Maybe
is there a spike that we can grab and try to do it?
Maybe if we sit here for like 45 seconds, we slowly turn red? Like, I'm not sure. Has anybody tried it yet? Like, maybe it's an Easter egg.
It's like hiding in plain sight. It's like they'll never know if they think we're on their team, right?
Yeah. They're just spies.
Like, yeah, no, this isn't the spy here. Like, yeah, this doesn't work that way. I mean, I love the way that Rossi, though, even though he gets Anthem basically for free, like the way that he just keeps pushing space off the back of the utility. Like, even though it doesn't look like it doesn't really impact the round much, but in the thought process of what is happening with GE post plant here, it's really important that he just keeps going in towards defender spawn, because then they don't have to worry about it. They can look at the other angles. They can lock down long. They can lock down short. And they can say, those are the only 2 angles that we need to be focusing on. Our attention is there. And if DFM had tried to mount some kind of retake, they would have been super prepared for it.
Yeah. So just really good stuff. We saw during the break, actually, fun video about SK Rossi, how he's just got this kind of crazy aggressive style that you know, it's very risky. It can get you so much value. Sometimes it falls flat. And today it's getting a lot of value. He's doing a great job for the team as Aaron is right there to stop the flank out of Art. That could have gotten these two guys in a little bit of trouble. SK Rossi is going to take out Takate as well. This is a buy round for DFM. GE just don't seem to care.
Now the null command here means that it has to be done with the gun for Rada if he's going to get any value out of this. He might be able to stop the plant. Nope, never mind.
Spike planted.
Well, Anthem.
1v5, please. He's good for these sometimes. I'm telling you. If anybody can do it on DFM, it's Anthem.
Yeah. Still has a positive KD, even in a 1-9 and soon to be 1-10 round score. I don't know how that's even possible.
They're just searching for him. They're like, where the hell is he?
They might as well.
Just Killjoy. And now Rossi's figured it out.
Yeah. He's sprinting at him. He knows he's on the run.
He knows they have no money. Yeah. They want to get this kill. Nazi's going to spot him, but that kind of actually might just buy Anthem enough time.
They'll try. Anthem's going to get the one kill. Oh, he goes down to the shorty. Oh, just insult to injury. As, I mean, they still have some money. Possibly going to deny, you know, like a full armor buy from Anthem. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but still, it feels more mental than anything else.
Yeah, it really is. And it probably means that there's one weaker buy that's going to be floating out there. And this is a just superior performance by GE here. And this one feels all but over at this point.
Yeah. Well, we had a closer first map of Lotus. This one not so close. Basi, he's like daring them to push into him. This is the last round of the half, and GE are so close to just taking it down. Anthem is going to get one. As the push will come in, the Reckoning as well, as they all just kind of run out of it, but they do get the spike down.
This actually could still go DFM's way.
Yeah.
They did a good job here of kind of retaking a lot of space they had given up at the beginning of the round. That Reckoning, even though it seemed a little bit weird, allowed them to at least get one.
Oh, he's pushing through right as the Hawk kind of explodes right behind him as they push now onto Rada, who's alone. That's going to be an easy kill from Onyet. Just shoots him through the wall. Down he goes, 11-1 in favor of Global Esports. That was just the first half, Paper Thin.
I mean, you know, it's a must-win Bissell, but you're going up against the Pistol Princes who don't drop pistol rounds very much. They've already won 3. Can they make it 4?
Almost 200 kg teamwork.
200 kilograms?
200 kilogram teamwork?
What does that mean? Is that like a lifting
what
reference?
What do you mean by that?
We can lift 200 kilograms together. Is that a lot of weight, like to bench? I'm not sure. I don't.
200 is.
That is quite a bit. That's like 400 and like 400.
You can do it with your legs.
It's like 440 pounds.
Yeah.
So. I can do it with my legs, maybe. But
we got 2 Americans up here, so we're just helpless.
Well, that's true. I have learned now the ratio is.
Yeah, 2.2.
2.2.
We're getting there. And we're talking about kilograms and this because honestly the Valorant is not very competitive. It's 11-1, guys. It's a blowout. This is just a absolute domination. And
somebody wrote a marathon, like an essay about Soldom here.
Yeah. They found enough time, you know.
Yeah. I mean, might as well. That's too long for me to read. My Korean's not that good.
Just. It's a lot of compliments, right? Okay, we can read this one. Tell me where the opponent is.
Batsy, tell me where the opponent is. She understands.
Aaron KO is all around robots. Yeah. Texture is Killjoy is good, even if it's a tough structure. Doesn't matter. Absolutely.
He is an all-around robot. That is true. Beep boop, Aaron. Beep boop.
started off pretty simple, you know, like, oh, he's fast and accurate, and then all of a sudden it's
it just descended into
you're
madness.
a robot.
You're a robot, Aaron.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure he's been called worse. So
true.
It's a compliment. He's a good
It's a
KO.
compliment. Yeah. He is mechanical.
Yeah. And his thinking, right? He's like
Cold
such a good
and
IGL.
calculated. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, round 8 was given to DFM. And that was trying to force a play into a Viper's pit. So it wasn't even, you know, like, did they have to do that? Maybe based on time, the position they got themselves in, perhaps. But at the end of the day, like, this absolutely could have been 12-0. So let's see if DFM got what it takes to pull out a pistol round. Okay, they finally killed that turret. Just getting worried.
That's one robot gone. Now you still got Aaron floating around though. So
yeah. Aaron the player and also KO. It's like robot squared. What are you gonna do? It's too many robots. Well, they're gonna get the plant down. It's a pretty good spot here. Texture looks like he was somewhat unspotted as Soldom is playing in the middle of the site. He's gonna be pretty good for at least one as Bossy takes him down. They charge the site as Zinfree looking to get it, but Botsy picks up 2 more as Aaron now trying to defuse, trying to hold this to half, not able to get it, but he is going to get the kill, and that'll be good enough. The Pistol Princes come together once again and make this 12-1.
I know we used to call Exy the Pistol Prince, but he has lost that title. This team is now, they have now usurped the throne. They are just unbelievable at pistol rounds. I mean, that's all 4 here today. They're already disgusting. What coming in today was like 61%.
Yeah,
on their
number
pistol
1.
rounds. It's freaking outrageous. I mean, just the way that they all work together here. Batsy hitting some absolutely just phenomenal ghost shots. Monyet knows the pressure is coming and just pulls up and has that frenzy in hand. And easy money here. Well, this round has to be everything in the kitchen sink.
Monyet's got an Ares. He's looking okay, he's gonna win the fight. Zinfree's gonna take him out afterwards. He's getting pretty cheeky at the door.
That is one of the most tilting guns.
Yeah.
It's just that Ares is so annoying to deal with on these rounds. So powerful in situations like that. And yeah, even though Monyet gets traded, a lot of utility here at the front entrance to greet DFM. And, ow. Okay, they shot it out. All right. I thought maybe it activated it. I was not. Neither are they.
Dexter swings it out, does a lot of damage. Well, a little bit. But Anthem's going to win it at the end to kind of make this even here. Anthem looking to push through the smoke, looking to flank, but SK Rossi kills him through the window. And this might just be lights out unless Zinfree has got some Sheriff magic. Well, that was not the spray I want to see ever again, but it's okay. Botsy's still looking to get it. Taka-J picks up 1. And it's up to Mr. Robot. And he's going to get 1, but not the second. Zinfree going to shoot him from behind, and that will be DFM back on the board.
Great awareness here from Rossi that somebody could be coming from that flank. I thought that was going to be devastating, but still a good recovery here from DFM. And they're able to kind of deal with the on-site utility very nicely. Able to clear that nano. I thought the nano had been popped. That's why I made noises, but it actually was killed. And now DFM able to string together a buy, but it is all of their money, of course. And GE happy to let the money just accumulate here, just going for the full eco other than like 1 VC utility here and there.
Yeah.
Literally just 1.
Flash bang. They're really messing up that turret. That's all they're going to get. They try to push out of the mid doors and Art. And GE will accept a round loss. They're not trying to break any records here. Round differential is in the potential tiebreak, but that's only, again, if you're tied with 4 teams, you go to map differential, and then you go past that. So You all have to have the same map differential. Basically, it's impossible is what I'm trying to say. So, you know, they're not trying desperately to win every single round. They will be happy with the 2-0.
Yeah, and you got to play just to make this end as fast as possible is really all that matters here. So you came close to getting that 13-1. Just not going to be there. And yeah, Batsy just looking at his gun.
Yeah.
The Zed gun, a very nice one. Has some good music. Yeah, please just oh, we found a present.
Oh, okay. He's dead. Tiger J gonna take him out. It's flawless. He's like, hey, he got our gun. He found it. The treasure hunt is a success.
Momentarily. Yeah, just good recognition here of kind of there might be a flash push out from the side of GE, and it's well regarded. And I think our old nemesis has reared its ugly head.
Well, you know, we had to get one in, right? It's better that we don't miss an opportunity to get a tech pause. Thankfully, right at the last moment, production's like, hey, Global Esports about to win. No, we don't actually pull the strings on this. As Aaron's like, well, I was ready to win, but now I'm going to have to rest my eyes.
Aaron's just like, all right, well, we can chill. Rossi's now pulling the seat back too, so more Texture fans and a Rossi fan. A lot of Global Esports fans out here today. They have such a, you know, just wide variety of different kinds of players from different regions and different specialties, and it's honestly been pretty impressive the way they put together. I know there's been a few games that they probably feel like they should have won, maybe as, you know, fans and analysts or whatever thought they should have won. But they put up some really impressive fights against some of our biggest teams here in Pacific. So, you know, over time, I have gained more and more confidence in this GE squad. And I really think that if they can beat Team Secret next week, you know, they could make a splash in playoffs. They could pull out an upset.
They're just having fun with the fans with the glasses. What is going on there?
What is this? This is a meme I am not aware of.
So DE looks very angry, but also happy at the same time. And DFM, I mean,
I think they're taking that bat to the chest like a champ.
Yeah, he's like, it's pretty easy. I don't, you know, I'm not too affected by this.
Someone called tens because they stole the bat chest.
Maybe it was actually just a bat chest.
Maybe
sign. This is Chaemin Jun is the main caster on the Korean desk right now, doing a lot of the yelling, and that sign says your throat is going to explode. Literally, that's not actually what she means. You know, maybe just having a hard time with a lot of the yelling. With a lot of the very hype plays that we have had, even in this series that has been relatively one-sided, but still has had some fun rounds here and there. As we are getting ready for Global Esports to try to clear this up, to try to end this game.
Well, I mean, DFM, they got a lockdown, they've got Seekers, they've got some really powerful tools to try to disrupt, you know, GE from getting either good retakes or good defenses, good site lockdowns of their own. Not the ability, but the actual physical holding of a site.
Yes.
Call it anchoring if you want, I suppose.
Sure.
All these words are acceptable in my book.
Okay, that's good to know.
They flashed the turret!
Yeah, again.
So mean.
Tommy's just doing his job.
I know, poor Tommy. He's the hardest worker in Valorant. And he's no respect.
Yeah. No more flashes in mid, please. Let Tommy do his job.
That's right.
We have another bird that is sent through into a link. Doesn't really get any tags, as we do see that Global are kind of playing on their hind legs. Got one Seeker, one Flowers. Just waiting for the push.
It's going to be a crunch towards A, but again, a lot of utility at the front door. I think it's going to be noted again by DFM. They've already seen it, cleared it from those Seekers, but that kind of gives GE the ability to pop a lot of their utility and play for this, to do some damage on the entry. Oh my god.
Sodom, careful there. They've got a bubble and a lockdown in position. DFM really trying to make a play for this one as Takuje will be taken out. Monyet getting nasty in art. They're gonna clear it out. Look at Anthem's positioning. This timing is so nice. They have no idea.
Nope.
They will push onto the site. Let's see how much value he can get from behind as the defuse is coming in. Anthem's gonna get one, as he may have gotten half, but this is still being cleared up by the side of DFM. It's all up to Monyet, who's just trying to put up a divide, and he will not be able to. That is another round that goes in the hands of DFM.
I thought that looked really good there. For GE, for a moment, they read kind of the initial entry very well. They were able to get some value out of their utility. They knew the Seeker's going to be coming. The utility was placed in a way that when the Seekers come out, you actually have the ability to respond with your utility in that situation. Instead of just, if they silently walk forward, they might be able to clear those nano swarms or something like that, like we saw previously. So this is a good kind of reaction to that. Aaron's ready with his fragment. They get a free pick off of the lockdown, essentially, but Anthem, completely unaccounted for, completely ruins that round. So
yeah.
Brilliant stuff from DFM.
Yeah, but both of these teams have been pretty strong on the attacker side. Even, you remember DFM and Lotus, too, were able to get a bunch of rounds there. And, yeah, it's been a pretty good look, like the timing from the side of Anthem. Just has to keep that up. There is still a chance. It's not over till it's over. It's 12-4. You do have to win 8 rounds in a row, but Global Esports were nearly able to do that to you, so.
Right.
Just win 8 rounds in a row.
Taps forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Easy enough.
I mean, yeah, it's happened. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, it may take Doctor Strange a while to figure that one out, to suss that universe out, but it exists.
Mm-hmm.
You a Marvel guy? Can I?
No.
Can I make, Why? Why are you and Achilles both like this?
It's just the way we are. Let's play-by-plays.
Well, it's like I figured you guys would be Marvel fans.
No.
You're just basic play-by-play guys.
Yeah,
like
basic play-by-plays. We like a good old ham and cheese sandwich and also Marvel, but actually that part's not true.
You don't like ham and cheese?
No, the Marvel.
Oh,
part
the Marvel
wasn't
part.
True.
Oh,
I
okay.
do like ham and cheese.
All right. Then we're okay.
Basic.
We're about to have a fight up here.
No, it's okay. Ham and cheese is a staple of any American diet.
Look at this. This A side is wide open here, other than that guy, who the hardest working guy in Valorant.
Tommy, come on.
Yeah. He gone.
What did he do? 5 damage?
It's 6.
It's not enough. Is it? No, it's not.
Isn't it 6?
He was on 46 and 99.
Oh, it only did 5. Maybe it shot through the wall.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Must have been.
Just like every once in a while you see like a classic kill through the wall and you're like, really?
Yeah. It is possible.
30 seconds left.
Just like DFM, their slow push through. Look at the positioning from GE, who have stacked on the B ramp and main. They know now that this is all in A. Really nice shot from Texture. Gives them a chance.
Spike planted.
Which is nasty. Texture's such a force. And he's that good on those kind of peaks. Aaron clearing out these flanks, but he's got a lot of players here in main.
He has a frenzy, so don't think he'll win that battle.
Nah, dog, he's gonna be good for at least 2 kills.
Yeah, maybe. All right, here we go. The Reckoning also coming down, but SK Roski gets one already. They're gonna look to push into A main. Anthem picks up one. Zinfree's got another. They are just clearing this up. He's holding the defuse, but the spray is good. And DFM will barely be able to hold on to that Anthem with the 3K to make it possible.
Still, I mean, it's a good sign here for GE that they pushed them to the limit on that round. And a great job by Aaron, getting that information, kind of keeping the forces of DFM busy to at least give his team an opportunity. Rossi with an absolutely nasty Marshall shot. Couldn't find the second, though. Genvry had pushed out wide and tries to just hold the spray down, but still signs of life here for DFM, man. Like, they're fired up. I mean, they're into it.
Yeah. Sodam's got Blade Storm now. They're on the attack. They're pressing their advantage. And this is a buy round for Global Esports, so we do see that Rossi's got a real sniper rifle this time around. That was a very small amount of damage again. This time 11.
But you're getting, you know, at least a smoke popped here from the Astra on the side of DFM for the free wall. But now I expect that DFM's probably going to take their time. They're probably just going to look for picks, make sure that you're keeping GE in place. A lot of teams with Harbor like to wait for that high tide to come back up, since it is his signature ability, before they begin pushing. You know, for now they're starting to think about it. But oh my God, this gravity well, Soldom. But it's the Blade Storm, so that isn't as big of a deal.
Yeah. Pop flash, couple flashes trying to be used, and now the Seeker's going to be enough. He tries to spray. It's not good for Monyet. And now kill from Anthem.
30 seconds left.
Rossi is trying to push here, but Takade is waiting for him. Let's see if he's fast enough. No, Takade is going to get the shot. And that's 3 picks now in favor of DFM, who will gain free entry onto the A site.
Has to be a save. Has to be a save now. Great stuff here from DFM. I mean, they start to push right when that Harbor wall is about to come back off cooldown. They don't even need it. They just start getting picks across the map, and then Anthem is all over the place right now. I think this might be a good time for a timeout from Global Esports. I would like to see them address the way that they're giving up certain space, and, you know, because it seems like every little crack that there is on this map. Pearl's a big map. There's a lot of angles, a lot of funky, you know, detours you can take on this map. And Anthem is using them all. I mean, he is taking a world tour right now.
He's discovering angles that nobody has discovered yet.
So let's see if they can keep both the guns.
Well.
Yes. No.
No.
Only one.
All right. And it's only going to take 1 round from Global Esports. And they have gotten match points here, but they are very much struggling to close it out.
It's a lot of kind of isolation plays right now for GE. They're on their own at times, so, you know, Monyet there had no bailout after that gravity well. There was no one there to help him. It was just he had to get a huge play, and he was completely smothered. So, you know, now you can see if you look at the map, Batsy actually has put himself in a position to potentially back up this angle here at the doors in mid. Aaron a flash over, seeing if there's any push through door on the back of that. Sometimes, you know, if you flash to get ahead of that flash, a team will just push that angle. Trying to see if, you know, GE just trying to bait somebody out, but nobody biting as DFM is really stabilized here.
Take a look at this Harbor wall. You see that Monyet is thinking about pushing through, trying to get some info. The Prowler's going to come through and show that, hey, I mean, they have backed out of here. Here comes SK Rossi looking for a pick, and immediately he gets his head taken off by Anthem.
Jeez. DFM is a different team than we saw in that first half. I mean, you know, making sure that his lockdown's safe. This is all fake. It's all fake.
Anthem's like, yeah, I'm just going to do it by myself. Oh, well, never mind. Texture's going to take him out. Meanwhile, the entirety of the team is pushing onto the B site. Monyet is here, calls it out. But should be a free plant at least to the side of DFM. That is what they will get in response. And now they don't have a lockdown, so I hope it's worth it for them as Killjoy on the side of Global. And they try to go through the wall. Monyet immediately takes down Soldom. And they're trying to stick around here in a lockdown. It's not looking good for DFM. Looks like maybe just one trick too far, and that's going to be the defuse, and Global Esports will be taking down this map and the series 2-0.
And it's a huge game here for Global Esports. They keep themselves in that playoff hunt. And next week versus Team Secret, a huge map coming up, a huge match. No boy, oh boy. I mean, DFM, you know, it was just too much for them to handle on Pearl. They went down 11-1. I mean, certainly a brilliant 5-round streak that they were able to put together, but it's just too little too late. I'm very happy with the way GE came in here, prepared, and played today, and now potentially a super exciting match against Team Secret is awaiting us very soon.
Yeah.
Technically next week, but sooner than like normal.
In 2 days.
In a couple days.
Yeah, we'll be seeing them on Monday. And that's going to be a big decider match. A lot of fun. As we did have, remember, so many rounds in a row, Global Esports, just non-stop domination. They got ahead all the way to 11-1. And they even got to the 12-1, if I'm correct. And from there, it was 5 rounds in a row to the side of DFM, and then finally, Global Esports decided to put an end to it. Anthem had a fantastic map. Really want to shout him out. His stats really told the tale. Even when it was 1-11, or it was like 1-10, and he was 9-8. He's like solo trying to stay alive, trying to get the work done. Unfortunately, not able to do everything for the team, as I believe he is also the IGL. So that's just so much weight on one player. And yeah, just not quite enough to get it done. So that is going to be Global Esports, who do get it done in the end with the 2-0. No prediction curse for this one, Paper Thin.
Yeah, take that, chat. Get wrecked.
Yeah, Global Esports fans always saying about it. Even Twitter was on our side. We all believed in Global Esports, and this one was meant to be.
I mean, it's hard to pick DFM when they're 0-7, now 0-8. You know, as much as I did, I think, pick them at least once this year because I thought they might be able to squeak one out.
Yeah, early on.
Yes, early on. Now it's just, you know, DFM is clearly just not quite there yet compared to the rest of our league. Hopefully, you know, in the future, they will show us some better performances, some things to work on for sure. I mean, at times they look great, and at other times they look lost. And hopefully we'll see something a little bit different. But, you know, Global Esports has looked pretty good for the most part this year. Even in the matches that they've lost, like a few of them have been kind of disappointing, but they've pushed a lot of good teams. I'll keep saying that over and over again. They push good teams, and that's a really good sign for the future of this entire organization.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We'll have to wait and see how far they can get here in VCT Pacific, and where will the road stop? Will they have an opportunity, Global Esports, to make it into playoffs? We will have to wait a couple of days to hear about that. Of course, we will be hearing from an interview from SK Rossi in just a moment, so curious to see what he has to say. Seems to be pretty obvious MVP, key player type stuff. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure
Rossi, maybe Monette.
Yeah.
I thought Monette played a little bit better on Pearl, so I could see where Monette was not too far behind Rossi on Lotus. So I think I'd throw my vote towards Monette for MVP. That's my pick.
Paper Thin always the odd one out, the lone wolf.
That's actually not true.
No,
I'm usually
I know. Monette, though,
I'm a total sheep. I'm just like, you guys want to pick the duelist? Me too.
Monette did have a great map, and it was essentially a team effort as well on Pearl. So good stuff from all the guys on Global Esports. Just excited to see how far they'll go. And I'm happy that SK Rossi as well. He's back in form, it feels. You know, maybe last week, kind of a bit of a weirdness.
Apparently changed his pants. That mattered, I guess.
It is the pants. You got to be comfy. You got to feel like you're at home, right?
It's true.
It's a big thing.
Look, I'm not going to lie. Like, it is nicer to cast in, like, not nice pants. Like, so I'm just saying, I understand.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready on stage right now with Jen. Let's go down to the stage with SK Rossi.
Thank you, guys. I'm standing here with Global Esports SK Rossi. Now, congratulations, Rossi, for yet another win. Now, I need to ask you, though, did you end up finding your pants? Because it looked like you did. You really showed up today.
I mean, I think it's all about the pants, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's not like I need to wear a particular pant. It's just I wake up and I get fresh and I just look at my wardrobe and like, which one today? And whatever feels good, I'm like, okay, this one. Let's
Right,
go.
I guess today was these black sweatpants. Right.
Not as planned, but yeah, last minute change. I went back to the apartment to wear these. So
Love the socks too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can we zoom in on the socks, please?
So the lady sold me this, saying that it will shine in the night time.
All right, it glows in the dark.
Yeah, it
all right,
glows.
I want to see what that looks like. But all right, so 4K on Lotus to close it out. You tracked 313 ACS. You were on fire today. But compared to last week, though, it looked like you were a little bit more consistent, or you were popping off even more. So is there anything that you addressed from last week's game to add to your game?
I think it's just mental focus to me. I know that I have the skills. It's all about delivering on the important games. But for me, it's all about mental focus. The more good I feel before the game and in the game, the more I pop off. So it's all about getting my mindset really well and starting the day in a really good note.
And thus the socks that glow in the dark and the pants that you picked out for today, right? Well, HP Omen question of the day, because it's Saturday, right? What do you think is the biggest takeaway from tonight's match?
I mean, tonight games was like really important in terms of we really have a really less chance of qualifying to the playoffs. So this was a must-win game for us, and the next game against Secret is also a really important game for us. The takeaway is all about like stay focused and don't lose your focus no matter what. It's a do-or-die situation for us, to be honest. So we're just gonna go all in and with no regrets, just give it our all.
Now, you talked about playoffs, right? What does it mean to you to be able to secure that playoff spot, especially you have a huge responsibility or pressure representing India?
For me, it's more like I don't want to just sit and watch other people play the entire year. I just want to go playoff, Masters and Champions, all this stuff. It's not. I don't enjoy just sitting at home and just watching the games. I'm like, oh, okay, in this league I won 2 games and I got some really good games. I'm not happy for that, and not doing only that won't make any difference in terms of esports in my country, especially. And me doing really well in international stages and advancing, putting that benchmark for all the young players in India at a really high note is what leaves a huge impact on Indian esports in general. So that is also in my mind, and also personal goals, just reach higher stats and higher levels every single day. So that's what I grind for.
I mean, Global Esports having a full house watch party every day. You're probably living someone's dream and inspiring someone every single day. Well, you still have one big task ahead of you, and that's Team Secret. They just beat DRX. Have you seen their game?
Yeah, today we are sitting here. This is for the first time I sat with the audience and I watched the game. It was really a good experience. I never been watching from the audience seat, so it was nice. And yeah, we're gonna do some preparations maybe with the coaches, but my main focus is like doing my job right, nothing else.
Well, Jesse Vash, though, actually sent out a message to Monyet saying, no, you're not going to have an ace on us. No ace for Monyet on Monday, right? So any words fighting back?
I mean, you really shouldn't mess with Monyet, to be honest. Man is a demon. So, yeah, let's have a really good game. And I think Monyet will get 1 or 2 aces.
All right, 1 or 2 aces.
Yeah.
All right, that's 10 kills already. But yeah. Let's see if that happens. Thank you very much, SK Rossi, for your time.
You.
Best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Well, that was SK Rossi. And to close out the day, I'm going to throw it over to the desk.
Thank you, Jen. As SK Rossi said, it was a do-or-die situation for Global Esports, and they decided to do. Although, in that second half, I was like, wait. It's not over yet. DFM's like, look, we are going to be fighting a little bit. 5 rounds in a row for DFM.
It was like they had eaten DFM, and DFM was being digested in the belly of Global Esports. In the belly of the whale, and then suddenly Global Esports is like, oh, I don't feel so good. I think I've got acid reflux. and then they fought back. He got a glass of water, washed him down. That was it. Look, it was actually a little bit closer there in the end than I think we were expecting. For a long time, it was it 12-1, right?
Yeah.
12-1, it was 12-1. And then suddenly it wasn't anymore, and DFM started climbing back round after round. And I mean, is that what we expected? Yeah. Did we expect that?
No.
No, I mean, it was...
Let's be honest, no.
I think also Global Esports didn't really expect that either. You know, Rossi played amazingly. He did seem to overextend a little bit in the last couple rounds. I think this is... I think anybody who's even in bronze has had a game like this where your team is one win away and the score disparity is high, and maybe you do overextend a little bit there.
Yeah,
Ultimately,
absolutely.
Global Esports takes it. Detonation Focus Me stays, I don't want to say in arrested development, but the score is continuing to repeat over and over and over again.
I don't know. It's just so tough, and their next opponent is no slouch either. So that's the thing for Detonation Focus Me.
Exactly. With Talon coming up for DFM and Global Esports for Team Secret, I mean, both of them have a pretty hard matchup next. But let's talk about today's round, because that's what just happened. Let's start with round 6. Global Esports, you know, gets a free round.
It's a really interesting one, I mean, to me at least, because you start off with a little bit of noise towards A, they rotate back towards B, then the Cosmic Divide comes up. DFM, Anthem, he sets the lockdown, but he can't hear the spike being planted on the other side. He thinks it's safe, he thinks it's okay, we'll have space, let's just retake this. But the answer is no. First of all, you got Texture coming up from Link. You got the rest of Global Esports all around the pillar, all around the side. All they have to do is to spray at the spike, and spray they do. They let it rip. Detonation Focus Me cannot escape, and it's just such a bizarre kind of occurrence because, again, I think Will talked about this in one of his analysis videos before. FPS is about confidence, and you really have to go in for it. And Detonation Focus Me, still really passive. I think they definitely did push Global Esports towards the end, but you need more.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, let's roll that highlight reel of some of the greatest moments that happen on this map, Pearl. I mean, Tasteless, you mentioned earlier with the pacing that that DFM had, that would be something they needed to fix in order to, you know, get that momentum that they need.
Yeah, and I think they looked, honestly, looked a lot better here at the end, especially Anthem really clutching through here. You know, Global Esports, they've said before that they feel like they're their worst enemy. As long as they're not overextending, they're doing fine, and I think the first 13 rounds, that was self-evident. I think they were a little bit sloppy there at the end. I don't want to take away from the play that Detonation Focus Me had there at the end, but it did seem like through the main part of this, you know, other than the desperate couple rounds of a comeback there for Detonation Focus Me, Global Esports is very clean, very cool, very on top of their game, and it's a reason why, even though, look, their overall score in best of threes, actually not that great, their play looks a lot better, and we're still keeping our eyes for them as we go through Super Week here.
That's right. Now, Quack, we were talking about a lot of the players on Global Esports and how well they were doing, and you know, we were just struggling, like Rossi was going to be like the clear highlight, but so many of their team members were performing.
It really looked like it was just the SK Rossi show at the start, but then towards the end, you could start to see the rest of them starting to go off. You could see that, well, the kills were all kind of tied up. And he is the key player. I think he is the one who really leads the charge on a lot of it. Bazi, Texture, and more importantly, Monyet. You know, he is the one who put up that Cosmic Divide. He is the one who really tries and pull off some interesting plays. And he had the most kills at the end of it, after all. And I really think that, you know, this is a team that continues to grow together. And it's not just SK Rossi all the time.
Let's not forget, you know, Rossi, he's got some big shoes to fill here. This isn't just about Valorant, this isn't just about tactical shooters. I mean, this is India and esports. And obviously, India has the potential to be a mammoth esports region that could really influence the entire rest of the world in many games.
Absolutely.
And so his success, I mean, a lot does ride on it. He did mention it and was very straightforward about it in the interview, but you know, the attention that he's going to get in that nation and in that whole part of the world in South Asia is really important and is really exciting as we're seeing esports start to really spread through a lot of parts of the world that we didn't think about 10 years ago. I mean, when I started my career as a caster, or even especially even longer ago as a player, it was really kind of North America, Europe, and then just Korea. A little bit of China, but not even Japan. And what Rossi's doing here now is so important, and I think he's doing a great job so far. Very exciting for him.
Absolutely. You make very accurate points about the impact of India in general in esports. Rossi, SK Rossi, which stands for Super Kid, by the way. Super Kid Rossi is our MVP for today's series. And, you know, the watch party that's happening over in India, the Global Esports watch party, incredible. Like, I feel like every week they show the cam on their watch party and the crowd just gets bigger and bigger. And they're gonna have to find a stadium for their next watch party just to watch Global Esports next time.
Yeah, it's very cool to see. And you can see how passionate the fans are and how much they love the game. And I don't know, man, it just gives me tingles. I just get so excited seeing that.
Yeah.
Yes. Makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
He's got a lot of hair.
I got a lot of hair on the back of my neck, on my back. I mean, all everywhere. It's all standing up to see those fans so excited.
Now, speaking of standing, let's go to standings. Like the hairs on the back of Taste's neck. So three.
You are good.
Oh, yeah, that's how I got the job. So we got 3 teams who have already secured their spots for playoffs. Again, only 6 teams can make it to playoffs, and playoffs is next week. We only have 3 more days of Super Week. Global Esports, this win today was so critical. They really needed that win to at least stand a chance to get into playoffs.
So the area I'm looking at right here is basically right from rank 5 to rank 8. Now, I know that RRQ hasn't played yet, but you know we want to keep our eyes on this team because you could lose 2 and drop right down to the bottom.
That's right.
Global Esports here, I believe mathematically, if they can win the next Super Week match, and depending on how the interactions with the other teams go, they may still have the slightest chance.
You're right. But the thing is, they're going against Team Secret, who just beat DRX earlier today.
Right.
That crazy matchup also happened. Team Secret securing the 5th place in the standings. What do you make of this, Quack?
Like, so much could change, and you're absolutely right, Victoria, because if Global Esports beats Team Secret, you consider the standings right now, that means Team Secret goes into 4 wins, 5 losses. Global Esports ties up with 4 wins, 5 losses as well. And then they would win that head-to-head because they beat Team Secret. But then again, there are so many conditions to be met in order for that to happen. RRQ would have to drop down.
And we should
Zeta
mention,
might have to drop
if
down
I could
too.
jump in, I don't mean to run over your track. I just want to say, you want to get top 6 here.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at here. That's why this number between 4 and 8 really, or probably 5 and 8
6
really
and 7
matters
have to
so
go
much.
down right now.
Yeah. And so, you know, only 6 teams are going to survive, and then we're going to start to eliminate them quickly. But yeah, other than that, they're going to start to fall off pretty fast.
And that's what Super Week is about. There's so much that can change, and there's so much that is changing with Team Secret beating DRX and tomorrow's games as well. I actually was thinking about this watching yesterday. There is a world where Gen G actually might not make it to playoffs. Think about that.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, it would be mind-blowing, but I guess if they get O2'd and then, Zeta would have to continue to perform well, I think that would mean that then Global Esports would bump up or be tied close to Gen G.
A lot of conditions, sure.
A lot of conditions, yeah.
It's possible. And that's something that really scares me because Gen G is a team with so much potential, and they did so well at the start. A little bit weaker in the recent weeks, but, you know, they can still beat Zeta. There's so much that can happen, and that's why it's so important to watch all of these matches. RRQ and Talon as well.
Yeah, RRQ and Talon is a pretty critical matchup for both of these teams. Talon, if you guys recall from the previous slide, they are really far below, but they've been getting stronger and stronger every single week, just like RRQ, and they will be fighting tooth and nail to win this match tomorrow, the Indonesian and Thai team. And, you know, all the games that have happened yesterday and today, they can't they can celebrate the wins, but then they have to go right back into it tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. And it's not over yet for any of these guys.
Rest.
No, absolutely not. It's very different. And even by the time we get to Tuesday, they only have 3 more days to practice or rest until playoffs. So it's just a really crucial 2 weeks right now. And we can really feel that kind of energy here in Korea. I don't know, you guys can feel that, like going through the hallways with each of the teams. Everyone's kind of finding their like groove with everything, but they also know like this is it.
Yeah, I can feel it for sure, man.
His hairs
can electric.
Feel it.
Everywhere. It's all the hairs are standing up. No, but it's so cool to feel the energy, to feel the excitement, to feel the intensity before the games start.
And Yeah, no, you're right. God, I'm just thinking that we know where hair is all over your body.
What?
We keep talking about all the different body parts. You got hair on his arms, on his elbows, in the back. Anyway.
My elbows are okay. My elbows are all right.
They are hair-free.
Don't you lie to the people. Don't you lie to the people here.
All right, you guys, I'm sorry. We're looking at this line, VCT Pacific at Lotte World. That was a weird transition. I know, just erase the memory. So VCT Pacific has set up something really cool at Lotte World Adventure, and it's basically a huge amusement park here in Seoul, and it's happening throughout May until May 25th, right before the finals weekend. It's happening at Weenie Beanie Park.
You know where it is. We don't need to tell you it's at Weenie Beanie Park. You guys already know that.
But you can win the merch, because I know some of you guys are looking at the merch that the talents we've been getting. You guys can get it too. You can go to the park, go to the player zone. You have some challenges over in the range, so make sure you brush up on your aiming. Do some aim labs,
for the
do
head.
some range.
That's what I recommend.
And then click on them. Make sure you
click on those
have to
heads.
click too.
Yes.
Although, I wonder if you could ever get the score with a shorty, because shorty is definitely like the meta of Pacific right now. Yeah, but the airport too also has a Riot Games like thing set up where you can win more Riot prizes. But anyway, Lotte Park happening until May 25th. Now, this is very different than yesterday. We got a 2-0 kind of day, but we got 3 more days of Super Week for you guys lined up. So rest well tonight, because it's going to be more good games tomorrow for VCT Pacific. At the desk with me, we got Tasteless and Quack. Thank you guys. My name is Victoria. Have a good night. Congratulations, India. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome to the second day of Super Week at Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on day 2 of Super Week, and we're going to get into match 1 up today. We've got Team Secret and DRX. Let's go to the stage.
Picks up a kill already. He does pick that up, but Mako is going to take him out from the garage. That is going to put an end to that. And now, I mean, he's got some utility out. Envy's going to pick up 2. He's just gonna get shot down. That's gonna do it. Team Secret. Top goes Buzz. Spot everybody. As even Stax is gonna get a kill with the aftershock. And now Decimus! What is going on? DRX, that's 1. Make it 2. Once again, he holds it. As in with the shorty, but he can't get it. Morka backs off. Expects the push. Team Secret, they bring back the aggression. And Mako says no. Is underneath this. He's trying to pick up a gun, but it's Jesse who's going to shoot him down with the shorty. It's all too real as 13-11.
You're watching VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea. We just finished our first matchup up today, DRX's first defeat, and it was by Team Secret. That was very exciting. But we're going to go into match 2 now. We have Global Esports in DFM to go onto the stage right now.
Out comes Soldom. He's going to hit one guy, but Manyan picks up 2. Okay, gets 1, but as you mentioned, they're just dropping like flies. Oh, Anthem. Oh, but he doesn't go for the first guy, and then Soldom just jump peeks him and takes him out. Soldom is not going to connect that shot in the smoke. Bozzy cleans up the backside, and that is just a clean sweep. It's not even Takajang.